to get that URL, and I'll put it onto the web page and everywhere.
Okay. Okay, I put it in chat.
Okay, and I see it here too. There's the workshop event. Yep. Yes. Oh, yeah. That's one. Okay, I'm going to put that in the live stream page. And I guess you'll start the music on there, huh?
Yes. I started it now. You should be able to hear it in a moment.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I still had the volume off on that. There we go. There's the music. Updating the live stream page.
Okay, and I'm assuming we might not. I'm assuming we might not have our panel guests immediately.
Yeah, we might not have them immediately, but it's good to send out a reminder to our panel guests if you can send them an email.
Okay.
Well, when you have nothing else to do, when everything else is ready, then do that.
If it's easier to give them their emails, or if there's a place in front of them, I can send something.
Yeah, Jesse can do it too. Jesse's here to help us now, so that makes everything easier. Oh, I forgot to do that. Darn it. Okay. Back in there. So this one is visible. Okay, that's that.
Hello, Professor Cho.
Oh, hi. How are you?
Good. So, Jesse, I'm let's see here. Wait a minute. Okay.
Oh, hi, Yunsuk. It's great to have you here.
Oh, hey, Wendell. Thank you for organizing this.
Yeah, we're taking the deep dive, going right into consciousness. Let's see what
Yeah,
happens.
yeah.
Yeah. Here we go. That is pointing there, and this is pointing to the correct live stream. All right, that looks like it works. Oh, it's 8:01 already. All right. That was... in that case, I think Jesse, or else out there, would you care to post the live stream link to our Facebook group as well?
Yes, Jesse, if you could please do that.
Okay. Let me see.
Yeah, so just the link to the live stream YouTube, just in case anyone's having trouble finding it.
Okay. Carboncopies.com/livestream or the YouTube URL?
I was just going to post the YouTube URL directly, but sending them to the live stream page should work as well. And you can test if that one is now correct. I think it should be.
Yeah, I refreshed and it looks good.
Okay, good. I guess then we're just about ready to go. And it looks like Mike Johnson is also on the YouTube. I hope Mike also knows how to join directly. He's not in here already, is he? Is Mike in the session? No, not yet. Okay, so I will... Maybe we should give it another, let's say, 2 minutes, because I see that there are still people joining the live stream at this moment.
Okay.
And then we'll get going with the opening remarks in 2 minutes. So 8:05. That should be enough time anyway.
All right. I just logged into Facebook. I apologize. I know nothing about Facebook, like absolutely nothing at all. So I have a Carboncopies group open. What? How do I make
Well,
a
if it's
post
a
here?
problem, I'll do it. It's okay, I'll do it.
Live under a rock as far as social media is concerned.
Looks like
Yes,
the
I have never
link's
made a
already
Facebook
up.
post.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the link is up, yeah. The link is working. I just want to make sure we post the actual live stream URL to the Facebook group as well for people to have easy access. That's all. Okay. that's done. And it is 8:05, so perhaps this is a good time for me to get going on that. And Mike, hello. Fantastic. Got him on there as well. Oh yeah, actually, how are we doing on panelists? Let's see. Not that full yet. I wonder where Abolfazl is. Oh well, it's not a big deal. Not opening remarks. I guess you will get us started.
All right, yeah. Let's do it. Okay. Welcome to the Carboncopies Foundation 2019 Fall Workshop event, Updating the Roadmap to Whole Brain Emulation Part 3, Consciousness. This workshop event is produced entirely online with the help of our generous patrons and donors, as well as our team of talented volunteers. I am Michael Ulrich, the Carboncopies Foundation Event Director, and I will be your moderator for today. This event is the third installment of our series for updating the 2008 Oxford University Roadmap. For this event, we will be exploring the subject of consciousness and how consciousness pertains to whole brain emulation. Since consciousness is a significant part of the human mind, as well as a key component for the brain's perception and experiences on the world, our goal of this workshop is to conclude with a better definition of consciousness in a way that guides us in a method for successful emulation of consciousness. Our agenda for today will be as follows. To start off, we will have an introduction by the Carboncopies Foundation Chairman, Dr. Randall Kuna. At approximately 8:15 a.m. Pacific Time, we will stream our first interview recording. Each interview begins with an introduction to the guest interviewee prepared by Dr. Randall Kuna, so I will avoid lengthy introductions in this listing of our agenda. The first interview is with Dr. Christof Koch of the Allen Institute for Brain Science. Then, at 9 a.m. Pacific Time, we will begin the interview with Professor Michael Graziano of Princeton University. Following the second interview, we will begin our first live panel discussion at 9:35 a.m. Pacific Time. At 10:25 a.m. Pacific Time, after the first panel discussion, we will stream the next interview with Michael Johnson of the Qualia Research Institute. Then, at 11:15 a.m. Pacific Time, we will stream the interview with Professor Max Velmans of London University. Following this interview, we will begin our second live panel discussion at 12 p.m. Pacific Time. At 1 p.m. Pacific Time, prior to closing, we aim to stream the interview with Dr. Michael Cerullo. At 1:40 p.m. Pacific Time, Dr. Randall Kuna will give the final closing remarks. Our workshop is participatory and is open to all of our international attendees and viewers. You are invited to write questions directly into the chat that is enabled for our YouTube live stream. One of our excellent staff members is monitoring the chat and will alert me to interesting and topical questions, which I will read to the panel. Many thanks go out to our patrons and donors, to our volunteers, and to the many experts who make time in their busy schedules to participate in our workshops. We are a 501c3 nonprofit operating with the sole mission of advancing research in whole brain emulation. We appreciate the many contributions that have allowed us to organize events such as these. If you would like to become a monthly donor or to make a one-time donation, you can visit carboncopies.org/donate and donate by PayPal, credit card, bank transfer, or cryptocurrency. Now, before we get started with the first interview, a few technical comments that are important to our panelists and others who have joined us directly through our online meeting tool. Unfortunately, technical details make it very difficult for us to reliably stream video and audio to the YouTube live stream, as well as to the panel meet session at the same time. This means that during the interviews, we ask that our panelists please open a browser window to the YouTube livestream. You can find the link at carboncopies.org/livestream. You'll be able to listen to the interviews there like all of our international viewers. When the interviews have ended, please close or mute your YouTube window and switch back to the panel meet session for the discussion. Please let me know if any of this is unclear or if you experience any technical difficulties. Dr. Randall Kuna, the Carboncopies Foundation founder and chairman, will now give a brief introduction. Dr. Kuna?
Thank you, Michael. That was really great. First of all, welcome to the Carboncopies Fall 2019 online workshop and to our ongoing series where we're collecting information in an effort to prepare the next update of the roadmap to whole brain emulation. Now, I'm going to get into my remarks in just a second, but I want to repeat for the people who are panelists and who have joined our meet session for the panelists joined just recently, I just want to repeat that technical point one more time. You are participating in our conversation through the meet session, but when we watch an interview, you're going to have to watch it on the YouTube live stream, just like everybody else out there in the world. And what I'll do is I'm going to copy the link to that live stream right into the chat of our meet session right now, so that you have it right there. So the link I just posted, and I think it's the same one that Michael posted just before, but you may not have seen it if you weren't here yet. That link is the link to the YouTube live stream that you want to go to as soon as we switch to the. When the interview finishes, just come back here and at all times try to make sure you're only listening to the audio from one side or the other, or else you might have a weird echo effect, since the live stream tends to run about 10 to 15 seconds later, delayed from our experience here in the meet session. Okay, with that, and we can get back to that if there are further problems or confusion about it. With that, let me just this session. Now, at Carboncopies, as well as I guess in most of neuroscience, we tend to focus most of the time on very specific engineering issues, things that you can describe by looking at the physics of the problem. And that, of course, is the way that you want to approach any major problem you're trying to solve. You want to approach it in a scientific way. Now, consciousness has for a long time seemed in a very scientific way. It's been a philosophical study for a very long time. And psychology studying consciousness has made, I guess, some inroads, but there are parts of this problem that are a bit more nuanced. In neuroscience, one of the things that has become more the norm in the last few years is the study of the neural correlates of consciousness, meaning that you use measurements to empirically verify how the brain is operating while conscious or while carrying out conscious tasks versus when unconscious. And then you can make models and theories that try to describe these correlates of neural activity with consciousness. But that still falls short of an explanation of why consciousness is experienced the way that it is. And that, I think, is really the problem when you try to talk about consciousness, especially when there are questions such as what happens to consciousness in a case like a whole brain emulation, or can an artificial system like an artificial intelligence be conscious? When we talk about whole brain emulation, there are some assumptions that go into that idea. And one of the main assumptions is that if you are reconstructing all of the functional components of a brain correctly, then all of the emergent cognitive functions will also be restored, including consciousness. But the nuance that we need to remember here is that that when we say that, this, coming from this functionalist approach, is that we're not really looking both at the first person and the third person experience of consciousness at the same time. This is really us talking about it from the third person experience of consciousness. Distinction between first and third person consciousness and what we have to do to make sure that we've paid enough attention to each and understand what's going on there. This is something the experts are going to get into and say more about. So we've got a situation where neuroscience has been perhaps a little bit hesitant to engage with questions where it isn't immediately clear how to pair theory with empirical tests, but at the same time, consciousness is a cognitive experience that's absolutely essential to being human and to successful whole brain emulation and mind uploading. Now, in putting together the existing roadmap to whole brain emulation, the working group at Oxford made a decision not to include theory of consciousness, or at least not to say much about it. And that was probably the right choice at the time. In our effort now, 10 years later, to update that roadmap, we've decided to go the other way, because we really want to make sure that all of the things that we need to talk about when you care about whole brain emulation, that they are all addressed in one way or another. And so we want to begin to gather our best understanding is how it works and what that means for whole brain emulation. For this workshop, the approach that we've used is the same one from the last workshop, namely we've gone out and we asked experts to have interviews with us. And then we've also asked them to join our panel when they can. Thank you, Mike Johnson, for being here. Of course, pioneering experts tend to have very little spare time, which is another reason why we do it this way. Views at a convenient time for them was the best way to make sure that their contribution could be included here. Also made sure that each of the experts had an opportunity to give their response to the same general questions, the main questions we had, as well as to describe their own approach to the study of consciousness. Now, some of the things that we really want to know from each of the experts are questions such as, how would they define consciousness? What is their take on the so-called hard problem of consciousness? Experienced phenomena, or qualia, why does it feel like something to be yourself? How do you go about making a good theory of consciousness that is scientifically useful? And why are consciousness theories different from one another today? You know, we really do have very different approaches there. For example, if you compare global workspace theory with integrated information theory, they go at it in a very different way. How we experience it, or are there illusory aspects to that experience? And by illusory, I mean to say that consciousness isn't a real thing. You know, maybe Daniel Dennett goes a bit hard in that direction, but is it perhaps possible that even though we have consciousness, that the way we're experiencing it, a sensation giving us or making us draw conclusions warranted given the evidence that is there, that perhaps there's something else going on producing these conclusions for us? This is, you know, when we think about visual illusions, for example, there are many cases where what we think we're seeing isn't really what's there, isn't really what our eyes are picking up even. So there's the question, is it really the scene? Is it really what our eyes are picking up, or is it just something that our mind is making up? That's what illusion is really about. And what would it take to have consciousness in a whole brain emulation? Consciousness to survive a mind uploading procedure. That begins to encroach on the subject of personal identity. And that topic is so large in itself that it deserves its own focus away from it in conversation with experts. So if you came here hoping that we were going to answer that right now, I'm sorry to say we're not that quick. This time around, we're sticking to consciousness, and then hopefully next time, personal identity and survival of personal identity. We purposely chose to do interviews with experts who come to the study of consciousness in somewhat different ways. And with that, I think I've said enough. I'm certainly no expert in the study of consciousness myself. So I think it's a good time now to let them have their say. Michael?
Thank you, Dr. Kuna. At this time, we will now begin our first video. And our first video is going to be an interview with Dr. Christof Koch.
A Conversation on Consciousness with Dr. Christof Koch. Dr. Christof Koch is the President and Chief Scientist of the Allen Institute for Brain Science and known for his work on the neural correlates and theory of consciousness. Dr. Koch has authored over 300 scientific papers and 5 books, including the recently published book, The Feeling of Life Itself, Why Consciousness is Widespread but Can't be Computed. At the Allen Institute, Dr. Koch leads the effort to fully understand the physical transformations of signals in the visual system of the mouse, an effort that has so far involved more than 300 scientists and funding over $500 million. On consciousness, Dr. Koch is known for his close collaboration with Professor Giulio Tononi on Integrated Information Theory, IIT, a theory that begins from a first-person experience of consciousness and associates consciousness with fundamental properties of certain physical systems.
Okay. Good. So, yeah, Dr. Koch, or Christof, if you prefer.
Yes.
Perhaps it would be best if we can just start by immediately addressing the book that you've recently published, The Feeling of Life Itself, Why Consciousness is Widespread but Can't be Computed. Could you say a few words about the book?
By a few words, you mean, should I explain
yes,
the theory, or what do you mean by...
Yeah, I'm sure you had a purpose in writing the book, right? There's a specific message you want to get across. Maybe you want to get to that.
So so the book has two purposes. One is to update the reader. So as you may know, I've been involved for probably a third of a century in looking for what's now called the neuronal correlates of consciousness. So this is a term that Francis Crick and I originated back in the late 1980s when we said, well, the philosophical problems don't look like they're going to be resolved anytime soon. But in the meantime, with this wonderful technology that enables us to track what's the neural correlates of consciousness, the minimum physical mechanisms that are jointly necessary for any one conscious sensation. And then you can ask, where are they in the brain? Presumably in the brain. And is there some commonality between the NCC, the neural correlates of consciousness, for seeing and smelling and hearing? Are they in one area? Are they one cell type? Is a particular type of connection or neurotransmitter, et cetera, et cetera. So a lot of research has happened and discovery over the last 10 or 20 years. And the other thing is not only this empirical program of looking for the footprints of consciousness in the brain. That program will undoubtedly, sooner or later, come sort of to the layer of consciousness in the brain and will identify the set of neurons or neural mechanisms or physical mechanisms that are sort of the physical substrate of consciousness. But we want to know more. We want to know who else has it, what happens in severely impaired patients, where we're not sure are they conscious, like Terry Schiavo, some of the listener may remember, a patient who was in a vegetative state. What about a fetus? What about a severely demented individual? What about a cat, a dog, a fly, a worm, C. elegans, a protozoa? How far does consciousness go? When does it start? When does it end? And ultimately, can machines be conscious? And so for that, we really need a fundamental theory of consciousness. And so I talk about this, one of the two sort of most popular scientific theories of consciousness called Integrated Information Theory. And it has these two conclusions that make up the subtitle of my book, that A, consciousness is quite widespread, much more widespread than at least we in the West like to believe, and B, that it's not a computational thing. You can't compute it. You actually have to build it into the physics of the substrate itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So for you, because you were already working on the neural correlates of consciousness, and then you wanted to look at what is the best theory that you wanted to think about in this at this time, at least, or the theory that attracts you the most. I can see that certainly, but I'm very curious about where IIT began itself. And I know maybe I should be asking Tononi about this, but
yes.
But certainly, if you could tell us something about how it came about, because often that's very instructive about understanding a theory, is to know, for instance, did it begin with phenomenology, did it begin with intuition, or something else?
Yeah, I mean, usually it begins with some intuition you have, whether that's physical or phenomenological. But this theory, so there are sort of two dominant scientific ways of looking at consciousness. And I think they're really well encapsulated by sort of the two currently most popular theories of consciousness. One is called the Global Neuronal Workspace Theory, that comes from Bernie Bass and then Stan Dehaene and Jean-Pierre Changeux in Paris. And the other one is Integrated Information Theory. And one really says, one starts with experience itself, with phenomenology. So IET says consciousness exists for itself, but it's structured. It is the way it is. It is, in a particular form, and it's integrated. It's one. It's holistic, and it's definite. It has definite borders. There's certain things that are in, and certain things that are out, and you can think of them like 5 properties of any conscious experience, no matter how bizarre, how strange, how elated, or how banal. Every conscious experience sort of exists for itself, is structured, is one, and is only one. And then it proceeds from there. It asks, well, what is it about a physical system, a substrate, a computer network, or a bunch of neurons, or whatever else that has these 5 properties? And it derives a mathematical calculus, in terms of these intrinsic causal powers, and it derives finally a quantity called phi. It's also called integrated information. It's a little bit confusing because information here has nothing to do with Shannon information. It's not information that you send from A to B. It's really information in the older Aristotelian sense, informare, to give form to. And this number phi, or this integrated information, is essentially the extent to which a system exists for itself, the extent to which a system is irreducible, the extent to which a system is conscious. It's a number either 0 or positive. If it's 0, the system doesn't exist, properly speaking, for itself. It can be divided into subcomponents. It does not exist as a system. It's not conscious. It's fully reducible. The bigger this number phi, the more conscious it is. So the theory derives this number, which is a quantity of consciousness. But it also says, it also precisely gives a mathematical calculus, which is this intrinsic causal power, that says, what is it about the quality of conscious experience? Why is that a space? If I look at space, if I look at an empty canvas, imagine a complete black screen. It has lots of phenomenology. It has close by, farther away, the distance relationship, right? There's above, there's below, there's left, there's right. Where do these phenomenological aspects of space come from? And then it asks, okay, now let's look at the physical substrate. And where is this physical substrate in the brain? So it goes from phenomenology to mechanism to brains.
Yeah.
The other approach, global neuronal workspace, is very different. It looks at the architecture of the brain, particularly its frontal part, right? And it says there's something about the frontal part that matches this architecture known as a blackboard architecture. And this seems to implement some of the properties that we associated with consciousness. In particular, once I'm conscious of something, that information isn't encapsulated in little bits and modules, but is globally available to my planning, to my speaking, to my memory. And so it proceeds more from the architecture to saying, well, these aspects of the architecture explain what it is to be conscious. So it's quite a different animal. These theories also take very different points of view about the ontology of consciousness. They take really 2 very different points of view. Ultimately, IET says what exists are only causal power, either intrinsic causal power, the causal power the system has upon itself. That's ultimately what consciousness is, and extrinsic, external causal power. That's what you measure in physics. You know, the ability of one particle to attract another particle by its charge or by its mass. So ultimately, it says there's consciousness. It is the most real thing there is, and there's a substrate. That's all there is. The rest is just void. Yeah, so to speak with the Epicureans, there's just causal power in the void. While global neuronal workspace says, well, there isn't really any, it's sort of more like Dan Dennett. There really isn't anything above and beyond there's the physics of the system, which is very complicated, and people clearly say that they're conscious, but they're really confused about it. There isn't anything special about consciousness.
Okay. this is interesting because I hear you saying that integrated information theory is coming from the phenomenology and working its way towards consciousness, whereas global workspace theory is coming from the architecture and working its way towards consciousness, which surprisingly, when I was speaking with, say, Michael Graziano, for instance, you would give the opposite interpretation. He would say that, for instance, his attention schema theory, which is sort of related to global workspace theory in a sense, it's a sort of same sort of thinking, it comes from phenomenology, whereas as he wasn't sure if integrated information theory did do that. But to get to a more specific question, you had mentioned a lot of different ways in which there can be a level of consciousness, or at least it sounded to me like that. You were mentioning the irreducibility, and I think there are others such as intensity and so forth. And that's actually a question that I had, which is when you talk about the level of consciousness, with phi being a measure of that, what is that level? Is it all of these things? Is it a specific one? Is it complexity or some other dimension?
No, so phi is not sort of a level. It's sort of really the quantity. It's the irreducibility. It's the amount of causal power. It's so in the human brain, of course, there's also arousal, right? If I haven't slept in 2 days, I have a very low arousal. If you wake me up in the middle of deep sleep, you know, my arousal level is low. But when I'm conscious, conscious itself, either I'm conscious of something or I'm not conscious of something. Now, if my brain is smaller or if I'm just a fly, I can also be conscious. It feels like something to be a fly, but what it feels like is, of course, vastly less differentiated than what I feel like or what you feel like. Right? A fly doesn't have an inner voice. A fly doesn't have a psychology. A fly won't feel obese or upset, it won't have sophisticated states. It might be angry. It might be fearful. It might be elated when it's just gotten, sucked some, if it's a mosquito, if it's just sucked some blood. It might be happy in that sense. It has a reward mechanism, not unrelated to our reward mechanism, but it doesn't have a complicated, highly complicated states of consciousness. So phi can vary from very little to really a lot in a full-grown adult that's highly introspective and that has a highly developed cortex.
Mm-hmm. Is there any cap on phi? Is there any maximum level at all?
No, it depends on the underlying physical structure. It goes from 0 to any positive number. It really just depends on the substrate. And of course, there's no reason why it should be maximized in human. It just happens to be on this planet. It's probably maximal in Homo sapiens. Of course, it also says that, your and my level of consciousness might be different. Yours might be higher or lower. And of course, we also know it in my lifetime, right? Early on, when I'm a child, I don't think a lot about myself. I have very little introspection. I may never have any sexual experience, right? Later on, I fall in love. I discover sex. I discover drugs. I discover wine. And so all of that enlarges my consciousness. Towards the end of my life, I might get dementia, and then, my level of consciousness, will go down again. So it waxes and wanes. Mm-hmm. Across daily cycle, across my life, and across people, and across species.
Okay, yeah. Now, one of the things that I'm very curious about, as with any scientific theory, is, of course, what sort of predictions can be made, and predictions then lead to, for instance, being able to falsify a theory if they, or at least find some problem with it if they can't make a proper prediction or the prediction is wrong in some sense. And I think this is especially interesting right now because, of course, the Templeton Foundation has decided to fund work to try to test IIT and global workspace theory. And I had a nice conversation with Heather Berlin about that at South by Southwest. But at the time, she had no idea or didn't want to tell me how they were going to test this. Is there now some notion of how you can test IIT versus global workspace?
Yeah, we have a pre-registered report that's submitted. We're going to submit it soon and then make it public for everyone. Yeah, so we're making specific. So this process is a very interesting one. So that we got together in Seattle here at my institute, and the proponents, in particular Stan Dehane and Giulio Tononi and a bunch of other people, including Heather. Yeah. And we said, okay, let's think about a common experiment that we can all agree on, where we agree on the experiment and we agree, okay, if this is the outcome, IIT, it supports IIT. If that's the outcome, it supports GNW. Okay. And so we have two experiments essentially that we're testing in a lot of people, 500 subjects, using three techniques: fMRI, EEG and MEG together, and then ECOG. So ECOG is a technique you can use in epileptic patients that have electrodes, implanted onto their cortex, which gives you higher resolution, more direct access to electrical signals. And we're essentially testing NCC, because the two series make quite different predictions. Global Neural Workspace essentially says the NCC really has to involve prefrontal cortex. GNW, IIT says, no, not necessarily. It may or may not. That's really not necessary. That more relates to planning and intelligence and task setting. It's really the posterior part of cortex. The two theories also differ on the timing. When I'm conscious of something like you, so let's say I look at you for many seconds. Unless you change or I move my eyes, when I'm conscious of you, GNW says there's only this initial wave when I first become conscious of you. But then if nothing changes, that isn't updated anymore. While IIT says, no, as long as I'm conscious, there's going to be the maximal irreducible cause-effect power. If I'm conscious of you for 1 minute, it's going to be there for 1 minute. So it makes different prediction on concerning the time scale. We're now getting ready. It's been funded. We had a big meeting last month at this Society of Neuroscience. There are like 10 labs in 3 continents. And what we're doing, the first year, we're just collecting the data, no analysis. In the second year, we are analyzing half of all the data, and we're freezing the methods. And then the third year, we take those methods that are published ahead of time, they can't be changed anymore, and apply them on the second half of data that hasn't been looked at yet to see, do they really generalize? And in order to really have a robust, a statistically highly robust ways of ascertaining the results. And then everything will be made available. All the data on all 500 subjects, on both experiments, in all these modalities will be made available to anyone, and so anybody can test it and do their own analysis.
Okay, that's wonderful. I really, really look forward to that, actually.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool thing. It's a pretty cool thing.
Yeah, so one of the things that I find, theories like Global Workspace and others that are a little bit like it are often useful for is that they try in some sense to explain or make predictions about what we might call third-person consciousness, so conscious behavior in a sense. And I'm wondering what IIT says about that, or is there a way to make explanations for third-person consciousness, or is it really
no, for better or not. So again, this is where the two theories differ. It's really interesting to look and contrast them. So IIT doesn't say anything. It's not a cognitive theory. It doesn't talk about attention. It doesn't talk about planning or language. Or in a full theory of the human brain, all of that will have to be incorporated. But that doesn't talk about it. It really talks about consciousness, how to measure it. Right? It has derived this tool, this conscious meter that's being tested in many patients now. Yeah. While GNW, its strength, if you want, is it makes some precise predictions about the cognitive involvement, about various cognitive modules like short-term memory and like planning. So it is just differences, the interesting differences between the two theories reflecting their fundamental different origin, where they started from. Phenomenology versus sort of cognition, cognition and neuroscience.
Yeah. So the one thing that we've stayed away from so far in this conversation is, of course, the big conclusions of IIT. So, for instance, the conclusions about what can be computed or not computed, or simulated or not simulated. And I know that you and Tononi have both said things about simulation, such as it is not possible to simulate consciousness on a von Neumann computer. In that sense, is that still something that you would say as well?
Oh yeah, I have an entire chapter on it. Let me put it even more stark. Many of your audience will. Let's assume Henry Markham. Have you talked about Henry Markham's Human Brain Project?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so let's assume it's going to take him 100 years and not just another 2 years. Okay, and in 100 years from now, there's this perfect model of the human brain where every neuron and every synapse is simulated in software on some, running on the cloud in various, IBMs or whatever the, quantum computers, let's say, okay?
Yeah.
But they're essentially for Neumann machines. That's the important thing, right? And so, of course, if you got it right, of course, the simulation will, quote, wake up and will say I'm conscious, just like Alexa does already now. You can ask Alexa, right? Yeah. If the simulation is good enough, of course, it'll mimic all of human behavior. But it's a deep fake. Why is it a deep fake? So so there are two sort of separate arguments here. One is it's the same argument that you can make why it doesn't get wet inside a computer that simulates a rainstorm, or why, to me as a physicist, there's even a better example. So I have a friend, she's an astrophysicist at Caltech, okay? So she writes down the 10 equations of Einstein's general relativity theory, right? And then she models those for the mass at the center of our galaxy that weighs roughly 10 to the 6 solar masses, right? And she simulates a black hole, right? What she simulates, it's our best understanding at the center of our galaxy, that there is this mass that is so large that it twists space-time around it that nothing, not even light, can escape, okay? Right. But funnily enough, I don't have to be concerned that she's going to get sucked into a simulation.
Although, of course, any person being simulated within the simulation, so something that lives in the simulation would experience this as a real black hole.
But the point is, I'm talking now about the real world. In the real world where physics matters, in the real world, it does not have the causal power of gravity. You can simulate aspects of gravity, but you cannot simulate the causal effect of gravity. Yeah. You actually have to build it into the system. That means you actually have to create a big mass that weighs, 1 million solar masses. Same thing with consciousness. Consciousness ultimately is something physical. It's causal power from itself.
Right? That's an assumption.
That's what the theory says. Of course, the theory could be wrong. The theory is an empirical theory. It could be wrong. But the theory says ultimately consciousness is something physical. It's causal power upon itself. So you have to build a physical causal power into the system. Now you can do that. You can build, for example, what people call neuromorphic engineering. Right? If you make, for example, CPUs, and IBM is trying to do this, and the people at Nirvana, at Intel brought up are trying to do something like this, where you build the massive fan-in, that we have in our brains, where you have 50,000 neurons converging onto one neuron, and then the output goes towards 50,000 other neurons with massive overlap, both in the input as well as in the output. Then you would get human level consciousness. There's nothing magic about this thing. It's a physical system like any other physical system, but it's a physical system of a particular time. So consciousness is not a clever hack away. It is not true, or it's a delusion that most people in Silicon Valley suffer from, that if only we make Alexa a little bit cleverer, if we just have a little bit more, computational power, soon Alexa and Cortana and Siri and, all the other ones will be conscious. No, they might behave like they're conscious, but that's very different. It's behavior. There is no consciousness. It's fake.
But that's, of course, based on an assumption that you can say that is fake, right? Because how would you really tell if you're encountering a robot that claims that it has consciousness and behaves conscious? How would you be able to say, no, you're really not conscious because I know that you happen to be built according to a von Neumann machine?
Yes. So
it's really a theory, right?
Yeah. So two things. A, what this implies, as you sort of made implicit, there is, in principle, you can't have a Turing test for consciousness. And of course, Alan Turing himself realized that and was careful not to say this is a test for consciousness, but this is a test for whether you can consider, that machines is capable of having thoughts. So you really have to have a validated theory of consciousness that ultimately has to be validated in the only object that we know is conscious, which is me and you.
Yeah.
Right. So just like relativity, how do we know about black holes? Having never been inside a black hole, well, because we build up confidence in gravitation, testing it here on the planet and testing it in solar, in the nearby solar system and other things, and then we say, well, we're going to extrapolate it to very far out things like black holes, rips in space-time. Same thing. It has to happen here, and it might be wrong. It's an empirical thing.
Yes, yes. This is actually a reason why I was so interested in the origins of IIT, because I was trying to gauge to what extent it is based on an intuition about what consciousness seems like.
It is based on the following intuition, Randall, which is the central intuition behind much of Western philosophy. Cogito ergo sum. Je pense donc je suis. 1642 in Utrecht by René Descartes. Okay.
Yeah.
Finally, the only way I know I exist is because I'm conscious. Everything else is an abduction, right? Everything else, the laws of physics, all of that is sort of I infer. The only thing I know, I paint, I pleasure, so therefore I know I exist.
Yes, yeah, I totally agree with that. The thing that I worry about is illusions, because of course our visual system already presents us with so many illusions. How do we know that much of what we think that consciousness is like isn't an illusion, such as the notion that we are in the moment aware of so many integrated things, rather than, say, paying attention right now because I'm trying to remember what I was aware of, paying attention to what I was hearing, and then paying attention to what I was seeing, all things that have been produced and given to me by other parts of the brain and that have been deposited into a working memory somewhere. How do we know that the report we're creating isn't itself a report that the machine that is supposed to say, yes, I'm conscious and this is what I'm aware of, is producing? How do we know it really is a report of an in-the-moment
the only way, for
parallel?
example, yeah, that's a good question. So we have to test the idea that as Ned Block, the philosopher Ned Block would put it, that phenomenal consciousness vastly overflows what I can push, what I can report with a button press, or with, by talking about it in a very short term. Because that's a tiny channel. That's like it's drinking from the ocean through a straw. While I have this vast, phenomenological consciousness, like even just as I said, the phenomenology of space is vast, but then I can only talk about it very slowly, or only, and an experimentalist puts me in a straitjacket where he says, well, you have to push either left button or right button. That's the only thing I know, left or right, or up or down, or male or female, or blue and red. Well, if you ask me as such a stupid question, I can only give you a very stupid answer, yes or no.
Yeah.
But you have to test it.
Indeed, yeah. So I'm not sure, of course, if the tests that the Templeton Foundation is hoping to pay for at this moment are going to get there, or if that's for the future at some point.
That's what So as I said, so what this is, it tests two predictions of the two different theories. To the extent that these predictions will be wrong, of course, you can begin to question the underlying premise of one or the other theory, but it doesn't directly test the underlying premise. That's entirely correct.
Okay, yeah. So now coming back to, I guess, the topic that our listeners are probably most interested in. They want to know, well, how does this all affect whole brain emulation? I think one thing is very obvious, which is that, of course, you would say you need to have something that is like a neuromorphic type of substrate to build something like an emulated brain on. But I'm also curious about the other aspect of it, which we won't really get into. Personal identity is a whole other big topic, but let's say, for example, that you can create a machine that has a certain type of state space that looks or that seems like it is the same as whatever is producing your qualia. This would mean that is that machine then you? And what if you create 10 of them? Are they all you? Do you have any thoughts about that, or is that just going way too far to science fiction?
Yeah, so now you're talking about the identity and self-identity. No,
I know it's a little bit further out. Yeah,
but I find it silly. It's like I don't know. I don't find it very productive because look, we all know. So I build let's say I have a fancy technology that enables me to take my brain, somehow scan it, and build a neuromorphic equivalent machine. Okay. From that point, this machine will have its own identity. Early on, it's going to be me. It's going to be like my completely identical twin. But then, of course, it will rapidly diverge from me because it has different experiences. It goes out in the world and does other things. So it's going to acquire different. I find this very obvious. I don't see why. Yeah, and if you make 10 copies of it, that early on there will be 10 copies of things that will feel very similar to me, but then they'll acquire different experiences. They will too.
I think I agree with you entirely. I think of this as branching identity or something like that. I'm different from who I was yesterday or 5 years ago, in the same way that,
Correct.
say, two different systems would grow and become different people. Yeah.
Correct. So if you make 10 copies of me, I mean, I might think it might devalue me, although I'm not really sure about that. I know some people, they get freaked out about it. I personally don't. So then there are 10 Christofs in the world. Yeah.
So now there's one final thing that I also wondered about with IIT, because of course IIT says a lot about all sorts of systems that could have levels of consciousness. And I wonder how it ties back into, say, the evolution of consciousness and the evolutionary role of consciousness. I mean, I don't think that consciousness necessarily has a great role to play for a rock or for a star, but for various types of animals, certainly it does.
Okay, so it's a very interesting question. So the function of consciousness. So of course, you can ask as a physicist, what is the function of electric charge? All right. Clearly, our brains work because of charge separation, right? We have all of our neurons, have a memory potential of 100 millivolt because of differential charge separation, right? So clearly, electric charge is absolutely crucial for any sort of for life, even for muscle cells, right? But no physicist goes around and asks what's the function of charge, right? Same thing with consciousness. Systems don't get selected for consciousness, but ultimately they get selected on whether they propagate themselves successfully. Okay, so we've done a series of papers where we did these simulations of simple animals. Right, so what we have these simple creatures that have simple input sensors, that have output sensors like wheels, that live in a world where they have to, for example, they have to move through a labyrinth, and they have a genome that encodes their brain. And early on, it's completely random. And you take 1,000 of these creatures with random brains, and you put them in front of a labyrinth. And then most will just stand still. Some will move to the left. Some will move one step into the labyrinth. You selected the top 10% that's gotten anywhere close to, into the labyrinth, and then you take their genomes and mutate them, just like in evolution. You put them down again, and then maybe you get lucky and one will make 2 steps towards the labyrinth, right? And so you do this over, eons, over 100,000 of iterations, and then you find that yes, these, it's essentially a random search in these high-dimensional spaces. These machines will become more adaptive. They become better and better through genetic algorithms at executing this task. In this case, traversing the labyrinth. And at the same time, the integrated information goes up. Why? Well, because what you do take all these different sensors and combine the information. And the more you combine the sensors and the motor, the effectors, the more powerful this machine is, the better it becomes adapted. In fact, there's a sort of a quantitative relationship between the complexity of the external world and the representation of the external world in its brain. And so you could say, in the strict sense, consciousness doesn't have any function. In the wide sense, it serves to adapt. The more conscious you are, the better you become adapted to the particular environment. Mm-hmm. And so evolutionary, that's the driver why we evolved to have these big brains.
Yeah, so now I'm not entirely sure whether you're saying that that the level of consciousness, so phi, is almost epiphenomenal to evolution, or whether you're saying that there is a natural selection process that leads to a greater phi, which is kind of what you said at the end there about the animats. But then again, these animats may have been implemented in software, so then they have the same phi the whole time.
Well, yeah. So it's a spandrel. It's an evolutionary spandrel. So we did not get selected for the ability to do math or compose, symphonies, right? Yet you have people who can do math and who can do symphonies, right? So what evolution selects is behavior, right? So the better your behavior, the more adaptive your behavior, the more likely you survive. And I'm saying that my behavior becomes more adaptive if I have a nervous system that has a higher phi, because it integrates more of all the different sources of input sensors, of internal module, and of output sensors. So in the strict sense, consciousness isn't what's being selected, but behavior. But in a wider sense, my degree of adaptation relates to the integrated information of my brain.
So
do you understand the difference?
I do understand the difference, but it makes me wonder whether it would then be seen as a coincidence that, say, that a human might have a higher phi than, say, a Drosophila or something like that.
No,
because the behavior could have evolved to be more sophisticated, even if Drosophila or human had a brain that was running on a von Neumann computer.
yes, but we did. Yes, but if you engineer a system, you can in principle take our human brain and engineer it on a von Neumann machine.
No, you could have software DNA too, right? It doesn't have to be...
No, because it's not robust. So if you show that, von Neumann architectures, where you have nice architectures that hardly overlap, where everything is separated. I used to build chips. I know this. It's, you know, what you do when you actually build ASICs, you try to isolate everything. And in real physical system, everything to first order talks to everything else. So you would never get these systems evolved in an actual world. They're simply not robust. Yes, you can build them, you can engineer them, but they wouldn't evolve by natural selection. Remember, natural selection is random search. And you don't get these clean von Neumann architecture if you do random search. Those you only get if you have somebody who looks down at it and says, well, I don't want all these interactions. I only want those two transistors to talk to this transistor. You'd never get that in the natural world.
So there's really a separate reason why nature would prefer the whole parallel brain anyway, even before we talk about evolving to better behavior. It's just that it's more robust, and that's what you get, and therefore...
Yeah, I mean, it's not so much preferred. Those are the brains. So this is really interesting if you actually do these evolutionary games. What you discover, yes, it's to a first extent, if you have these simple brains, you evolve them by random selection. Everything connects to everything else. To a first order. I mean, it's not 100%, but it's very high. And in fact, that's what we see. So, you know, we are specialists in this. We do this connectome, we do mesoscopic connectivity, microscopic connectivity of both human and mouse brain. And you see they have very high degrees of connectivity, much higher than, for example, a Facebook graph or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Or same thing with protein, right? One protein will have binding with thousands of other proteins, not just with one or two. That is the character of evolved system, which is very different from the character of an engineered system. So you could engineer systems where you have high intelligence and high adaptive behavior, at least in principle, that have very low phi or no phi.
Indeed, yeah. And just as you could create something with a very high phi that has very low behavior and adaptability, like, for instance, XOR model example that
exactly, and that Scott Alf's example is actually happening now in the form of, do you know what these cerebral organoids are?
Yes, yeah.
You know, inducible pluripotent stem cells. We can now build that are, you know, they're like 3-4 millimeters across. They contain 500,000 to 1 million neurons, and now they develop them like 9 or 10 using 4 transcription or 5 transcription factors. They begin to have synapses, to have action potentials. In theory, at least in principle, they could have relatively high phi, yet without having intelligence, because they don't have inputs, they don't have outputs.
Indeed.
But again, that's an engineered system. That's not a system that evolved, because if you don't have inputs and if you don't have outputs, you're not going to evolve.
Okay, this was actually very, very informative. I was really wondering about that whole evolutionary part of this. I've sort of run through all of my questions, except that I guess I didn't ask you directly what your take is on Chalmers' hard problem of consciousness. Is that something that you'd want to respond to as well?
Sure, yeah. So IIT bypasses that hard problem. So the hard problem comes when you look at the brain and you say, so what Francis Crick and I said earlier on our first paper in 1989, 1919 said, we think 40 hertz gamma oscillation are critical sign of consciousness. Okay. Then, so let's say it's true. Okay. Then the challenge is, well, why should 40 hertz give rise to consciousness, right? Or why not 38 hertz, or why not 42? Or if you say it's those neurons, then you say, well, why is it those neurons and those not here neurons? So anytime you point to any mechanism, right, even if it's quantum mechanics, even if it's a collapse of the wave function, you have to say, well, why is it this but not that? That's a hard problem. So let me show you something. You got the brain?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're trying to squeeze the juice of consciousness out of the brain, right? You squeeze it and you get the juice. And you have to explain why, if you squeeze it, you get the juice of consciousness, but not if you squeeze it here, but only if you squeeze it there, okay? But IIT bypasses it. IIT doesn't say, oh, it's in the posterior cortex, that's my theory. IIT says, no, you start with experience itself. You start with, how does it feel to be conscious? What does it, if you feel anything, angry, upset, happy, green, angry, what are its aspects? So it starts with experience and then goes to its physical substrate. So it doesn't have the problem that the opposite route has, pointing at something in the brain and saying, this is what makes you conscious. Why this and not that?
Yeah, or a specific area of the brain, etc. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let me. Can I leave you with one graph?
Absolutely. I was just going to ask, is there anything else you think that people should know that I haven't asked you yet? So yeah, material,
so
very welcome.
Conceptually, I think it's very important to separate consciousness from intelligence. Okay, so
yeah,
Michael, can you see this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so conceptually, you can have at least you can have a plane. I call it the IC plane, intelligence consciousness plane, right? So at least conceptually, consciousness is experience. It's about feeling something, and intelligence is about reasoning about the world or acting. Ultimately, it's about acting in the world, taking a lot of input and responding to those input, learning, etc. So it's ultimately about behavior. Conceptually, they're two very different things. And I think if we look at creatures, like for example, evolved creatures, I would submit throughout evolution that they lie along this diagonal, where as their brain size goes up, let's say from a worm to a fly to a bee to a mouse to a dog to humans to humans, the intelligence goes up, their adaptation to the environment, but also their degree of consciousness goes up.
Mm-hmm.
However, you can, in principle, by engineering, have systems that live down here that are very intelligent but have no consciousness, or as we just talked about in terms of cortical organoids or Scott Alson's, XOR gates, you can have things that are on this axis where they may have high level of consciousness, but they're not at all intelligent. And at least it's really important to separate those. So artificial intelligence does not equal artificial consciousness. Those are two different things. Although in evolved creatures like us, intelligence, natural intelligence, always seems to go hand in hand with consciousness. In an engineered system, this does not have to be the case.
Hey, that's a very good final point to make. Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Many thanks to Dr. Koch for that great interview. We will now begin our next interview with Professor Michael Graziano.
A conversation on consciousness with Professor Michael Graziano. Professor Michael Graziano is professor of psychology and neuroscience at Princeton University, studying the brain basis of awareness. He is also a surrealist novelist, composer of symphonies and string quartets, and ventriloquist puppeteer. Professor Graziano proposed attention schema theory, AST, as explanation of how and for what adaptive advantage brains attribute the property of awareness to themselves. He proposed that specialized machinery in the brain computes the feature of awareness and attributes it to other people in a social context as well as to oneself. AST seeks to explain how an information processing machine could act this way, insisting it has consciousness, describing consciousness in the ways we do, and claiming an inner magic transcending information processing, even though it does not.
Dive right in.
Go for it.
Okay, we are recording right now. And actually, it was a friend of mine who recommended that I talk to you. His name is Mike Cerullo, and he's been writing about consciousness a bit, at least in the circles that I travel in. He's a psychiatrist by training, but he found your recent article particularly interesting that's about attention schema theory.
Right.
And so I would love to start there, if you don't mind telling us a little bit about your recent work and about attention schema theory.
So just to tell you, it's a little hard to talk about it without giving a little bit of packaging around it about the context of attention research in general. Will that be okay if I kind of start more
totally.
on that?
Absolutely. Yeah, sure,
All right.
Go ahead.
So so what is consciousness? This is a topic that people have struggled with, obviously, for a very long time. What is consciousness? And I think the way people have thought about it has changed over time. But right now, there are kind of two different ways that the field has moved. And one kind, I think of it as kind of the magicalist way of thinking. And the other kind is the mechanist way of thinking. And there are more people on the magicalist way of thinking than entirely realize it. There's a lot of people who have those magicalist theories but don't quite realize they're magicalist. And they go sort of like this. Let's start by assuming that we have some kind of experience essence inside of us, and it's fundamentally non-physical. And we can ask, how does it arise? How is it that information flowing through our heads achieves a state of subjective experience, conscious experience, and where that conscious experience is a fundamentally non-physical feeling? How does that happen? And this is the central question of consciousness, as many people have framed it. And now you can study that and ask, well, what does it correlate with? What networks in the brain might produce it? How does it emerge? But the experience itself, the conscious experience itself, is fundamentally not understandable, because it is fundamentally not a physical thing that you can study any further, right? That whole approach assumes that there's a kind of magical essence. Now, how does it relate to the brain? Okay, and that's one entire approach, and almost every theory of consciousness over the past 100 years has basically fit into that category. There's an entirely separate approach to consciousness, which is, we're machines, we're biological machines, very complicated machines. And one of the things we do is we think that we have a non-physical essence inside of us. Why do we think that? What good does it do the machine to build that self-description and then attach so much certainty to that self-description? That's a totally different approach, which does not presuppose the existence of a non-physical magic. That says the question is, why do we think that we have magic? Not how do we get magic? Or to put it another way, the philosopher Chalmers has been playing with this exact kind of thinking. He defined the idea of he coined the term the hard problem. The hard problem meaning, how do we have this magic essence, basically? And he has also talked quite recently extensively about what he calls the meta problem, which is, why do we think there is a hard problem to begin with? And that's the question that I focus on, that my lab is focused on. How do we understand engineering or building a machine that thinks it has a non-physical essence inside of it, and what cognitive use is it to have that kind of self-model? And so the theories that I work on are all about that. They're engineering and cognitive theories about how an information processing machine works better when it has simplified, really cartoonish self-models. I don't know if you want to ask further.
That's a great introduction, because that's definitely the split that I see as I'm talking to people who have thought about consciousness in different ways. So we have our, I guess, experimentalists, engineers, those of us at carboncopies.org who are really interested in whole brain emulation and that idea that really this is a machine, and if the machine thinks that it is experiencing something, and that's because that's an aspect of how the machine is working and what it's telling itself and which labels it's attaching to it and things like that, which is perhaps a simplification to talk about it that way. But still, I'm trying to say that we're coming at it from the same direction that you're talking about here.
Yes.
So more, say, Daniel Dennet's point of view, that there is no Cartesian theater.
Yes, exactly.
Right, rather than the alternative approach where, say, someone like Max Tegmark will start to think about new states of physics or matter or something like that to explain where consciousness is coming from.
Yes.
And you know, Tononi and Koch, they're sort of on the, I would say,
very
on
much
the fence there.
No, I would not say they're on the fence. They're very explicitly on the what I would call the magicalist end.
The magicalist side. Okay, I'd be really interested to talk about that some more in a moment. Would you mind explaining a little bit about attention schema theory?
Sure. So my interest was this: if we're machines that think we have this funny magic essence inside of us, why? What good is that? And generally, when the brain builds information, chunks of information about itself or about the world, what it's doing is building a model of something real. And it's useful to model that real thing, to keep track of it, monitor it, simulate it. But what is that real thing that's being modeled? And the theory that we arrived at is actually based on a long line of evidence in the literature, the relationship between attention and consciousness. And it turns out that almost always, but not 100% of the time, almost always, what you attend to, which means what the neurons in your brain have focused their resources on mechanistically, what the brain is focused as processing on, tends to match what you claim to have a subjective experience of. So subjective experience and attention tend to co-occur. And so this idea emerged that we say we're subjectively aware of something because that's the brain's way of keeping track of what its mechanistic attention is doing. So again,
but using a self-model. Self-model attention.
Right. Yeah. So attention here, I always have trouble with that word. I don't like the word because it has too many colloquial connotations, and I mean something really mechanistic. I mean some signals are enhanced at the expense of other signals, and the enhanced signals are processed in great depth and then impact behavior. That's attention. So the brain pays attention. Attention is so mechanistic. We know how to build it. People have built many artificial devices that can focus their attention. But what we're suggesting is the brain doesn't just use attention. It also builds a little cartoonish model of attention. And it tells itself, my resources are focused on X, the coffee cup, for example, right? But here's the thing. The brain doesn't need to know details, right? Give you an example of a different model the brain builds: color. So in reality, the world is full of wavelengths, which are very complicated. And that is processed by the eyes and the brain constructs color. Color is a construct of the brain, and it doesn't exist in the real world. It's a simplification. It's a proxy for a more complex reality. And it's good enough for basic survival. So there's a basic principle. The brain constructs simplified, almost cartoonish models of things in the world. And it does it for efficiency, because it'd be a total waste of energy for the brain to construct the details of photons and electromagnetic interactions. Like, it doesn't need to know that. So now, how does the brain build a model of attention? Well, attention in reality is 86 billion neurons interacting with each other in a complicated way. The brain doesn't need to know that. It doesn't need to know anything about neurons or synapses or brain areas. So it constructs a much higher level cartoonish description that says there's a non-physical floaty thing in me that has a mental grasp of something that allows me to understand and react to it. So that's the brain's cartoonish, simplified, efficient model, self-model of what it means to pay attention to something. And thus the explanation for why attention and subjective experience almost always track each other, because one is modeling the other, one's a representation of the other. And so in a nutshell, that's the theory, the attention schema theory, that what we call awareness is a schematic, cartoonish model the brain builds of attention. There you have the core idea.
So in that sense, then, consciousness, the way we experience it, is an illusion in the same sense that vision, the way we experience it, is an illusion because it's not quite what we think it is. It perhaps manifests in a way different from what's really happening there. Let's say in the sense that, say, in vision, you imagine that you have an entire image in front of you, but really you have these saccades going around and you're grabbing a little bit here and a little bit there, and you feel like you have an image of the entire world there. Would that be correct to say that consciousness is kind of an illusion in that sense?
Right, yes. So I'm always very careful about the word illusion, and I end up getting into arguments with my colleagues because there are people out there who say consciousness is an illusion. So Dan Dennet is one of these people. Yeah. Consciousness is an illusion. And I always get into arguments with him, and they're very strange arguments because we end up agreeing on almost everything except the word itself, just the word illusion. And the reason why I don't like the word illusion is because when most people hear it, they think there's nothing there. It just seems like there's something there. And
right, but it doesn't mean that. It means it's different than you think it is. Yeah.
Exactly. There is something there. There is a stream of consciousness, in a sense. There's information up here, but we think what we think it is introspectively is a little different from what it actually is. So,
right. Yeah.
And in that sense, yes. So I'm always very circumspect when I use the word illusion. It's kind of like an illusion, but some people might take the word the wrong way. So I'm always careful with that word. But what you're saying is exactly right. Yes.
Yeah, I take the word not from Dan Dennet, but from Susan Blackmoor, the way she describes that it's something different, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess one of the things that I find is often bothersome when I'm talking to people who are making theories about consciousness or assumptions about consciousness is that they will make assumptions about things that are apparently happening in the moment. So, for instance, they'll think, at this moment, I am consciously aware of everything I'm hearing, seeing, feeling, and so forth. And I ask, how do you know that this is actually happening in the moment? How do you know this isn't a post hoc experience, that this isn't something where unconscious processes throughout your brain have been calculating all sorts of things, and then you're collecting these results and putting them in a working memory buffer that you've now just checked when you thought to yourself, what was I aware of? And this is something that I don't really know how to explain typically when I get into a conversation. I wonder, is this something that you've encountered as well? And how would you tackle this, because this is something that I feel is also at the base of, say, integrated information theory and many of these other approaches that assume that there has to be an enormous amount that is happening physically at the same time.
Right. I do think that's basically, yes, that's a confusion. So first, harkening back a little to something you said earlier, I think we do suffer from an illusion that we experience a great deal more than we actually do. And vision is the perfect example where the eye is roving around, picking out one little detail at a time, and we think we see everything in the room simultaneously. And that's obviously not true. And there's wonderful examples of how that's not true. I mean, just to give one example, and I'm sure you know this, but for your listeners, the famous basketball gorilla experiment where people are told to watch a basketball game and count how many times the ball passes from person to person. And they go through that whole exercise, and then you ask them, did you see anything strange? And they say, no, but I saw everything there. I saw the whole game. And then you say, okay, this time don't concentrate on who's holding the ball. Just look around. And they see the whole film again, and they realize the guy in a gorilla suit was walking through the whole game. They missed it because they're not attending to it, and they didn't process it. It didn't enter their consciousness. And so consciousness is this tiny little teeny window around attention that picks up little bits. So the vast majority of information being processed never gets into what we call consciousness, but we don't know. I mean, tautologically, we're only conscious of what gets into consciousness. And so we suffer from this self-limiting window. So I think you're exactly right there. The theories like IIT, like integrated information theory, I should say, they may suffer from that, but I think they have other problems. I think there's a more fundamental problem there. The more fundamental problem is the framing of the question is what causes the feeling to arise? Right? As soon as you're framing the question that way, what causes the feeling to arise? Then I think you're on the wrong track, because you've presupposed that there is this non-physical feeling. And now you can start to ask, well, maybe it's very low-level processing so that there's a feeling attached to everything that comes in through my eyes, but only some of it reaches my speech. You know, that's one approach that would be like the phenomenal consciousness versus the access consciousness. So this vast field of everything around us of which we're conscious, but only a limited amount of it reaches our cognition, right? But this whole approach presupposes that there is such a thing as a non-physical floaty feeling that emerges out of it. And as soon as you assume that, I think you paint yourself into a corner. You run yourself out of business in terms of science. I mean, it might make good spiritual philosophy or something, but you've abandoned the way of science, right?
Right.
So I think you're exactly right. The question is, there's lots of processing of stuff, and at some point, some of that stuff links up with some other set of information, and the machine then starts spitting out reports or constructing thoughts that say, I have a conscious experience attached to this and attached to that. And so we can ask what's computing those bundles of information and what are the circuits.
Yeah, I think this is, to me, the very difficult part, because there are, of course, a lot of people who want to be very scientific about the way they approach the brain and consciousness, and they want to be very careful that they're tackling the whole thing as rationally as possible. And yet it's extremely difficult to get past this "it feels like X" thing.
Yes.
Even though, of course, how can you say anything about that, since you yourself are the machine that is attaching the reports and the labels to the report, saying things like, "This is what I feel right now," or "This is this is the sense that I have," and so you can't really trust that in a sense.
That's right. So you run into a circularity in thinking, which goes like this. Almost every argument about consciousness goes like this. Arguments in favor of what I would call the magicalist view. I know I have that inner experience because I directly experience it. Right? Now just think about how circular that is.
Yeah.
Because all you're saying is it's true because it's true. Because I experience it. The consciousness is the experience. All you're saying is, I know it's true because it's true. I know I have it because I have it. And if that's not a machine stuck in a logic loop, I don't know what is, right? That's what we have. Yeah. We have a machine computing information. The machine can think and report only information contained within it. And so the question facing us is, how and why does the machine compute that kind of information that leads it to make these strong claims about conscious experience?
Right. Now, I have a collaborator who feels that this is unfortunately something where one set of people believes one thing and the other believes another, and there's very little that you can do about that. And I still have hope that it's possible to take people through this thought process, to explain it to people. So I was wondering what you would tell your students to work their way through it and come out on the correct side, on the right answer.
I do think that at heart, people are very motivated by their emotions in hidden ways that all of us are, and we're biased and we just don't necessarily even realize it. And people want to believe in that magic essence inside of them. It's built into us to believe in that. It's very hard to get people to see otherwise. So you can walk people through the rational argument over and over and over. What I find is that people are so set on one way of thinking. It's not that they don't believe the other way. It's that they can't even understand the other way because they won't let their minds even follow the steps. But if you say it over and over, eventually it gets through. And I'm reminded of Newton discovering that white light is made up of a mixture of colors. Right, and the reason why I'm reminded of that is because before Newton, the hard problem of color was why is white light purified and cleaned of all contaminants? And when you have red and blue and green light, how does it get contaminated? Right, that was the question of the day. And the reason why people were so certain that that's how it was is, again, because the brain constructed a simplified cartoonish model of something important in the world. And according to that simplified model, which was efficient and useful for survival, but not accurate, according to that model, that's what color is. That's what white is. White is pure, stripped clean of contaminants, right? So intuitively, at a deep down level, we all thought that. People all thought that. Newton comes along and proposes, no, white is a mixture of all colors, actually. And there was a backlash. People did not believe that. In fact, he was quite embittered by that. He had trouble publishing it, and his colleagues mocked it. And, that's normal. And it takes a long time for people to come around and realize that a rational argument, that the truth does not have to feel satisfying. It doesn't have to feel spiritually right. It just has to be logical and supported by data.
Yeah. So then if you were to say, try to describe what makes a good theory of consciousness, how would you go about, saying these are good theories of consciousness, those are bad theories of consciousness? Now, I know you've already said, they can't start with the feeling.
Yeah.
What else makes a good theory of consciousness?
Well, I think there's a very small pool of theories that are kind of, in a sense, the same theory from different angles, different perspectives, all converging. And so I'm not even sure there are multiple good theories of consciousness. I think that there's multiple keyhole perspectives on what's emerging as the likely truth. And so I'm very excited about our theory, the attention schema theory, but I do not see it as a rival to these other theories. So higher order thought theory is another one that says basically brains say, I have a subjective experience of X, of a red apple, because the brain contains information about the apple and information about how the brain processes. So the higher order thought theory is very similar in many ways. It's all about information content. And the global workspace theory has been described different ways, and different people have different takes on it. And some of those takes are a bit magical. Information is broadcasted to the global workspace, and then magically you are subjectively aware of it. That would be a magical version of it. But elements of the global workspace are fit very nicely into this other more mechanistic approach. So there's all these different theories coming in. The approaches of Dan Dennet, the approaches of Sue Blackmoor you mentioned, the approaches of Patricia Churchland, lots of these different approaches. And basically, though they don't all say it, they all kind of start from this perspective that a thing, a person, a system can't make a claim unless it contains the information on which the claim is based. And so you always have to trace back to what's computing information in this domain of consciousness, what it means to be conscious. What's computing that information and why is it computing it? And so it all comes down to this one a little proposition that an entity can't make a claim unless it contains the information on which the claim is based. So, and like I said, it's all one theory. It's all converging. It's all pointing through little keyhole perspectives to that one underlying set of ideas.
Right, yeah. And so there are, I guess, animals that create a self-model and to have attention and therefore can have consciousness in this sense, and there may be animals that don't have that.
Yes.
Do you have a sense for at what point, what sort of animals from an evolutionary point of view benefit from having what we call consciousness and having a system like that?
So if the particulars of the attention schema theory are correct, it's a little hard to tell about the particulars of the theory at this point. It looks like, as far as I can tell, you can find the highest levels kind of very sophisticated attention, sometimes called covert attention, or this ability to shift your focus to things in your periphery and things in your mind, and not always have your attention nailed to where your eyes happen to be pointing. So this more sophisticated kind of attention. You see this in mammals, in birds, and probably in some reptiles. Reptiles, of course, being the species from which the kind of animal from which mammals and birds both diverged, right? So that seems to be the range of animals in which you see this very sophisticated kind of attention that would need this kind of self-model for the brain to keep track of and control and monitor. And also, of course, species that need to attribute that kind of mental state to others. So species like humans who can attribute consciousness and awareness to others as a means of social intelligence, right? So this seems to be the range of animals that I'm guessing has what we would recognize as some kind of consciousness.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to dive too deep into that, but do you think that relates in some sense to goals, plans, imagination, that sort of thing?
I actually don't think so. Although, so I think that it's very easy to get, so if this approach is correct, what we call consciousness is actually a very confined thing. It's a very important little piece of the machine, and it can come in perhaps even quite early in evolution. I mean, we're talking 300 million years ago when proto-mammals began to diverge from reptiles, right? But it's a little piece of the larger machine. And there's lots of other very sophisticated pieces, imagination and memories, amazing memory ability and cognition and decision-making, and lots of these very complex pieces that also emerge and, of course, interact with the consciousness piece in complicated ways. But the consciousness piece itself is something that can, in principle, come in very early without some of these other sophisticated components.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that reminds me of a point that my friend Ken Hayworth, who works at Genelia and also runs the Brain Preservation Foundation, often says. He says people act as if consciousness is the thing that defines who they are, that is the thing that's unique about them in some sense. They'll say, my consciousness, and how could you possibly define or explain or copy or create or whatever a consciousness like mine, when really what they mean is their memory, that's the part that has all the unique parts, whereas consciousness is more like a processor of a certain kind, some sort of thing that you could exchange between people almost, in a sense. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, exactly. I think that so there's some terminological confusion, because at one point, consciousness meant, as William James first began to talk about it in about 100 years ago, more than 100 years ago now, he popularized the term stream of consciousness, by which he meant the content, the information in your consciousness. And nowadays, when people talk about consciousness, the scientists and philosophers, we're not that interested in the content of it. We're interested in how it gets to be conscious in the first place. And so I compare it to, imagine you have a bucket full of 1,000 little odds and ends, and you can study the odds and ends, and they're really rich and complicated, and every bucket has a different set of items in it, and everyone's very excited by that, and that's what defines you, is the particulars that are in your bucket. That's great, that's important. But the question of consciousness is, what's the bucket made out of? How do you get stuff in that bucket, and how does the bucket itself work? And that's something that's actually much simpler, I think. It's actually ironic that the so-called hard problem might be easier, and the easy problem of all the little details might be the hard one.
Indeed, indeed. We have reached the half-hour mark, so I definitely don't want to stretch this beyond the time that you have. But since I do have a conversation coming up in a couple of days with Christof Koch, I was wondering if there's anything where you would say, hey, if you're talking to Christof, definitely ask him this.
No, not really. I love Christof. He's a friend, and we've had many good conversations. He's a super nice guy, but I think he's not on the right track scientifically on this one. And I think my understanding, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but my understanding is that he feels from his upbringing, he's written a book about his religious upbringing and how some of that still lingers with him. And I think he has an emotional attachment to the idea of that non-physical essence inside of us that's very, very hard for people to shake. And the problem is, from my point of view, from the science point of view, the problem is it's the intuition is seductive because it resonates with everything inside of us, and it's almost impossible to make yourself pry away from that intuition and say, just because it feels right doesn't mean it is right. The brain is designed to build models that are easy and efficient, but not literally accurate. So I think he's been seduced by that.
Okay, yeah, this has happened in physics as well, of course, where intuition leads you astray when you're thinking about the world in the very small or something like that.
Yes. But this is harder because it's an intuition about yourself, and everyone, of course, feels like an expert on themselves.
Right, yeah, that's true. Is there anything else that you would absolutely want to mention in this interview, since that I haven't touched on, where you say, hey, this is something people should know?
I would say only this. People think the question of consciousness is philosophy, like dorm room philosophy or navel gazing or something like this. And I would say it's actually terribly important, because this is the basis for our technological future. As people build machines that have the same capabilities as people, this is going to change our future. And I've often said that the watershed moment in our history as a species is the moment we understand consciousness well enough to engineer it. So this has real pragmatic significance, and it's not just for the philosophers to debate.
All right. So just tacking back to the evolution question I was talking about, then there is a good reason to build machines that have consciousness, in a sense, right? That have a system like that.
Yes, it would be useful for the functioning of the machines, but I also think that people are going to build it anyway, because that's what people are. People think it's cool and exciting, and it's going to happen. Whether we like it or not, it's going to happen.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you very much. This has been a wonderful discussion.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Many thanks to Professor Graziano for that great interview. With this conclusion of our first set of interviews, we will now begin our first live panel discussion session. We will begin with questions that we have prepared for the panel. Then we will open up the discussion to our worldwide audience. As a reminder, our workshop is participatory and is open to all of our international attendees and viewers. You can write questions directly into the chat that is enabled for you on the YouTube live stream chat. One of our excellent staff members is monitoring the chat and will alert me to interesting and topical questions, which I will read to the panel. And we do have a few questions ready. Welcome, panelists. Thank you very much for joining. So to Before I start, Randall, is there anything that you would like to say?
Oh, yeah. Let's see. We're still muting ourselves and stuff. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So I missed your last question there. I was actually dealing with internet trouble that happened just as Michael Graziano was finishing on a mobile hotspot on my phone right now. So yeah, there you go. What were you just saying?
Well, we do have some questions ready, and I was wondering if there was a point that you would like to start off on for the panel discussion.
So this is definitely acting up. I didn't hear you again. I think I might have to call in by phone just to be on the safe side.
Okay. I do have a question ready from Randall that I would like to address to the panel then to begin with. Did anyone really understand the tests that Koch agreed upon with others for the Templeton Foundation funded experiments? And actually, I think this is a question for more about the discussion, so I will wait for Randall on that one. Let's see.
Hey, am I back?
Yes.
Okay.
So with you,
how are we tackling this? Were you already starting with the question, or?
yeah, so I was reading the first one that you had posted, which is, did anyone really understand the tests that Dr. Koch agreed upon with others for the Templeton Foundation funded experiments?
Yeah, that would be great if we can talk about that for a moment, because maybe it's that he didn't really include that much detail, but I was getting it. Yeah, it wasn't clear to me. I mean, it seemed like he wanted to focus on doing things like testing when the brain is putting effort into what you might call consciousness and when not. So this is why he discussed, well, when you're attending to the same thing, then there should be no difference, and therefore there shouldn't be anything going on, at least according to Global Workspace. Whereas in IIT, it's always the same, something like that. But it wasn't entirely clear to me what they meant to do there. I'm not sure if anyone here has any further insight into that. Oh, is Michael Johnson muted? If he didn't mute himself, can we unmute him? Looks like someone tried to unmute him just now and it didn't work. Okay, it says here I can't unmute someone else. So who muted Mike Johnson? Maybe it was Mike Johnson himself. He's got to rejoin. Yeah, we don't have to work on that question, the one that I just mentioned. In fact, it might be nicer if we treat someone else's question first rather than mine.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I just have just a few comments on that question, actually.
Sure.
Not much more to add than what you shared, Randall, but I believe they're also looking at aspects of regional differences in predictions. between Global Workspace and IIT, that IIT suggests that certain regions will be very tied to the presence and contents of consciousness. And Global Workspace actually predicts slightly different regions will be sort of most salient for the presence and content of consciousness. And so there's going to be some, I think, I'm not sure if they're studying that through perturbing the brain in those regions and seeing what happens, but there do seem to be subtly different. I would also add that it does seem like Global Workspace and IIT are sort of aimed at doing subtly different things. And so in that sense, I'm not sure it'll be a sort of a resounding result either way.
Yeah, actually, what you mentioned, there's something really, interesting there, and I think it goes back to something that Koch said about it wasn't really testing the basic assumption, or it wasn't testing the very basis of where these two different theories are coming from. Because as you mentioned, if they're testing, for instance, which part of the brain is more involved with consciousness, say posterior or prefrontal, that may say something about the very specific predictions that Global Workspace, or a specific model of Global Workspace, is currently making, or a prediction that that IIT is currently making. But both of those approaches, the approach that led to Global Workspace and the approach that led to IIT, could just as well come up with ways to make predictions about other parts of the brain being involved for some reason. It seems like this is pulling out something that, a prediction that is being made after adding additional assumptions in, and not really talking about the very basis or where those two theories are coming from, and not really comparing whether one approach is better than the other for some empirically testable reason. Am I making myself clear?
Yeah. No, I would generally agree. It's also just intrinsically a very, pardon the pun, a hard problem. So I think this may be useful. It may constrain the hypothesis space, but it may not highly constrain it. That I guess I have questions about that. Yeah, I have some other thoughts I can share, but maybe, I don't know if you have anything else, or if we have more questions.
Oh, we have other questions.
I have
and
some
sorry.
comments.
Oh, yes, go ahead. I was just going to say it doesn't matter to me which order we do things, but yes, go ahead, Junsuk.
I just have a brief comment. So from the way that it looks, the proposed Templeton Foundation's whatever challenge, I guess it's a consciousness challenge, and all the descriptions given so far, I guess it's all on a very perceptual level, right? So it just seems that people are describing consciousness as something that you just sit and experience. So of course you can just perceive and experience, but there's also this active part of experience. Experience is not just what you sit and receive, but actually you have to be actively engaged in it. So in some sense, what Graziano mentioned about attention is also the same, right? So attention is not what you just sit and receive or whatever conduct on a receiving mode. You're actually actively engaged in this experience. And going back to Randa's question about our opinion on the Templeton Foundation's challenge, it seems that it's just measuring whether a certain person is experiencing this conscious state. So I guess it's important to actually look at what kind of action is being applied or being generated in response to this experience.
Thank you. But maybe can you say just a few more things about the involvement of action? Because I think that's something that hasn't really been said explicitly, or hasn't, maybe I don't even understand it correctly.
Yeah, so there are two things that I have in mind. One is that when we try to study, especially this hard problem of consciousness, I guess the only real way for scientists to go about doing this is to actually experiment with one's own brain, right? So you have to insert an electrode and do some systematic test yourself and see how the subjective experience is changing as you conduct this experiment on yourself, right? So that's one part. And the second one is, now you can think about this. Consciousness again is not something that you sit and receive. So we are conscious of various different sensory modalities, like vision or sound, touch. Yeah, but we can also think about some different kind of sense. Certain animals have magnetic sense, and we don't know, and we can't even imagine how that might feel, right? So, what is the conscious experience of this magnetism or the Earth's magnetic field? So some people have done experiments where they attach some kind of magnetic sensor and generated some tactile sense wearing a vest or something like that. One example is it's not exactly just due to limited to magnetic sense, but David Eagleman basically made a vest that you wear with some kind of tactile stimulators on the back, right? And you can hook it up to different kinds of sensors or information stream. And that might give you some kind of a new level of sensation or some different kind of sense. Now due to this information, new kind of information coming through the vest that you're wearing, you might reach a different level of consciousness. And also, it's not his work that it's not really that new, because Paul Bach-y-Rita, biomedical engineer, did the sensory substitution experiment where you turn this visual signal into a tactile signal in a visually blind person, and basically you can have them wear this sensory substitution device where the video camera is attached to this signal processing board, and that the signal processing board turns the visual information into tactile information. So
a few comments.
Yeah. Yes.
So I do think that sort of action and the what happens next in if you have a conscious experience is very important. And so actually Carl Friston and some other authors have there's called the projective consciousness model, PCM. And it sort of rolls in active inference and projective geometry, that different sensory modalities are a certain projection of information, and sort of you sort of understand the world by adding these projections together. Now I would tend to categorize these theories as either formalist or eliminativist, and maybe be in I think Christof Koch would be a great example of a formalist. I'm also a formalist, and then Michael Graziano would be an example of what I would call a illuminativist, but he may say, no magical thinking, perhaps. But yeah, I think to me that's the core distinction, and I mean, as Graziano was claiming that everything else is just details, and I think that connecting sort of action to these things, whether from the active inference framework or some other framework, that's sort of an additional piece once we have the foundation down. So it's once we've picked which way to go, formalist or eliminativist, then we can figure out, okay, how does the formalist framework handle active inference or action, and same with the eliminativist.
Yeah, I guess that's where my opinion differs from yours, because I think this sensory motor interaction is really key to understanding consciousness.
Yeah, I think sensory integration, I mean, arguably that's one of the main functional roles of consciousness, that to put everything in I mean, to borrow a phrase, the global workspace, and then figure out, okay, what's happening and what do we do? But I think even prior to that is the metaphysical question of what is this thing that we call consciousness? And so Christof Koch and Michael Graziano sort of go in very different directions there.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm still, piecing together what everybody thinks about consciousness, because it's definitely not my expertise. And when I think of the bringing action into it, as you say, Yunsuk, then I'm thinking in terms of, causality and where consciousness fits inside of that. So, for instance, if I'm taking Graziano's approach, then I would think, okay, if you have a machine that for some reason benefits from having a consciousness system or some way of experiencing, of modeling itself, making a simplistic, cartoonish version of what it's aware of, what's paying attention of, how does that fit into everything? So then you would say, for instance, well, between sensation and action, if you're putting it into that loop, if there's this causal relationship there, then somewhere this model becomes useful. There's some utility to being able to note at a high level, what are you paying attention to right now? And then using that in terms of how you then react to the world, and then what you pay attention to next. So picking, okay, I'm attending to this, attending to that. That's where it sort of comes in for me when I think of how does that fit into thinking about consciousness. And so that's my comment about that, just briefly. But I have another comment just before we go on to what Michael Johnson was saying, that first you have to pick the approach, and then you can start making predictions and tests, and et cetera. That's probably true, but we have to think about how do we pick a certain approach. And I'm not sure that I understand yet how we would go about that. I'm naturally drawn to a certain way. So, for instance, you probably expect this already, but I'm kind of drawn towards the approach that Michael Graziano takes. But I can see why people are attracted to the approach that, say, Christof Koch is taking. I can understand that that you want to start from cogito ergo sum. You want to start from the only thing that you really know is there because it's what you're experiencing. But at the same time, you can't really trust it any more than you can trust your vision. So how do you know that what you're experiencing is the way you're experiencing it, rather than it's just a system that is giving you a nice little verification and saying, oh, yep, yeah, this is definitely what you were experiencing. You can lie to yourself so easily about that. So, this basic question, how to pick an approach, that is, I think, the tough one. Yeah, sorry, I've said enough.
Yeah.
Please continue.
No, I think that's a great question, and I think it's a big challenge that if we had a list of 100 theories of consciousness, then how would we rank them? How would we sort? Okay, this one is even possible, and this one is not. And I would identify 3 things that seem particularly relevant, whether a theory of consciousness is good or bad. And one is, does it just subjectively seem to reduce our confusion about the topic? And that's maybe the worst criteria, but it's still important, because our confusion can be reduced in a way that is not actually helpful or real. That Ulaanbaatar was a way to reduce confusion about what makes living things alive, but it wasn't a good theory. Anyway, so if the first criteria is reducing confusion, I think the next criteria would be elegance. That just Occam's razor, how simple can we get? Instead of adding epicycles, then a theory of orbital mechanics is more elegant there. And then third, and I think this is really the core, the most important, is prediction. And I do talk about this too, but I would just briefly say here that just in terms of whether consciousness is something to be explained, meaning it's something to be formalized, or if it's something to be explained away, meaning it's sort of got of the gaps and there's really no it there, as Graziano was arguing. We should really try to put this on an empirical footing. And the metaphor that I like and that we talked about in my interview was electromagnetism. That, okay, we can assume that electromagnetism is not real. We can be illimitivist about electromagnetism, or we can assume that it's real. And what gives us more predictive power in that case is that assuming that it is real, that there is some structure, and that we can actually make interesting and bold, novel predictions about our physical world by assuming that this sort of deep structure exists, the iceberg, so to speak. The other case is it could be that consciousness is, doesn't have deep structure. It's like this vital life force that we thought living things had 100 years ago, that when it leaks out, things die, and things die because it leaks out. And it turned out that that wasn't a good sort of way to essentialize life. So it's just kind of this. So first of all, this question of, okay, is this consciousness thing like electromagnetism, that it has a crisp, deep structure, or is it like Ulaanbaatar, and it's a leaky abstraction or a leaky reification? And then it becomes a question of, okay, if we assume that it has the structure, then what can we build with that? That frankly speaking, the best argument for electromagnetism being real and having a deep structure is the ability to build an iPhone. So then the question is, what can we build with IoT or some other similar formalist theory of consciousness?
That's a great way to put it, and that immediately leads me to, of course, thinking, well, you'd think then the sort of thing you'd want to build is a conscious system, like an artificial intelligence that's conscious. Maybe that's not the right way to go. It's just the thing that came straight to mind, and then I thought, oh, but then Christof Koch would point at that and say, but that's not conscious. That's fake consciousness. So that leads into other discussions. But I wanted to also quickly mention that a few more of our panelists have joined at this time. So thank you very much for joining. I see here that Ken Hayworth is with us and Keith Wiley is with us. Abolfazl Alipour is here. And I wanted to quickly ask before we move on, because Christof Koch pointed out this whole thing about a simulated black hole, and Keith is here right now. I hope Keith is actually here. Would you mind saying a few words about simulated water being wet?
Am I coming through?
Yes, you are.
Yes, thank you. Right. So this is actually sort of broader than a disagreement with Koch. There's actually a very popular conversation sort of in our culture right now about whether our entire universe sort of, quote, is a simulation. A lot of people are really worried about this question. And this sort of gets wrapped up in a very common retort that simulations aren't very real, and a very common form of that is that simulated water isn't actually wet. Another one of Koch's preferred, which came up, was that simulated gravity doesn't pull. People said that simulated fire isn't hot, things like this. So I've been trying to sort of tease around the edges of an argument that I'm trying to formulate, which is that the simplest way to put it is that I think simulations are real from the inside. I don't think it means anything to say that you are in a simulation. The phrasing or terminology I prefer is to think in terms of realities, which is probably a term that needs some philosophical refinement. I agree, and then sometimes we might think in terms of levels of reality, and where a reality sort of resides within the simulation of another. But I would say that reality is defined not by some sort of physical a sort of grounding where we can then dismiss some other reality because from our point of view it seems not physical. I would say that a better way of defining reality is by the interactions of entities, which could be particles essentially, and this kind of interface way of looking at the way that things interact within some system. And Yunchuk, you might mute. And if you have this consistent set of interactions between entities within a system, then that is a consistent reality. So within some simulation, the water in that simulation is wet to other entities that reside within that simulation. So then the way this comes back to Koch is, well, of course, he was saying that water isn't wet, but what he was really trying to get at was consciousness. And he's saying that certain kinds of arrangements and certain kinds of networks aren't really conscious because they're not real to us, they're only simulated. And I would say that if the arrangement has the required consistent structures within that sort of framework of a reality, then that's good enough. A simulated network is a real network within that simulation. So I realize that's kind of a I need to boil down this argument, and I admit that, but that's what I'm trying to get at, is that a simulation is real from the inside, and it doesn't mean anything to say that it isn't, frankly.
I think ultimately you still somewhere need to make a statement about whether you think that what is essential about brains is that they process information or not. Because if you don't somewhere make that leap, then you can just throw out the argument that you were just making by saying, well, okay, that means that entities that have brains that produce consciousness within a simulation would be conscious to other entities within that simulation, but to us on the outside, they are not conscious, because they're not within the same reality that we're in. Just like the black hole is not in the same reality, the consciousness that is simulated is not real in our reality.
I suppose it's possible that it's inaccessible, which makes all of this unfalsifiable. I can't deny, in fact, I'm pretty sure that a lot of this is unfalsifiable, which means that we can't actually figure out what's true or right. But it's entirely reasonable to say that from one sort of conceptual reality to another, there are certain kinds of traits and experiences that don't map very well. So it's very easy to see this in, again, sort of coming back to the very beginning, this concern, I would say, that people have about whether our universe is a matrix-like simulation. What if that turned out to be true? What if this sort of pop sci concern or interest in whether our universe is basically a computer simulation, what if that was real? What if that was true? Well, the only conclusion you can draw from that is that all of our experiences are real to us, and yet they are clearly not real as viewed from the quote outside. And the only thing you can really say about that is, well, okay, reality has a certain verisimilitude from the inside that is just a very different set of sort of external observations from the outside.
I had some comments there.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, just trying to think about how to think about simulations. There's a great paper by Gordon McCabe, I believe, Universe Creation on a Computer. And it talks about some of these things in depth. And one point that it makes is that, and this kind of gets back to the initial choice that we make. And one way to frame this choice is, do we pay attention to what computations are happening, what the bits are doing, so to speak, or do we pay attention to what the atoms are doing, the actual physical state of the system? And the dangerous thing here is that it is a real choice, in that they're not isomorphic to each other. There's no objective mapping between computations and so if we try to sort of essentialize what computations a physical system is performing, it will always be arbitrary. There will always be some, infinitely many possible interpretations, and arguably infinitely many plausible interpretations as well. And I would give the popcorn. So if I have a bag of popcorn, there exists an interpretation, a mapping, we can say, between the atoms in the popcorn and certain sets of computation, whereby if I shake the bag of popcorn, I am simulating a brain. Now, obviously, this sounds a little ridiculous, but I think it's logically it logically follows, and there actually exists many possible brains that I may be simulating by shaking this bag of popcorn, and some of them are perhaps suffering, and some of them are having a great time, and it's this question of what's actually happening in the realm of computation. That if we want to sort of essentialize or approach whole brain emulation from the perspective of let's essentialize what computations a brain is performing and then re-implement them on another substrate, then
yeah, so we could dive deeper into that, which I think is great, but of course your talk is still coming up, and I know we discussed this specific thing in your interview, and so it makes sense to talk more about that afterwards. I want to jump back to what Keith was saying for just a moment, because I think one core bit here that I think is important is that, as you said, for instance, for a simulated person within a simulation, the experience of consciously being aware would be real within that simulation. So as long as, say, we just look at it as the place where you make contact with whatever your sensory experience is, then it's all fine. So for instance, if you are putting this simulation within the outside world, but you are presenting input back into that simulation, you're giving it senses, you're giving it hearing and seeing and the ability to act, and then there is a way of noticing what that action has done, then you've broken the barrier between the two realities, because then you have something.
You're mapping the interfaces so that they're actually
you're mapping
consistent.
from the outside in, and then the inside is able to experience. And so, but again, that all just makes sense because we're talking about a mapping, and mapping means mapping something, and it's because we're assuming that we're mapping this information that we're processing. So somewhere you have to
the
mapping, make that leap.
Yeah, I mean, the mapping in question is essentially sort of sensory experiences. So you're basically, I mean, the only mapping we're really sort of trying to bridge across this sort of simulation jump is whether or not you are, sending, sort of sensory informational signals into whatever sort of network represents the brain's processing system. So if you give a simulation some sort of channel into a camera at, quote, the outer level of reality, then you're basically giving that simulation vision into this sort of other world. So it's all about this kind of interface mapping of how we send information strings into the brain, and you've got to. We talk about whole brain emulation all the time here. If you don't line up your signal channels so that you're sending a stream of information in that is of the sort that network and brain knows how to process. If you don't do that, then your brain is just in a state of chaos. You've got to.
Right.
But once you have done that mapping, to the contrary, you'd say that, okay, well, once you have achieved this, sort of channel-to-channel information translation, then there's nothing missing at that point. At that point, the internal signal processing is consistent, and there's no particular reason for us to throw it out and say, nope, that's not conscious. I just don't see any reason why we should claim that. And more seriously. And this comes back to one of my biggest concerns with Koch's claim is I'm not even necessarily saying he's wrong about any of this. I just don't understand how any of it's falsifiable. It's not clear to me how he can prove that he's right or how I can prove that he's wrong. It feels like, I don't want to get too critical, but I feel like we've put the wrong word on it. I don't think it's actually a theory scientifically. I think it's a conjecture. It's a proposal for how reality might be, but I don't know how we could ever conclude that it's either right or wrong.
There are just so many ways. Yeah, please do. I just one quick word, because I know that we have a huge number of things we can discuss here, and there's only so much time until we're going to show the next interview, so we may have to hold back on a few of our thoughts. I will let Abolfazl jump in just a second. I just want to say thank you. Those are all really important, relevant points. I think that we're going to have to get back to, for example, this point that Mike raised, that yes, we're always talking about signal processing, information processing, which is how the bits are being affected, right, rather than how the atoms are being affected. And that's a very important topic in itself. And for Koch, I guess we'll have to talk about more of that as well later. It's really relevant to note that he wants to make that very clear distinction, that orthogonality between consciousness and intelligence. So he doesn't look at consciousness from a cognitive, behavioral sort of perspective at all. It's something totally different to him. So I just wanted to make clear that we have a lot to talk about still. Now, Abolfazl, please.
Yeah, thank you, Randall. Abolfazl from Carboncopies here. I just wanted to jump in and talk about the simulation argument in here. And so let's not talk about the reality. Let's talk about the definitions that we agree on. For example, about water being wet. So according to physics, there's this phase of matter called liquid, and it has a specific definition about the particles that are inside this, a specific point in the space, and they have the specific properties, and there's the symmetry, and all the equations that explain water. So, and let's not talk about if it's real or not. We have a definition of water, and then I create a simulation of water inside the simulation, inside my supercomputer. And I apply the same definition to this supercomputer, and I don't see such a thing. I just see transistors, and I see silicon, and I see voltages, but I do not see those specific particles having that specific interaction with each other.
Wait. The transistors are in the wrong level of reality. The question is how the simulated water is interacting within its own sort of particle interactions.
That's the question. So we're talking about within its own. So if we agree on the first definition that water is particles that we know and we interact with that are interacting with each other in a specific set of rules. And if that doesn't exist somewhere else, we don't call that other thing water. So I understand there could be a stratified nature to the reality, but the reality that you're talking about at this specific scale is this. These are the atoms, these are the atoms.
It makes sense to give it other names. We can say that's simulated water. That's fine. The question really comes in when you then say, is simulated water less real than water? And it depends on which reality you're looking at. If you're in the simulated reality, simulated water is real.
Or the word that the question is, does the adjective apply? Is simulated water only simulated wet, or is simulated water real wet? And that's,
So there's no such a thing as that. Well, simulated water is something that we apply. We label this object that's simulated. But in reality, according to the physical definitions, water is water is water, and it doesn't really matter if it's simulating water doesn't satisfy those rules or those relationships that we have defined in physics. Therefore, it's not water. So I'm just saying that I'm not trying to push that specific idea too much, but I'm just saying, according to physics and physical definitions that we agreed upon in a specific case, just like water, simulated water is not water. But I'm sure it might be tangential to the topic of the workshop. But
yeah, it's just confusing because sometimes we're not very careful with our words. So, for instance, when we use the phrase "simulated water isn't wet," then it's really are we arguing about whether simulated water, program code, is wet if we throw the program code at a wall? Does it make the wall wet? Versus, say, is simulated water, does it have simulated wetness? If we throw simulated water at a simulation of a wall, can we make that simulated wall wet by doing so? Yeah, we can make that simulated wall wet. We can't make a real wall wet by throwing program code at it. You're absolutely right. So then the question when we're talking about something that isn't about simulated water becomes, well, if we're talking about minds, brains, consciousness, does it matter if we have to talk about what's going on in the simulated reality rather than in our current reality to its realness where it matters? So, for instance, if what we're doing, let's not talk about consciousness for a second. If we're talking about visual perception, if you had to recognize a car by running it through a computer system and simulating your visual system in there, could you still recognize the car if you then used that as an implant to help you recognize cars? Probably yes. You could probably replace the retina or some other part of the visual system that way. So apparently, sometimes you can make a distinction. You can say, even if I have to map all of the physical signals into computer signals, like, say, ray tracing, doing computer light, so that you can then have a retina, a simulated retina in the computer, give you the output, whether this looks like a car. And, okay, retinas don't really do that, but you know where I'm getting at. And then you can use that result in your real brain or in communication with real people saying, hello, I just saw a car speeding on the I-5. That's a real result out of a simulated system. So the question is really, if you can do that with the visual system, can you do that with consciousness? In other words, is there an abstraction layer, a place of separation where you can say, whether the atoms are the same and doing the same atomic thing doesn't matter. This is really about information processing. And that's why Mike Johnson's comment is really relevant, because he says the distinction here is that most of the time when those of us with this functionalist approach are talking about it, we automatically talk about information processing, whereas he's saying, whoa, step back for a moment, maybe there is something other than information processing that we should care about. And then the question becomes, why? Where's the evidence that we should care about something other than information processing? And I think that's what we'll eventually get to a bit more as we talk about it. Quick check here. Michael Ulrich, how are we doing on time? Because I don't want people who are tuning in to show up to entirely the wrong session that wasn't on the agenda or something like that.
We are actually right on time. It is 10:22 Pacific time, and we had scheduled the third interview for 10:25. So if you even wanted to continue a few more minutes, I suppose that would be okay.
Yeah, great. So maybe someone who hasn't said anything, or perhaps a question from the audience.
Well, I did want to mention from the YouTube chat in response to the question of the tests conducted by the Templeton Foundation. Anita Flower mentioned the details are yet to be disclosed, but they will deploy a battery of brain monitoring techniques such as functional magnetic resonance imaging, corticography, and
magnetoencephalogy, or whatever.
Yes.
I got it.
Okay.
Yeah. Tough one.
For example, one experiment will track the brain's response as a participant becomes aware of an image. The GWT becomes a prefrontal cortex will activate, whereas the IIT says to keep your eyes on the back of the brain. And that was the comment about the Templeton Foundation experiments. And I don't think there were any further questions from chat at the moment, so this would be an appropriate time to move on to the third interview, if everyone's ready.
Okay, excellent.
All right. And so we will now begin our second set of interviews, beginning with the interview with Michael Johnson.
A conversation with Michael Johnson on consciousness. Michael Johnson has a background in the philosophy of science and algorithmic trading and is the executive director and co-founder of the Qualia Research Institute. Johnson studies formal approaches to consciousness and their implications for neuroscience, neurotechnology, and artificial intelligence. Best known for his manuscript Principia Qualia, exploring the construction of a formal science of phenomenology, his efforts are now aimed at unifying structural, computational, and dynamical models of self-organizing systems to explain how the brain updates itself.
So, hello, Mike. I'm talking here to Mike Johnson, and I'm not going to go into a really detailed introduction with you now. I'm going to add a little introductory piece to this video anyway. Thank you much for agreeing to appear and to be interviewed for this debate about consciousness. Because, you know, as you may have heard, we're doing an event, an online live stream event for the Carboncopies Foundation, and this time we're tackling that topic, although we've normally just kind of set it aside and said, well, this is still a very new topic. Let's stick to the very mechanics of the brain and about, you know, things that we can talk about more easily. But yeah, it's not like this. It's on head on, so I think that's why we're doing it this time. And all right, so to use my phone here to try to remember the questions I was trying to ask.
Yeah, well, Randall, I just want to say it's my honor to be in this interview. I've really enjoyed working with you in the past, and I'm just really excited about the topic as well.
Well, thank you. Here we go. So, why don't you maybe talk a few things about your most recent work and the work that you've done?
The connection is breaking up a little bit. Can you repeat that?
Of course. Why don't you start by telling a few things about your recent work and the work that you've done as related to consciousness?
Right. So I would describe what QRI, Qualia Research Institute, what we're doing as building a full stack approach to the mind. So that involves, at first, it was more focused on philosophy and metaphysics, philosophy of mind. And now it's transitioned to neuroscience. And it's also starting to shift to neurotechnology as well. That we strongly believe that if you have better philosophy, you should be able to build better neuroscience, that your beliefs should pay rent in a way. And likewise, if you have better neuroscience, you should be able to build better neurotechnology.
Okay,
and so
that sounds great. So, in a sense, if we're going to talk about consciousness, is that like going back to the beginnings of your eyes, your first inroads?
Yes, that's right. And that's our theories of consciousness are sort of generative to our theories of neuroscience, but then our theories of neuroscience should also stand on their own.
Okay, fantastic. So this is going to be, I guess I'm going to be straight up and just say, how would you define consciousness in the sense of, you know, what we experience or care about and how we value it? How do you define that?
Right. So I would go right to the philosophical definition of how it feels like to be something. That how it feels like to be Mike, how it feels like to be Randall. There are many different sort of related definitions of you can be, there can be a group consciousness, there can be a conscious approach to something, and so on. But I think that this is the cleanest definition, phenomenology, you can say.
Mm-hmm. So how it feels to be Mike or how it feels to be Randall. Then
right.
Using that as your primary definition, so when are we conscious? When are we not conscious?
Right, right. So there's this word there, we, that maybe we need to dig in. Sure. Yeah. But I think so I want to just sort of offer a frame here, and we can sort of dig at the frame, or we can dig at something else. But I find that theories of consciousness sort of fall into one of two camps. And one is the functionalism camp, also kind of associated with computationalism, that to understand the consciousness of a system, you pay attention to what the computations are doing, or what the bits are doing, what computations are happening, what functions are being expressed. And so that's sort of one camp. And then the other camp is formalism. Functionalism is a very powerful frame for understanding systems, that you can do system identification and kind of black box systems and just say, okay, if we can replicate the functionality of this, then we can just sort of abstract away the details. And so it's a very powerful way to look at the brain. And I think the question is it a powerful way to look at consciousness as well? And so I'm of two minds on that, and I'd like to offer the alternative to functionalism, which would be physicalism. So functionalism is sort of paying attention to what the computations are doing, paying attention to what the bits are doing. Mm-hmm. And physicalism is paying attention to what the atoms are doing, or what the quantum fields are doing, if we want to be a little bit more technical. So if I were to sort of point at one thing that's very, very important in trying to dig at the mystery of consciousness, is that these two theories, paying attention to the bits versus paying attention to the atoms, they lead in very different directions. And it's my sense that if functionalism is true in a sense, then ultimately it leads us down to being eliminativists about consciousness. Yeah. And then if physicalism is true, that leads us to being formalists about consciousness. And I talk about this in my post against functionalism. So basically, I would offer that if physicalism isn't true, then we're kind of in trouble, because this is going to get to be a very, very sticky question. And it's sort of if we only have the tool of functionalism to try to address consciousness, then I'm not sure that we'll. I think even in theory, we cannot find an answer.
Okay. So to try to rein this in a little bit, because I really appreciate you explaining the difference between functionalism and physicalism, but I think that for many people watching this sounds really abstract. So sure. It might be good if we could get concrete. For instance, if we can have an example of a physicalist approach, or the physicalist approach that you prefer, if you can try to explain that one.
Right. Yeah, so the approach that I prefer is called dual aspect monism, or neutral monism. And it's basically this idea that the physical and the phenomenological are two aspects of the same thing, or sort of two shadows cast by the same object. And so, in a sense, we can talk about a system in terms of its physical composition, or we can talk about the system in terms of its qualia, but they're sort of pointed at the same thing. So that would be my preferred frame here. Whereas I can say a little bit about functionalism, or I mean, you're very very familiar with it too. But I would just say that functionalism is more, okay, let's sort of pick a level of abstraction which we care about, and then try to abstract away all the implementational details of how we get there, how the system is built. And then we can sort of do some sort of clean analysis of, okay, well, we can replicate the system in another substrate if we collect and tie together all these computational processes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and just so we're clear, when we say computational, this isn't that we're focusing on whether this is expressed in a binary form, like whether it's expressed as a von Neumann computer, but rather it could be a totally analog system, but it could be something that is built in silicon, for instance, instead of something that is, made up of biological neurons. So the functionalist approach would say we can take the essence of what we're trying to get at when we say functions of the brain, for instance, and if we can set that up in some other system, even if it's an analog computer or something like that, then we can still generate those cognitive functions and the system will behave exactly as it should. And we can say that's a success. So this would be, you can see I'm trying to bring this home to, of course, our topic of whole brain emulation, right?
Right,
so,
right.
Let me just throw this out here. Perhaps this isn't what you mean, but maybe it is. So would you say from a physicalist perspective, is it just purely impossible to do whole brain emulation because you cannot capture the essence of how we are unless it is running on us in this biological form the way it is right now?
Right. I wouldn't say it's impossible, but I would say it's going to be tricky. And so I think that, if we're really paying attention to some physical property of the brain, whether it's the electromagnetic fields that it generates, or some sort of quantum phenomenon, although that's can be trouble to get into. It's really, we have to replicate that. We have to sort of figure out what the relevant physical process that's going on that is sort of intrinsically tied to qualia. We have to copy that in some other substrate.
Now, is there a chance these physical properties that you're talking about, that they are, the subthreshold and activation potentials of neurons and electric fields and things like that? Is it possible that that could be sufficient, the physical manifestation that you're looking for?
So I would say that we should look for a manifestation that we could describe crisply to a physicist. So if we're talking about action potentials, that's pretty far away from sort of basement physics. And I would say it's sort of...
Can you elaborate a little bit? Because it feels like electromagnetism is very fundamental.
Right. Electromagnetism definitely is. And perhaps the effect on the electromagnetic field that these action potentials activating, the effect is very crisp. The effect is very real in terms of physics. But if we're talking on the level of neurons, that's pretty far away from physics.
How so?
Yeah. So, I mean, we can talk about. So, I think that just the word neuron, it's not crisply well defined in terms of a physical particle arrangement of what a neuron is. They can take many shapes. They can take many forms. Some are very long. Some are very short. And they do a lot of things. They do a lot of things to the physical world. That there are sodium atoms moving across membranes, and there's electric potentials discharging, and so on. So I would say to really get a physicalist answer here, we'd have to point to what aspects of this are important to consciousness. What is sort of directly possible.
It's interesting that you're pointing out all these, these differences in the biology and how every neuron is basically unique and that, because it sort of points back to the reason why the functionalist would be more reductionist in that sense and would say, so all these neurons look very different, but somehow they need to be able to operate together. So they need to understand each other. So there's something that is common to them and that they all understand. And hence you've got something like, the timing of action potentials. That's something they can all understand no matter whether they're pointing this way or pointing that way. And that sort of thing, right? I'm not saying it's just action potentials, but you understand what I mean by this is why the functionalist will sort of pull back a level and say, it looks like the brain can only work as something that can reliably get something done if all this other messiness falls below some level of abstraction. If you can do that, if you can make that cutoff somewhere there. And so now it sounds like you're almost saying that the physicalist is taking the same reason, the same problem, and is going in a different direction with that.
Right. I definitely think that this is such a powerful frame for understanding the brain, and it's a question of whether it's also going to be a powerful frame for understanding the mind. And I do have qualms about that. And I think this idea. So there's this idea in philosophy that comes from Quine. And it's the indeterminacy of translation. And it's this idea that for any physical system, there are many, many, many computational interpretations of the system. And likewise, for any computational description, there are many, 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 infinitely many physical systems that could be implementing this computation. And so this makes tying consciousness to computation very tricky, because we can't actually point at the brain and enumerate the computations happening in the brain. We can pick a level of abstraction and say, okay, if we want...
Let me stop you for a second. Let me stop for a second, because that's a claim, right? You're claiming that we can't point to the brain and say what computations are happening there.
In a formal sense.
Is it possible, though? Yes, in a formal sense. But is it possible that that has more to do with the fairly early state that we're in neuroscience, and the fact that we haven't yet managed to, say, acquire complete data sets? Because in the areas where we have good data sets, it feels like, so to me, I'm a functionalist, it feels like we do have the ability to point to it and say, this is the information processing that's going on here. If you take retina or early visual systems or certain areas of the hippocampus where you can do that. And you can say, look, this covers a lot. And if we captured even more, if we were able to record not just from a few tens of neurons in here, but we were able to directly record from thousands, millions, as we're now being able to do, at least in small animals, with optical techniques. But then we get to a point where once we've managed to sort of churn through this, that we can explain what's going on. It seems to me anyway, when I hear this, as if perhaps you might be suffering from impatience, if I may say that.
Sure.
Not giving the science enough time to mature. Is that possible?
Right. Yeah, it's a great comment. I think that, and this is not to put words in his mouth, but I think that this is sort of along the lines of one kind of hope that Tononi with integrated information might have, that if we can sort of essentialize the processing networks of the brain, and we can sort of step away from physical implementational details and just look at the brain as this complex graph structure with information passing between nodes. That this is the level which maximizes this integrated information that he looks at, and that maybe this is good enough, and this is the most real level of abstraction, and this is a good interpretation. But I'm just not sure.
You to believe otherwise.
Right. The fact that, just not necessarily from neuroscience, but from information theory, from just kind of clean room thinking on this, that given a physical system, there literally will be an infinite number of computational interpretations of that system.
Yeah.
And I think that's not going to go away if we get more neuroscience data.
But now let me put this to you the way that a person working on whole brain emulation would think about it, just so that, because, this is for the Carboncopies workshop, so we should try to relate this to that problem.
Yeah.
You're saying, okay, look, you can't take any physical system and completely say how it's supposed to be expressed in information, and therefore what you're supposed to use, what you could then use to then represent the information again in a physical system, so that translation, doing that twice, that becomes impossible. And yet someone will point to, say, a Macintosh and say, we have a physical system here. And we seem to think that we know what we care about in this physical system because we've got programs and we want them to run and to work correctly. And if I make an emulator for this PC, even if it's on an analog system or whatever, or if it's just a million people working together and pretending to be a Macintosh computer, they could run that program, right? So we've got a physical system. We've got a literal example of taking a physical system and being able to express what we care about. That's the point, right? What we care about in terms of what it does with information. And then we can also make that next step where we implement it again in some other physical system. And so it sounds like what you're really saying is that so first of all, you don't think that we should be using, say, maybe, I'm putting words in your mouth, but you shouldn't, that we shouldn't be using the computer analogy here, because that's probably dangerous. But what else leads you to believe that we cannot in any way make this abstraction, that we can't say, here's the information we care about, and so for that we can make such abstractions.
Right. So in theory, that may be promising. I would say that actually trying to formalize the information that we actually care about in sort of an exact way, in a 100% precise way, I think that'll be less tractable than we think, based on these theoretical considerations. Certainly, I really like your example of the computer, but a computer is sort of an artifact of starting from computations and then trying to essentialize these computations into a physical system.
Yeah.
Whereas brain emulation is sort of starting with this messy physical system, and many things are going on at many levels of abstractions.
Now, you just mentioned, though, that you're starting with something, it's being essentialized, right? I would say that this is true for the brain as well. Because the brain didn't come into being as just some random thing that exists for no reason, right? I would tend to, this is so, for instance, when we talk about consciousness, I would go back to questions like, why does consciousness exist from an evolutionary point of view? And if you start thinking in terms of evolution, in other words, the reason why it exists and what it's good for, then you get back to things like it has to be able to determine what's going on in the world based on its senses and keep a body alive by moving it around and by making it communicate with other bodies and stuff like that. So there are very specific purposes. And you could say it must get essentialized for that, because let's take, for instance, the example of how every neuron is different, and they all operate slightly differently, and there are all kinds of messy uncertainties in there. How does one brain region ever manage to communicate with another brain region? How do they not constantly miscommunicate because everything is always different? Clearly, there's some essentializing going on. And so you've got mutual inhibition, keeping things quiet, oscillatory rhythms, and rhythms within rhythms so that they can communicate at specific times, and all this sort of stuff. And so my default assumption would be, because the brain is trying to be able to communicate with itself as well as with other brains of others around you in your tribe, and you're trying to keep one another alive, you must essentialize, just like you need a computer to be reliable, and therefore you have bit levels. Something's called a 1 and something's called a 0. You need to make the system more reliable than the very imprecise system that you have when you're dealing with, say, quantum probabilities and all of that stuff, right?
Right.
So this is where I would go. I would go, this system had a purpose, and so it has been essentialized for that purpose.
Right. Yeah, no, that's a fantastic point. And in broad strokes, I do agree that the brain has sort of had evolutionary pressure to, well, towards some sort of clean level of abstraction, we can say. But I would say it's also had evolutionary pressure to use all the tricks available to it. And some of these will be illegible to this level of abstraction. So I guess I would agree with your point with caveats.
Okay. For example, what is a trick that is not, a trick that it uses and that doesn't fit into this model?
Yeah. So of course this is going to be contentious because there are real questions of whether this is real or not. But hypothetically, we can consider whether the brain uses sort of the electromagnetic field in a non-local way for communication, or whether sort of all information goes through synapses and firings.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, and I'm not sure that there's any clear answer yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if the brain could sort of use this as a trick for nudging activity a little bit. Mm-hmm.
If the brain uses electromagnetism, electromagnetic fields in its communication,
right,
what happens?
Yeah. So
what's the problem at that point? Yeah.
Sure. So, it is sort of poking at this sort of, we can just look at action potentials and nothing else, right? But I also think that, this sort of I think there's a real issue in terms of what it means to be real. And that's, what does it mean to instantiate a computation? What does it mean to instantiate a function? And as a functionalist, you mentioned that, okay, you can sort of copy what's happening in a brain across a million different people, like the Chinese room, but a little bit different, and sort of emulates a brain that way. And I'm wondering if there's sort of a principled way to tell when a functional system is being emulated or instantiated, and when it's not. Whereas I would say that with physicalism, it's more straightforward, that either you have this configuration or this change in, for example, the electromagnetic field, or you don't. And so it removes this edge case scenario that I think functionalism has.
Not quite sure I understand the edge case that you're talking about, because I understand that you're trying to make a point about something being real in some sense, but I'm still trying to really figure out what that means. Because for instance, the first thing that comes to mind is, okay, the thing about communicating through the electromagnetic field, okay, can't be about the particularities of like the fluctuations and stuff too much, because again, that's very arbitrary and you don't want a system relying entirely on that. So probably there's some essentializing going on, but you get this simultaneity effect, right? You've got the electromagnetic field having an effect on many neurons at the same time in a certain way, which again begins to sound a bit like integrated information theory, where it matters a lot how many things you can communicate with instantaneously,
right.
You know, in that sense, right? So you've got similarities in thought there. But one of the things that has often, that I've wondered about, and which I guess is a question that relates back to consciousness, is, you know, certain possible illusory effects of consciousness. And I mostly get at that because I really like the way that Susan Blackmoor explains her thinking about things like consciousness and the stream of consciousness and whether it exists in the way that we think of it. And so often I'll think of something like, okay, when I imagine that I'm conscious and I'm aware of something, when I'm trying to figure out what I'm aware of, then I, you know, it feels to me as if this is happening right now. But at the same time, I know that so many parts of my brain are working by using memory buffers. So when it feels like this is in the now, how do I know this is an in the now experience and not a post hoc realization? How do I know that it's not that I have asked my brain, what was I aware of 1 second ago, and then all these different processes produced answers and then dumped the result together into a working memory spot that I am now querying, and that feels like the now to me, because that's simply what feeling like the now means. That's what it happens to be. It's kind of very anthropomorphic in the sense that we think, oh, this is this and this, but of course it has to be this and this because that's what we feel, right? So if feeling like this is the now is querying that result in working memory from pulling these streams together, if that's what feeling in the now means, then there's no way for us to tell that it isn't. So how do we know that it's not a post hoc realization instead of something that's really immediate? And if it can be a post hoc realization and you can build it so that the system can only experience the now that way, then what's the difference between building a simulated parallel experience by running it in a sequential von Neumann computer, but pretending in your simulation that it's all at the same time, as opposed to doing it in reality? This, by the way, is something I'm going to ask Christof Koch as well, because I really want to know about his objection to carrying out the same phi calculation on a virtual system as opposed to a real system.
Yes.
And how you would be able to tell the difference.
Right. Yeah, I actually can say a few words about that, not to put words in his mouth, but when I spoke to Giulio Tononi, he mentioned that he didn't think computers could be conscious because IIT has this principle of exclusion. It's that a single element can't be used by two conscious experiences. And the way that a computer is set up, everything goes through the CPU clock. And so it's constantly being queried. And so for this to work with IIT, you'd have to have a CPU clock for every sort of slice of conscious experience.
But isn't he just avoiding the question there? Because he's not actually answering why you can't calculate phi for the virtual system. He's only telling us why he doesn't believe that the phi of the physical system that's making the virtual system is enough. But perhaps the phi, you can elevate the phi by building a virtual system that has a higher phi than the physical system beneath it.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm familiar with all the fine details of IIT, but I would tend to agree with you. So I'll be very, very curious what Christof shares about that.
Okay. We'll try to find out.
Yeah.
All right. So first of all, before we go any further, I just want to say that we're past the half hour. So if you need to run, that's fine. How do you feel right now?
I'm good. I also have a frame to share, but yeah, please
No, go ahead. Yeah, please share.
Okay, yeah. So what I like to tell the guys at QRI is that never argue metaphysics when you can argue physics. So this is this sort of idea that if we're arguing issues of metaphysics, functionalism versus physicalism, eliminativism versus formalism, it is very difficult because there are such long chains of reasoning, and it's a mess.
Yeah.
To be honest, it's hard. Now, and you may or may not agree with this, but I would put forth the frame that functionalism or computationalism, essentially, when you boil them down to the essence, they are skepticism that there is any essence to consciousness, that there is any sort of deep formal structure to be found, that they're sort of seeing consciousness as similar to Elan Vital. This
Can we back up for just a second, because this is really interesting. It's really by the way, I totally agree. First of all, I agree about argue the physical. That's better, and I typically think of that as argue about empirical evidence. Like, can you show that what you're claiming is somehow relevant to things that we can experience, that we can detect, that there are tests for this. But the other side of this, yes. So I was going to ask. So you said something really essential, something like the Elan Vital, and then you switched to something that sounds incredibly functional, because you said deep formalism, and deep formalism sounds like math, and math sounds like functionalism. So why did you switch from talking about something very mystical, like, not necessarily mystical, sorry, that's the wrong word, because you're saying essential, like Elan Vital, so it's kind of like talking about another force of nature or something, a thing that is a principle, a fundamental thing in the universe that we haven't normally talked about or haven't made equations for or thought about in that sense. From that, back to deep formalism, like that. Why did you switch there?
Sure. So I do think that under computationalism / functionalism, that consciousness cannot have a crisp structure. Carl Friston has shared that consciousness is a process, not a thing. I think he has an Aeon piece on this, and that's sort of characteristic of the functionalism mindset. That's trying to point at something and say that is exactly equal to consciousness is a fool's errand under the functionalism frame.
Yeah.
And so the alternative, so basically my claim is that functionalism is skepticism that there is any crisp structure to consciousness to be found.
Yeah.
Whereas, so at QRI, we're formalists. And so we believe that there is crisp structure to be found. And that also that this is sort of on us to prove that, if you can always be a skeptic about something, and you can always try to prove something is real. And then how do you sort of arbitrate these disagreements? And I think the best way is to try to do something cool with the assumption that something is real.
Mm-hmm.
So before Faraday and Maxwell, the state of electromagnetism was very sort of haphazard, and people were starting to believe that there was formal structure there. But back up 100 years, and you had static and lightning, and lodestones, and compasses, and all these different things. And who would have thought that there was some unifying thing with deep structure, deep mathematical structure, called electromagnetism?
Yeah.
And so in that scenario, formalism was the correct approach. Whereas with Elan Vital, thinking that living things are alive because they have some special substance and then they die when it leaks out, then formalism was the wrong approach.
Okay. And so before you go on, just one quick thing. So So you've shown that there are some things where looking for formalism is the wrong thing, right? Sometimes, like in living organisms, it really is the complexity of a whole bunch of stuff that together makes, you know, you might as well talk about a machine. A machine is a thing that's put together through a bunch of elements which utilize very basic formal principles that are found in nature that physicists can have derived, but really they're made up of a bunch of stuff. As opposed to, say, you know, figuring out electromagnetism from all of its different sort of phenomena that you can determine that exist, and then you come up with electromagnetism. So I guess maybe this is where you were going, but it immediately makes me wonder, why would you pick on consciousness and say that that is one where it is correct to look for something like electromagnetism as opposed to something like life?
Sure. No, that's a great question, and I think it just boils down to what you can build if you assume consciousness is real, that consciousness has this crisp structure. And so it gets down to predictions. That I have always had a soft spot for Sir Karl Popper and his sort of falsifiability frame. Not to say that's the end all be all, but in a sense, my claim is that consciousness seems to have a crisp structure, and we should be able to create predictions and eventually technology based on this assumption that you can't build with functionalism. That functionalism is skepticism. It's saying, you know, there's nothing to be formalized here. And so I think it's up to the formalist to say, well, actually, if you assume there is something to be formalized, you can predict this.
Sorry, is it up to the functionalist to say what you should be able to predict? So
up to the formalist.
Oh, the formalist. Yeah. Okay. That makes more sense. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So how far along are you to trying to come up with something like that?
Yeah. So we have an fMRI study all planned out, and we're raising funds to carry it out.
And so, I'm sure you don't want to say too much about it because you don't want to be scooped, right?
No. Actually, we're pretty public about it.
Oh, really?
So,
okay.
Yeah. So it's starting from this symmetry theory of valence. That if we can formalize consciousness, and frankly speaking, QRI is right now agnostic about how to do that. IIT has an approach. We don't necessarily depend on IIT, but we think they have the right goal. And formally speaking, the goal is to create a mathematical object which is isomorphic, has perfectly the same structure as a subjective experience. So basically, how it feels like to be Mike can be represented crisply by math. And so the assumptions that we're making. So first of all, that this is true, that math is the right language for consciousness, and we can be precise about it. That it's not a leaky abstraction, we can say, or a leaky reification. And then second of all, and this is a very big move, but if you have this mathematical object, and we can think of it like a geometric shape, it may or may not have a geometry, but that's kind of shorthand. If you have this complex high-dimensional shape that represents what it feels like to be Mike, or what it feels like to be Randall, then we're making the assumption that the symmetry of this shape corresponds to how pleasant or unpleasant the experience is. And I'm just going to offer that without defending it. You know, we have some.
I'm sure we can't get into this right now, but because it'll take us into very deep territory. But I'm curious how you used an fMRI study to demonstrate that.
Right.
And yes, this shape, I mean, this is something that sounds very much like something that Tononi would say, right? Tononi talks about these shapes, basically, that you can come up with,
Yeah. Your question is very good, and the next move that we're making So we're saying, okay, we can represent experience with this complex shape, and maybe the symmetry of the shape corresponds to how pleasant the experience is. We have many reasons to believe that, but not really time to get into that now. But then the move that we're making with making this empirical, making this testable, using fMRI to kind of focus this, is we're assuming that if you can perform a harmonic analysis of the brain, if you can sort of basically figure out a way to get a Fourier series of brain activity, or a Fourier transform, then the harmony in a brain, in a specific technical mathematical sense, the consonance between the brain's natural harmonics, the harmony in a brain will be a very good proxy for the symmetry of this mathematical object. Does that make sense?
Maybe, yes. So I can see how you would get the symmetry out of the harmony. Maybe there's a way to make that connection. I'm still struggling with how does finding a shape like that, how does this show that this demonstrates what it's like to be Mike, or something like that? Like, how do you know that that's what that is? And how would you, because you were saying that this has to show that you can do something with it. You can create something that you normally wouldn't be able to create if you didn't have a formalism like that. And so it would maybe, I mean, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to be able to show specifically why, say, Mike is more similar to Sam than Mike is to Fred, or something like that? Is that something you could do there? And how could you demonstrate that it was true? I mean, how can you corroborate that?
Right. Yeah, all great questions. And frankly speaking, as you carefully noted, this isn't proof. This isn't proof that formalism is true. It would be evidence. And this sort of what we would be building.
So you're trying to make a prediction, right?
Yes, exactly. So right now, so the gold standard in terms of predicting valence self-reports from fMRI. So if I put you in a brain scanner and analyze your fMRI activation, on average, I can explain about 6. So, and this is sort of the state of effective neuroscience right now. That effective neuroscience can explain about 16% in the variance.
You were telling me, let's see, we were talking about predicting and what prediction to make. Oh, yes, okay, right, that's where we were. Yeah,
right.
And you were telling me about how you would be able to predict someone's valence state from basically from a shape or from something you'd find at the harmonious harmonies in that fMRI. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So the state of the art is with fMRI studies, the gold standard is about predicting roughly 16% of the variance in self-reports of how pleasant or unpleasant a mood is, which is actually pretty bad. But okay, 16% of the variance, that's very low. And so if we can use our insight that was sort of generated by assuming formalism is true, and for example, if we can predict 50% of the variance, that wouldn't be proof that formalism is true, but it would be interesting evidence.
Oh yeah, yep, I agree. Okay, let's.
Okay, thank you, Michael Johnson, for that interview. We'll move on now to our next interview recording with Professor Max Velmans.
A Conversation on Consciousness with Professor Max Velmans. Professor Max Velmans is Emeritus Professor of Psychology at Goldsmiths, University of London, principally known for his theory of consciousness known as reflexive monism. Reflexive monism bridges the materialist-dualist divide by noting that, in terms of their phenomenology, experiences of the external world are none other than the physical world as experienced, thereby placing aspects of human consciousness in the external phenomenal world. Professor Velmans has around 100 publications in the area of consciousness studies, including Understanding Consciousness and Towards a Deeper Understanding of Consciousness. His work has been categorized as non-reductionist in that he stresses the importance and complementary application of first and third person accounts.
All right, if you don't mind, I would love to start this off just by asking you to talk a little bit about your recent work or your most recent consciousness.
It's still coming across quite distorted, actually, from you. But let me go for it then. So I'm still very much involved in integrative work. So at the moment, I'm, if you like, tying all the detailed work I've done on consciousness, construed as phenomenal consciousness, in other words, thinking about it in a very conventional way, to mental processing, but also trying to embed that into a broader model of how consciousness and mind fit into our understanding of the physical world and so on. And I'm actually quite interested in the way that links with both Western philosophy and Eastern philosophy too. So it's a kind of extension of the work I've been doing for about the last 40 years, really. Looking at unusual phenomena as well as ordinary phenomena. So just about all of my work deals with conventional ways of thinking about consciousness, but thinking about those ways in a somewhat unconventional way, but completely defensible as far as I can see within mainstream science, philosophy, and so on, to looking at the edges of the way people experience unusual phenomena and so on. It's just a current interest. But I think that will take us too far afield. So there's the questions I think you want to address within the mainstream work that is your focus of interest, that in some ways it might take us too far afield to get into that.
It might well take us a bit too far, but I am a little curious. Is there an example you could give of something unusual, something that is an edge case?
For example, how do you make sense of a mystical experience?
A mystical experience?
Yes, or a whole range of other phenomena where people are experiencing what they believe to be the experience of things that actually exist, but would be treated as pathological or hallucinatory by, shall we say, mainstream thought, and opening up the space within which some of that experience can be, in principle, taken seriously and maybe incorporated in a meaningful way into an expanded model of how we think about the relationship of consciousness to the brain and the physical world.
I see. All right. Well, maybe we should start at the very beginning. How would you define consciousness?
Yeah. Well, I think, well, as you probably know, there are many different definitions of consciousness out there in the field. And in order to find, if you like, a point of convergence for all those folk working from different disciplines in a way that allows the work to converge with each other. My own view is that it's important to keep things really simple right at the beginning. And so the point of departure that I use is what's commonly known in philosophy of mind as phenomenal consciousness. And phenomenal consciousness is easily understood, for example, in terms of being conscious of something versus not being conscious of that thing. So in terms of the things that exist, whether they be objects in the world or aspects of the mind or whatever you care to name, their existence may or may not be there, but and they may or may not influence you. But if you experience them in some way, they form part of your phenomenal consciousness. So that's, if you like, the first cut. You either experience something or you don't. And so there is a sense in which when you define any word, and that includes consciousness, the first thing you have to do is to, if you like, metaphorically point to it. You have to draw attention to something that you're trying to distinguish from everything else. And that's just step one. But step two then is trying to make sense of the thing that you're pointing to. So in this case, that would mean trying to make sense of phenomenal consciousness. And that would require you to then fit your what you're pointing to into a network of concepts. In the case of phenomenal consciousness, that would mean, for example, starting to examine the relationship between phenomenal consciousness and the brain and the physical world, starting to understand the relationship between events that have representation in phenomenal consciousness and don't. So that means understanding the conscious, non-conscious distinction. Trying to get a sense also of the senses in which phenomenal consciousness can represent autonomously existing events and so on, as opposed to simply having a psychological reality and no more than that. And ultimately, one has to fit all these distinctions and relationships into a framework of understanding. And as the framework of understanding deepens, as we start to learn more about it, we actually also, at the same time, learn more about what consciousness is. So in a way, the very meaning of, what is consciousness requires you to elaborate all those relationships. And in that sense, our understanding of consciousness flows a process which is no different to understanding any initially ill-defined term in science, for example. So, what is energy? And you kind of point to a phenomenon, and you only understand it once you've developed a network of relationships of, within which your understanding deepens that sense of what it is that you're looking at or attending to.
So it sounds to me like this was already your description of what makes a good approach to or a good theory of consciousness.
Yeah.
In a sense, yeah. Okay, that's
yeah, and I suppose the thing, what I would emphasize there is that it might be really important
to
start there before you develop your theory of consciousness. So what happens all too commonly in the field is that people start with, if you like, a theoretical position, and then redefine consciousness in terms of something that will fit in with their theoretical position. So that's very common in the field. So for example, let's take a very common popular theory of consciousness. You might say consciousness is just the workings of a global workspace in the brain.
Right.
But if you like, finesses the question of how does conscious phenomenology relate to the workings of the global workspace in the brain. And if you actually define it that way, you never get around to investigating how that phenomenology will actually relates to the workings of that global workspace, insofar as that theoretical construct actually turns out to have reality.
Is this a problem that not just global workspace theory, but also other theories like integrated information theory run into, that they start with an assumption about how things are, and then they try to find something that fits rather than starting with the phenomenology?
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. Your picture is darkening out suddenly, but can you hear me?
I can certainly hear you. Yeah, I can hear you very well, actually. Yes, I can see you as well.
Okay. And I've got you back now. Okay. No, I would say that obviously all these theories are potentially very relevant, but the problem is let's take integrated information theory. If you redefine consciousness as in terms of your theory about the conditions for its emergence, then you've automatically redirected all your efforts to looking at the situations where those conditions obtain or don't obtain, and you extrapolate from that to say that in the situations where they don't obtain, let's say not in human beings now, consciousness can't obtain because you've defined it that way. But if you withhold judgment, if you like, right at the beginning, I would say that global information theory has obvious application to the way that consciousness is structured, and that's quite a separate matter to whether it exists. So, for example, if one doesn't prejudge that issue, you open up the possibility, for example, to a very broad form of panpsychism, where you might say that consciousness is basic, but in its very basic form, there's not a lot of information. And could even be that in some basic way that in systems that at a high level do have integrated information, that some of their compositional bits and parts which don't have it integrated in that kind of way, you still have a very basic sort of consciousness, which is less complex. So basically what I'm saying is it's important to begin with anyway to differentiate complexity from existence. And so I'm always a little bit worried about taking a theoretical construct like that, translating the whole enterprise into an investigation of the applicability of that theoretical construct, and then going right back and saying, well, that's the way to stand nominal consciousness. Because, for example, you know all there was to know about integrated information in different systems, and still not know anything about the particular kind of qualia that associate the operation of that kind of integrated functioning. So that's a separate issue.
I found the same problem, that it's very difficult for me to use something like integrated information theory to try to understand why consciousness appears to me the way that it is, or why consciousness has certain characteristics. So yeah, that's very difficult to use it.
Yes, I completely agree with you about that.
Yeah. Yeah. So your position, as you've said in email, is reflexive monism, and I'm assuming that because you put a high degree of value on phenomenology and on not sort of setting up a position in advance, but you came to it in another way. Would you like to tell me a little bit about reflexive monism?
You're breaking up, actually, but I think I got your question. Breaking up. Sorry?
I hope you can still understand my question. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've got the question. So you're asking how I got to reflexive monism?
Yeah.
Without presupposing anything.
Right.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, so the starting place for reflexive monism was a simple observation about ordinary perception. So one of the implicit assumptions, which is still widespread in the field, and which applies to both the early dualism, say Descartes' dualism, and most of the reductive materialisms, which, are the contemporary, mainstream views, all the way from physicalism to functionalism, have an implicit assumption about ordinary perception, and the assumption really concerns the relationship between three things. In the case of visual perception, for example, one thinks of events or entities and objects in the world as physical things. And in the process of seeing those physical things, one assumes that light rays reflected from the surfaces of, say, these objects stimulate the visual system, which in turn produces activation in the occipital regions of the brain and so on. And then one has a consequent visual experience. So there's a linear process. And if you're a dualist, you have a question about the nature of those experiences. You say, well, we can't observe the experiences in the brain anywhere. They must be something else, somewhere else, or nowhere. And they have neither location nor extension, and they're an aspect of what Descartes called res cogitans, something like a substance that thinks, which is entirely non-physical. And then if you're a materialist, you say, well, that doesn't make any sense within science, so all that must reduce in some way to a state or function of the brain. But what those positions share is that the actual experience is either in the brain or in some way associated with the brain and separate from the object out there in the world and the visual system and so on. Yep. Now, the starting point for reflexive monism is to challenge that last step. So you're watching me, for example, on a screen, and I could ask you to attend to your experience of me on the screen. And it's a visual experience, and also you can hear a voice. And if I simply say, look, remain pre-theoretical for the moment, and just give me an accurate description of what it is that you experience, then if you're like me, you'll say, well, the only experience I'm having visually of you is this image I see on the screen. And the only auditory experience I have of you is this sound that seems to be coming from my computer out there in the world. And there isn't any other experience that you're having. And basically what's, let's say it's an object in, or even the computer itself that you're looking at. Within what I call the reflexive model of perception. An object or an entity in the world, in this case your computer screen, has these light reflectances and so on, which stimulate your visual system and which in turn produces activity in the occipital regions of the brain, which in turn, interacts with other associated regions, which allow those initial analyses, cortical analyses, to become conscious. What we might call, the neural conditions for consciousness are formed, and then I have a consequent experience, but my consequent experience is seeing you out here on the screen, and for you see me out there on your screen. So there is a kind of reflexive aspect to it. There's an event that starts in the world pre-consciously. Me as another entity in the world engages with this, through my perceptual and cognitive processes. And the result of that, those pre-conscious operations, I see you out in the world, on my computer screen, just as you see me out in the world on your computer screen. So the process kind of loops back on itself. Yeah. So that's the reflexive model of perception. Extending the story a little bit further, if you pinch your fingers together, for example, and you'll feel a tactile sensation at your fingertips. Yeah. And how come it's down there at the fingertips? It's actually a sensation. You've depressed the skin of the fingers. This has stimulated the sense organs, which have sent signals up to the sensory cortex, and as a result of stimulation in the sensory cortex, you experience a sensation, but it's back down there in the fingers, not in the cortex. Even if I directly stimulated the cortex with a microelectrode, I'd still get a feeling of numbness or tingling in the fingers. It would be in the cortex. And so there's something which I call label, a phenomenon which I'd label as perceptual projection taking place. And extending this idea now, you can say, well, the same basic process applies to the entire phenomenal world. So basically, we live in a kind of sea of energy and information, and we're particularly localized, if you like, and organized combinations of energy information, which make up our bodies and our sensory organs and our cognitive systems and so on. And everything else that's out there that's seen as an object is also a kind of localized organization of energy information and so on. And pre-consciously, we as perceiving agents interact with these external events and entities and so on to produce perceived version of those external entities and events, and the same for ourselves. So, we look down at our bodies and there seems to be something extending to the floor and so on. But that too is a construction. And now we're getting into reflexive monism, if you like. And reflexive monism says, look, there's a kind of underlying unity in the universe. In terms of the way we're describing it so far, some of that will be what we think of as the physical world, and some of it will be what we think as, our bodies and brains, but they're all, if you like, particular combinations of energy and information and so on. But as conscious beings, even though it doesn't look that way, we're still very much embedded in this sea of information and energy, which is kind of washing through us all the time, even though we only, pick up a certain number of things, and because our senses are only organized to attend to things which are useful to our biological survival and so on. But we're a product of it, and we remain embedded in it, and as part of it, we have the ability to, if you like, observe it. And so, in the broader sense, we are very particularized, concretized aspects of the universe, which have the ability to observe the universe. And in that sense, we participate in a process whereby the universe observes itself. And that's kind of, all the way from a very simple beginning to, if you like, the broad metaphysics at the end. But it takes me a whole book to do that. I mean, I've given it to you as a kind of thumbnail. Mm-hmm. But obviously, in order to justify that to my critical colleagues, which I enjoy doing, it takes me, well, for instance, in the version 2, in the second edition of my book, Understanding Consciousness, it takes me 14 chapters to get, all the way from the beginning to the end. But that's broadly the picture. Yeah. And within that picture, I can unpack all the other kind of questions that you might want to raise about different details and different questions you might want to ask about consciousness.
Right. So from that perspective, how would you approach the difference between, or the perceived difference between third person and first person consciousness?
Okay. And now that's really an important question.
Yeah.
And it really has to do with, well, to begin with, in a psychological sense, with the issue of what is the nature of mind. Now, let's do the same thing with mind that I've done with everything else so far, and to say, be theoretical just to begin with, and just list the kinds of way we can know what mind is like, or what processes of mind are like. And here we get a kind of basic fact of the matter, that if I was trying to understand your mind, investigating the processes, mental processes going on for you, I have to access those processes from an external perspective, an external third person perspective. So the only way I can access your mental processes is by observing what I can observe of you. And if I go into that more deeply and start examining your brain, using all my sophisticated instruments, everything that I would describe as a mental process going on in you could be described from that perspective in terms of human information processing, if I'm a cognitive psychologist, for example, or in terms of neural activity. Neuroscience is more the area in which I want to work. So neurochemical interactions amongst complex processes in the brain. That's what mental processes just look at from a third-person perspective. But of course, we all know that there isn't anything going on. Something I can't actually observe from the outside is how you're experiencing these processes. So if I want to find out anything about that, then I really need to find out something about that, even to, if you like, find an anchor for what I'm observing, I have to ask you. So let's say you're having a visual experience and I'm looking at, events in the visual system. Unless you actually tell me you're having a visual experience, I won't know that the events I'm observing actually relate to a visual experience. So in this case, in order even to get the whole science going, you have to supplement the third person observations with first person observations. But no, what I've had to do also is to switch perspectives. I had to switch from my third person perspective to your first person perspective in order to get a picture of what's going on. Yeah?
Right.
Now you can get on to the business of saying, well, okay, but what's really going on? Basically, if you look from the outside, mental processes just look like neurochemical processes. But from a first-person perspective, in this case, your own, your mental processes really look like anything insofar as they manifest in your personal experiences. Are they more like thoughts, or are they more like history? And then the position I developed back in 1991, actually, I did a very detailed examination of these kinds of issues in a target article in the Behavioral and Brain Sciences, looking at, and the name of that target article was Is Human Information Processing Conscious? And basically there I introduced the idea that both of these views of the processes going on in your mind, for example, or my mind, for example, both ways of examining those processes provide some information which the other one doesn't. So from a third person perspective, you can learn certain kinds of things about these processes. For example, their embodiment in brain states. And from a first person perspective, you can learn other things about these processes. For example, their manifestation in terms of conscious experiences. And that actually, in order to understand the mind, or these mental processes in any full sense, you need both perspectives. Not only that, the perspectives are complementary because one perspective will tell you information which the other perspective won't. And so eventually I came around to the view that the mind can be thought of as a form of information processing that manifests in these dual ways, and formally the term for this is a dual aspect theory of information processing. And one further element, it's insofar as you then want to say, yeah, but what? Still, I want to know what it really is. You know, okay, it's information processing. You must be processing in something. And then the move is to say, well, look, the closest we can get to what that something is to, if you like, combine the information we've got about it from both these perspectives. So one is, you know, a psychological perspective, another one is a physical perspective. And so we add the word psychophysical to it. That's all I'm doing here, saying it's a psychophysical form of information processing that develops over time. And we have a complementary first and third person views of it, which are complementary and mutually irreducible.
Right.
So it's a dual aspect theory of information processing in which the aspects are complementary and mutually irreducible, and that's as far as I would want to go with that, just for the moment.
Okay. Well, it seems to me that since you're relying on for third-person consciousness, you're relying on observation, which of course, as a scientist, you have to do anyway. This is your basis for testing hypotheses. And for first-person consciousness, you're relying on self-report. You're relying on how someone tells you that something is. That doesn't leave a lot of room for, say, Chalmers' philosophical zombies, because how would you judge someone or something to be a philosophical zombie or a p-zombie in the sense that they behave consciously, and even if they report, yes, I'm conscious, that you can still point to them and say, but you're not, or there's any reason to believe that you're not?
Yeah, no, it's a really good question. And actually, when Chalmers published his first main paper in the Journal of Consciousness Studies in 1995, I was one of the commentators on it. I also published a paper because a lot of what he was saying was pretty close to what I was saying in the Behavioral and Brain Sciences target article that I'd already published. But in this, I also introduced a possible route through that problem. And as it happens, it relates quite closely to what I understand some of your interests are, which is, I suggested a cortical implant for blind sight. Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Now,
okay.
Now here's the run of the argument. The problem with the philosophical zombie, just as you've described it, is that from the outside, you can't really tell, whether, that operation is or is not accompanied by consciousness in the zombie or the artificial system or whatever it is. And strictly speaking, the usual, only option which is considered is that you'd have to be that system or zombie in order to actually know you were conscious. But there is actually a third option, which is to in some way incorporate elements of such functioning into yourself. So I suggested, for example, that let's say we take something really simple, like our ability to discriminate two colors. Shall we say apple green from billiard table green, yeah? Okay. Or just two colors. And this is purely hypothetical, and let's say we'd worked out exactly what the neural correlates were of observing color A versus observing color B, as well as, had tapped into the processes which supported the distinctive differences between those neural correlates. And let's say that we, had a full functional analysis of that triad, the supporting processes, and then the two, if you like, information patterns, and could emulate that, in a device, yeah. And then, this is really science fiction, I'm afraid, but at least it's a theoretically possible way of settling the question. Let's say now that one could switch between one's normally functioning brain, when presented with colors A and B, and the cortical implant. So you simply have a switch, yeah? Now, logically, there are three possible outcomes to that. One would be, when you switch into the implant, somebody who's having this done to them would say, hold on, I don't see anything. I can sense there's something different, but I can't detect any colors. But if you ask me, is A different to B, I could tell you. I could still respond, that's A and that's B. And that would make it like a cortical implant for blind sight, where in fact people can respond, to X's versus zeros, even though they visually don't experience them. That's why it's blind sight. That's just option one. Option two is they say to you as you switch, when are you going to switch?
Yeah.
In other words, they can't tell any difference. And in that case, you would say, well, the only thing that kind of matters, at least in an embodied human being, is whether the functioning is exactly the same, because you've replicated the functioning in your implant. And then the third option is, they say, whoa, I'm having a really weird color experience here. I can't really describe it. I can tell that one is different to the other, but there just aren't any words in my language for it. And because, let's say, the implant is made of silicon as opposed to carbon. In that case, you would draw the conclusion that not just functioning matters, but also the system which embodies the functioning matters in terms of, the qualia of the experience that you've had. And although I think that's complete sci-fi, at least in principle, you could answer the question that way.
Yeah. This is actually a way that I've sometimes thought about the concept of whole brain emulation or mind uploading, is that it provides an opportunity to make a lot of these very philosophical, difficult questions practical.
Yep.
In the sense that you can come up with experimental tests, just like the one that you just suggested. Yeah, that's interesting. So since we're sort of sliding into that topic anyway, and we're actually already over our time, I just wanted to see if you have a personal thought coming from the perspective of someone who's thought deeply about consciousness. about two of the very important things that would be involved if one were to be able to create a whole brain emulation into which, say, someone could upload, if we want to use that science fiction terminology for it, where one of the very important things would be able to create a device, a machine, some other substrate, or some place where you can reinstantiate a working brain that has all of the necessary cognitive functions and therefore exhibits consciousness, at least that you can observe from a third person. And the second very important thing, of course, would be, can you potentially survive this change, this transfer? Say you are living right now in your biological brain, and then you are, from that, creating and emulating something that is based on your brain structure, the content of your memory, and so forth. So really those two things are at the core of what, what our rather far-flung futuristic interest is about. And from a consciousness perspective, is there anything that you can say about that, where you say, well, this is something you really have to pay attention to because this is problematic? It's okay. Well, if you don't have a personal opinion, you can also say pass.
I'm very tempted to pass, but I mean, there's such a range of deep issues there to do with personal identity. And on the one hand, of course, as you well know, there are all these practical issues, about how deeply. Let's kind of extending, for example, from the little, tiny experiment that I was describing before. There are already two possibilities here, or three. There are actually three possibilities here, just as there were in the cortical implant for blindsight experiment that I described. So if you simply produced a device that emulated the functioning, simply had it, that, nothing more, then whether the emulated functioning actually was accompanied by experience of any kind would depend a bit on the outcome of that tiny experiment. So in one case, two extremes, if you got the functioning exactly right, you could still either have no conscious experience, or you could have a completely emulated conscious experience. On the other hand, if you had a system that wasn't, constructed out of the material that the brain is constructed out of, it could be, shall we say, a silicon emulation of that original mind.
Yeah.
And then there completely, so that would be my answer to begin with. You've got three logical possibilities there. And in a way, the best way to answer that would be to go for something really tiny first, if you really were concerned about that, rather than go for the full thing. Because, as we both recognize, I think, that you could do the full emulation, which from the third person perspective would be, passing any Turing test you care to think of. But still have, scratching your heads about whether that was just a system that was functioning as you built it to function, as opposed to experiencing anything. Logically, that's got to be a possibility. The second one, we'd need a really long conversation for me to express what I think about this. But the whole business of sorry. What did you say?
This is because personal identity is such a
the whole personal identity thing, and there's a whole philosophy, I'm sure you must know about it, that recognizes the various scenarios and logical conundrums and so on. So we haven't got time to go into that,
no, we don't.
No, I don't want to confuse the whole issue by setting out on that path and not being able to finish, really.
That's totally fair. I've already realized that this topic keeps bumping into the personal identity topic, but that they really are too big, each of them, to handle them all at once. It can't be done that way.
Sure.
So yeah, I think we can just leave it at this right now. But yeah, so is there anything else that I have not touched upon that you think that the listeners should really know about that you want to tell them?
Oh, yeah, I've got encyclopedias of stuff that...
So maybe you want to point them somewhere and say, please read this.
Yeah, okay. For a start, I've got over 100 papers online, for example, on ResearchGate or Academia Edu. But if you want a quick review of the main things I've been talking about, all the way from defining consciousness to a reflexive model, but then far more detailed addressing of all the main questions to do with the nature of consciousness and its interaction with the brain and so on, ultimately arriving at something like reflexive monism. Then the best place is really the second edition of Understanding Consciousness 2009. And that goes way, way, way beyond anything we could possibly discuss in just a few minutes.
Okay, that's fantastic. Yeah, I'll make sure that there's a link to that as well.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so very much for your time.
Okay,
I know that the connection has been a little.
Okay, many thanks to Professor Velmans for that great interview. With this conclusion of our second set of interviews, we will now begin our second live panel discussion session. We will begin with questions that we have prepared for the panel. Then we will open up discussion to our worldwide audience. Once again, our workshop is participatory and is open to all of our international attendees and viewers. You can write questions directly into the chat that is enabled for a YouTube live stream chat. One of our excellent staff members is moderating the chat and will alert me to interesting and topical questions, which I will read to the panel. And if we're ready, I actually would like to begin with questions from the YouTube chat. And so I will begin with Dan Elton. In response to Mike Johnson's discussion, in the interview, in Michael Johnson's interview, it says before it sounded like you were saying any theory of consciousness besides just describing various functions also needs to show how these functions emerge from the laws of physics. Is that fair? And
oh, by the way, if you can hear me, I wanted to quickly say that since we've now reached the second panel, and we're dealing with Dan's question first, sometimes I'm hearing a strong echo. I don't know why that is, but anyway. So sometimes it's difficult for the person reading out a question to properly interpret it and to know if they've gotten it exactly right. So we actually do have a mechanism by which someone who's asking a question can join our conversation directly if that is helpful for clarifying the question. Now, I don't mean you all have to rush to your phones or rush to a website, but if you feel that being on the website directly, being on our call directly, makes it easier to ask the question the way you'd like to, then you are invited to call in. And it's quite easy to do. You can just go to carboncopies.org/call. Sorry, that's wrong. Call.carboncopies.org. I'm going to type it into the chat here. Call.carboncopies.org. And then we'll let you into the discussion if you have a question to ask and if you want to ask it yourself so that you can make clear what you meant. That's one thing I wanted to say quickly. The other thing is that I realized from the panel we had before that there really are a lot of different issues or subtopics of the problem that we've been bumping into as we've tried to discuss what came through the interviews or as we've tried to discuss each other's opinions about this. And it's difficult to wrap our minds around all the subtopics at the same time or to jump from one to the other. And it feels like we often don't get enough time to deal with each one. So it is simply a fact that this workshop isn't going to have enough time and enough opportunity to deal with each one of them the way they should be dealt with, because each subtopic could deserve its own 5-hour discussion. So we will follow up on this, and I'm trying to wrap my mind around the best format for it. It might be that the best way to follow up would be to have, say, a document where we can, or a forum where we can all discuss these questions for an extended period of time. No, it doesn't have to have a specific termination date. It's more important to get things to be clear. And that, say, these interviews and the links to the YouTubes here can be used as an entry point to that discussion, but that the forum can continue, for some extended period of time. That way, you don't have to feel like like this is it, like this is the only opportunity to discuss that amongst this group, and that somehow things are getting short shrift. And it also means that we can take these questions back to the experts who were giving the interviews, and we can ask them to comment on the questions that came through. That's a very long way of saying this forum isn't it. This forum is just an entry point to the question. But as we're dealing with the question of consciousness and trying to use what we're learning here to update the roadmap to whole brain emulation, we want to be thorough. So we will gladly get into more details, and we'll find additional ways to do that. Okay, back to Dan's question. And I'm sorry, I've talked for so long now that we probably forgot what that question was. Let me just see. Can I find it in... It should be in the question document here, so maybe I can repeat it. Is it the one that said here, this was addressed at Mike Johnson, was it? About, I'd like to hear more about how Mike Johnson thinks about the problem of defining computation, or was it a different one?
It is
the... Oh, it's the one below that, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'll read it out again. So what Dan Elton asked is, it sounded like Mike Johnson was saying that any theory of consciousness, besides just describing various functions, also needs to show how those functions emerge from the laws of physics. Is that a fair sort of way to say what Mike was saying?
Right. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, no, I think it's a great question. And I think that there is this challenge to sync up and physics. And if this could be done, then you could kind of have your cake and eat it too with functionalism. Okay, if we can sort of enumerate the functions that the brain is performing, or the computations the brain is performing, then we can sort of easily make that platform independent or substrate neutral, we can say. I think that just to try to put that in a very general frame, it's really a matter of finding a theory of computation, or I guess it would be, technically speaking, a theory of hypercomputation that is isomorphic to physics, sort of put knowledge into. I'm not sure that directly answers the question or is directly irrelevant to, but yeah, be glad to hear what you think, Randall.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Dan, but to me that that answers his question. Now, let's see, before we start discussing amongst ourselves again, let's continue to give the people who are joining us from the live stream an opportunity to ask questions, because I want to make sure we don't just forget about that. We have a tendency to get lost in our internal conversations. There is another viewer by the handle or name Saft Sauce, and they were asking a question which I think might be a little different, but it could be related. So let me see if I can read this correctly. Saying, can we decode physical laws, so laws of nature, through our conscious minds? René Descartes assumed that the external world is in your mind. I think, therefore I am. Grid cells discovered by the Nobel Prize winners, it tells that there's a relationship between the external world and our perception. And digital physiologist, says that the nature could be described by a series of information. So is there a probability to interpret, i.e. decrypt codes, physical laws from the mind to solve the universe mysteries instead of doing experimental physics? Okay, I don't know if I'm interpreting this correctly, but it sounds like the question is, if it is true that the world is what we think of, what we experience in our conscious minds, could we then do physics experiments by exploring codes within our mind or within the brain rather than doing actual experimental physics in the world? Sorry, does anybody want to tackle that one?
I can offer a few thoughts. I mean, one question here is just where epistemology comes from in general, and this is how do we know what we know, and why do we think it's right? How does that interact with us being conscious agents? And this is a very complicated situation, for sure. But I would also say, in terms of just trying to relate consciousness and doing experiments in our mind, and if this can tell us anything about the this has been kind of a time-honored tradition in philosophy that thought experiments are seen as very indicative of the structure of a reality. For me, I would bring in this frame of dual aspect monism, that there's sort of one thing that is real, and it has two projections in the sense of projective geometry, that it has a projection of physics and a projection of subjective experience. It's possible and maybe plausible that some things that we figure out about the structure of consciousness suggest some things about the structure of physics. Some things about the structure of physics could indicate some things about the structure of phenomenology. This is, of course, a very new heuristic, and I guess time will tell if a good way to pursue it.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure if that entirely answers the question that was intended. I mean, it's a little bit difficult to interpret questions sometimes. So again, if people want to express their questions more clearly, it is possible to join our conversation directly. In the meantime, I think there was one more question by Dan. Let's see here. Might as well ask that one. He says, I'd like to hear more about how Mike Johnson thinks about the problem of defining computation. So, for example, the water pail or popcorn problem. Many mappings are possible between physical entities and computation. Now, he asked this question before we had heard your entire interview, so maybe it was already explained. Yeah, I guess we can go back to it one more time, because that could also be a nice hook for us to start talking about your interview.
Right, sure. So I think this is a very difficult problem, how to start to of what is a computation, and can we enumerate the computations that we can do, and of course some frames on this in sort of von Neumann architectures and computings, and we have AND gates and OR gates and NOR gates, and the frame that IIT brings in, that hey, we can construct computations out of these basic operations. So that's sort of one part of the problem. Another part of the problem, which is the one that I would point to, is that it feels to objectively enumerate what computations a physical system is performing. We can replicate. We can, again, as I mentioned in my interview, we can choose a level of description, a level of abstraction, and try to replicate that. What computations would result in similar outcomes on that level. But in a sense, there's the ontology of computation, which like information theory and so on. And then there's the ontology of physics, quantum fields, waves. And the issue seems to be that there's no clean mapping. And so there's no way to sort of objectively enumerate, I guess I'm repeating myself here, but no way to objectively enumerate what computations a physical system is doing. And that's kind of the challenge. And maybe something cool could be figured out. Dig into physics and theory of computation, and maybe something cool can be built.
It sounds to me like a big problem is knowing what we care about, right? Because when we say it seems like it's endless. Trying to figure out where you would put the abstraction level, where you would put, say, the scale separability, and say, now we describe the system. You could say that you could never do it at all, and in that case, well, you're just stuck with everything has to be exactly as it is, and there is never any way of abstracting. But that doesn't seem the way we experience it, because, of course, as we discussed earlier, it seems like the brain does a lot of work to make itself a little more abstract and separable in that sense. So a lot of the discussion seems to be about how do you figure out where that is. And I'm wondering, doesn't it make sense to go back to thinking about what it really means to be aware of something? So, for instance, to try to figure out what is this experience really? This is something that's missing to me a lot when I think about integrated information theory. It doesn't, because he makes this orthogonality there. He says that consciousness is completely orthogonal to intelligence or cognitive function. So then it's very hard to say, okay, this is the thing that I'm experiencing that I care about consciousness. Whereas when I hear Max Velmans talk about, say, pinching his finger, and then he says, well, why does it feel like I'm pinching my finger when actually all this stuff is being computed in the brain? It's not over there in the finger, but I know that that's in the finger. That is a beautiful illustration of the illusion. And the illusion itself, the illusion that you're really feeling it in your finger, that is something that, the word illusion it's maybe the wrong word to use here because that's confusing the issue, but it's really demonstrative of a case of scale separation. It's demonstrative of saying, here's the thing we care about. We care about the fact that there was a pinch, and we care about finding out where that pinch happened. And then we have a way of doing that by, for instance, as a baby, having learned that when you feel something and then looking at your body or noticing where that was, repeating it perhaps a few times to see if you can get the same sensation by kicking your legs, that you're starting to associate certain actions, certain visuals, certain all sorts of things with that other experience that your brain was receiving, so that you can then make that location connection. So you had a purpose in mind there. There was a reason for making that very clear connection there, and then having an experience like pinching your fingers. And yet, the notion that you actually feel that your fingers are being pinched, that's an illusion in that sense. And I think there's a place where we have to discuss what is real and what is illusory about processes that are involved in consciousness, and about this experience of consciousness that relates directly to this question of scale separation and even of scale separability. I don't know if I'm coming across clearly there. Does anybody understand what I'm trying to say?
I definitely agree with what you're saying. And I think that, I'd pick out the frame of information as being very important here. And regardless of sort of what side you're on in this, in the terms of metaphysics, it all does seem to boil down to information in some form or fashion. I think I'm very hesitant to, so similar to Christof Koch and Giulio Tononi, I'm very hesitant to link consciousness with intelligence. That I think there's sort of I think we should stick with a very narrow definition of consciousness, which is what it's like to be something. And I think that one way to put why I'm so hesitant to link consciousness and intelligence is that I think intelligence is by nature a very fuzzy, high-level thing that if you zoom into it and look for something crisp, you won't find that. And so if we do make the intelligence and consciousness, then it's sort of conceding the frame that formalism is wrong and ism is right. So the formalists are sort of looking for something different to hang consciousness on.
Now I noticed that SAF, I don't know how to pronounce it, SAFT, SOS or SAFT Soft, has joined. So would you like to try to ask your question again and see if Mike can answer it in the way that you intended?
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes.
Well, firstly, my English isn't that great. I do apologize for that. Well, my question is that the philosopher René Descartes assumes that the external world is in our minds. Like he say, I think, but therefore I am. And there is a discovery for great cells by the Nobel Prize winners. It can tell us that there is a relationship between the external world and our perception, and the digital physics says that the nature could be described by a series of information. So I would like to ask, is there a possibility to interpret or to explain the external world or the nature, the laws of nature through our minds? So instead of doing experimental physics or even theoretical physics, we can just decode those codes in our minds to just, for example, solve the mysteries of the universe, something like that. I'm not sure if there is research currently on this topic or not. So I searched a lot. I would like to ask for even keywords.
So just to be clear, you're asking, just so that we know that we're talking about the same thing, you're not talking about can we do thought experiments, as in can we use our minds to figure out about the universe. You're asking, can we explore the signals and processing of signals that go on in the brain, like in grid cells, to understand things about the universe? Is that what you're asking, or is it the reverse, or is it something else?
Well, I mean, if the universe or the external world itself is just in our mind, so can we just interpret physics laws or nature laws from our minds instead of doing experimental physics outside?
So you're saying if the world is just in our minds, like the solipsistic view of, only the things that I imagine exist in a sense. So what would you say then of dreams, for instance? If you're dreaming that you can fly, does this give you any indication of external reality, of the physical reality?
Well, including our dreams. The external world that we think is real and our dreams. I mean, if everything is just signals in our mind.
So that's an assumption, right? I mean, not everyone agrees with that point. Sorry, let me just let whoever wants to speak. I'll get off 1 second there.
Yeah.
I was just going to add, I mean, I don't think Descartes ever said that, and I don't think any rational scientist believes that. We are evolved creatures that evolved on this planet for 4 billion years to a particular, to fill a particular niche in our ecosystem, and our brains are designed to control our bodies within that. And the universe could care less about how our minds make sense of their external environment. So I think unless we have really gone off in a very poor direction, the answer to this question is no. No, we cannot glean anything about physics by looking at the internal mechanisms of our evolved mind. That's my 2 cents.
I might give some qualifications on that. I mean, it is definitely the case that we are evolved creatures, and that, but also that sort of the information processing that's happening in our minds isn't divorced from the reality. That there are certain sort of abstract constraints might somehow be discoverable from introspection, we can say, and then maybe some of those would be applicable to the universe at large. And I think actually IIT is sort of an attempt to do that. That it's looking at the properties of, okay, just experiences have these 5 properties, and maybe some of that could be to sort of metaphysics of physics, or something about reality. I would just generally agree that I mean, there's this, the mind is filled with information, and most of the dynamics of how this information gets presented to us and interacts, it's mostly a question of how evolution has built our minds or built our brains, rather than sort of things that we can extrapolate to figure out the deep structure of reality.
Yeah, it's interesting that you took that to the point where you said this is sort of where IIT is coming in. one thing that reminded me of is how the way he went about describing, or the way Tononi went about describing what matters in IIT and why you can't use a simulation for the same thing, and why Koch likes it so much, is that it seems to me almost like their use of the word phi, or the word consciousness levels, is the same as a metric for or a description of the level of parallelism in the system. So really what they've done is they've come up with a measure for the level of parallelism in a system. And then when you hear about their description of how the whole thing evolved, and he's got this whole, well, consciousness is completely orthogonal to intelligence because they are completely separate reasons why nature or natural selection favors the evolution of parallel systems because they're more robust and therefore they work. Well, this describes indeed why parallel systems come to exist, and then the whole development of a cognitive system. Yeah, you could engineer cognitive systems that are better and better and better, just like in evolution, and you would have them in a simulated form, and so that's completely orthogonal to them existing in parallel because you've got the one pressure, natural selection there going for parallel systems because they deal with robustness. And you've got the other pressure and speed and whatever. And you've got the other axes where you've got the development of intelligence over time. The cognitive system gets more complex, but it could have been implemented in software, but it happens to be implemented on this parallel system because that's what's been evolving. And then consciousness is somehow epiphenomenal to that. The level of consciousness goes up as the system becomes more parallel. But what does that then even mean? Because you've already discussed why parallelism is going up, and you've discussed why intelligence is going up. What's left? That consciousness bit there, that phi, it's really just describing parallelism. So this is, I think, my main issue with it right now, is that I feel as if they've come up with a metric and a whole sort of theory around parallel systems rather than conscious systems. And when they say level of consciousness, as Mike Cerullo has pointed out, they're not really clear on what level of consciousness means, but it always seems to come back to something that describes the level of parallelism. I feel like you can take their papers and their talks, and everywhere where they say phi, or they say consciousness level, or level of consciousness, if you stick in the word parallel, then the whole thing makes sense. That's just my sort of my takeaway from it.
Yeah. No, I think I would both agree and also push back a little bit. I think it is very true that phi seems like a just straight up measure of a certain sort of parallelized complexity, we can say. And I also want to point to Tononi and his group have some research on what they're calling animats, which is a sort of a toy model of an evolved adaptive system and based with sort of toy scenarios. And he says that, yeah, actually these sort of simple toy organisms do get better at problem solving as their integrated information goes up, or rather, in order to solve certain more complicated problems that the researchers throw at them, their integrated information, their phi, does go up. So in that sense, there is some sort of loose empirical suggestive data that consciousness and intelligence are coupled.
By the way, did you notice that those animats that he was talking about, that they're simulations, right? So he's talking about the phi going up in a simulation, even though he says simulated phi is fake.
Absolutely. Yeah, so presumably the animats literally wouldn't be conscious, but they're...
But how do you know that? You come across an animat that has reached the point of human consciousness and it tells you it's conscious and you say, no, you're fake. That's not real consciousness.
Right.
Well, where does that come from? That's certainty.
Right. It's a tough argument. I would say, though, that so the latest version of IIT, which it not only measures phi, which is, as you say, level of consciousness or magnitude of consciousness, we could say, just how much there is. It also measures the topology of consciousness.
Shape. Yeah.
Right. And in that sense,
by the way, just a quick point there. Shape, that is really a shape in an n-dimensional space, is really another way of saying pattern.
Sure. Yeah. I would definitely agree. But it we can sort of proxy the amount of consciousness by just substituting how parallel is the system. And I mean, we can objections to that specific formulation, but certainly we could figure out better words than, or different words than consciousness, and maybe less, words that wouldn't sort of raise objections in this sense. But I think the fact that IIT gives you an actual shape and says this shape is isomorphic to the experience that system is having is more falsifiable than people realize.
How does
it may sorry, just quickly, it may be more falsifiable, but you can see where, when I say it sounds like he's just talking about a measure of a parallel system, and when they talk about shapes, they're talking about patterns. And when you say a certain shape tells you that Mike is sad or experiencing something emotionally traumatic, that's the same as saying there's a pattern of activity in this parallel system that says that Mike is experiencing something traumatic. And it wouldn't be surprising if in brains built by, according to a human, say, blueprint, if you could find similarities between, say, the patterns of people that are feeling that particular experience compared to, say, if they're feeling something completely different. So it begins to feel like there's a very close analogy between this whole shape thing there and the isomorphism as well as similarities, where they say, you can discover the similarity between the shape of one conscious system and another conscious system. And when I ask him if you can recreate that shape somewhere else, then Koch said, yeah, then you've got another Christof Koch there, right? It sounds so much like just a pattern in a parallel system. Where am I wrong here?
Right. So I think pattern is a little ambiguous in that, and maybe both pattern and system we might want to dig into in terms of can we figure out very crisp terminology?
Let's say the connectome in a parallel system. I mean, that's another way of looking at it. If he's saying the shape has a lot to do with how the system, if you're calculating or looking at the integration of connectivity all throughout the system, how information is being integrated, well, yeah, the connectome, that's a certain pattern of connections between parallel parts of the system.
Right. Well, I guess I would take it back to prediction and sort of trying to make it empirical. And it's this question of, is IIT useful? And maybe this is the 800-pound gorilla in the room when talking about IIT, that Tononi and Christof Koch would, and it's already making predictions, and these predictions are coming true.
It's not making non-obvious predictions that wouldn't be made by what Randall is saying, these other terminologies, at least in my sense. It's making extremely obvious predictions that say, oh, the level of consciousness goes by the level of interconnectedness between brain regions. Oh my God, that is such a mind-boggling prediction that IIT has come up with. No, that's what any neuroscientist would have predicted before IIT was ever invented.
Right, and yeah, I mean the critics certainly have, and it's sort of on IIT to make I would say not just retrodictions, not just explanations of things we already know, new things. the best thing to point to here, what Christof mentioned about this consciousness meter that I believe it's called the zap and zip method. You can take a coma patient and stimulate their brain with TMS, and then measure basically how long that resonates with EEG by essentially just taking the EEG data and trying to zip it, trying to compress it with zip compression. And from this, and I believe the longer it resonates, the less likely it is that these coma patients will ever wake up. And I won't say that this is proof of anything, and I won't say that this is strong evidence, but I think this, like, I like the direction that that they're pushing in with this. That yeah, this is with the theory and making predictions in an arena where other people aren't making predictions, and frankly, actually useful for determining how to better treat people.
I mean, I could point to some stuff that Stanislas Dehaene has done with a completely different theory of consciousness that is addressing those same types of questions in terms of, are people conscious in locked-in predicaments. Let me, if this is okay with you, Randall, I want to, I've been listening, but I actually did not hear the first, I think, half of Christof Koch's interview, but I did read his book, so I feel like I can fill in the gaps.
Absolutely. Just to tell everyone, so this is Ken Hayworth here from the Brain Preservation Foundation and also working at Genelia, who's one of the panelists, in case you can't tell from his voice or if you haven't heard him speak before. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, and I should say I have no experience or expertise in consciousness studies, so forgive my rank ignorance of these topics. But I look at IIT. Let me be the most forceful critic of IIT. Okay, I think IIT is saying virtually nothing, but it is wrapping itself in, as Randall was pointing out, a bunch of terminology that is meant to obscure the fact that it is saying nothing, and it is trying to make wildly overreaching predictions in areas like, a digital computer cannot be conscious because of IIT. It's making those type of overreaches because it plays well to the audience. It plays. It's like it's saying, oh, this is a theory of consciousness that really says something new, where it's not saying anything new. So let me so the challenge on the table here is to explain to somebody who is ignorant like me in terms of what IIT is saying, what the heck does it mean to say that some kind of mathematical shape is a qualia, and how does that mathematical shape being a qualia have anything to do with the type of brain functions that actually get the job done of us operating in the real world? To me, it seems like there's a description of a mathematical shape being qualia could be anything that is being mapped onto the nodes of the brain, having high information integration, and the thing that is never explained is why that me looking at a red apple doesn't say functionally, computationally, oh, I am looking at a red apple. and the experience is me burning in fire. But I can't say that because my functionality is completely describing what I will say in that situation. Am I? Is that a coherent enough question?
Yeah, it kind of describes how I feel like IIT is too disconnected from a cognitive description of why consciousness actually feels the way it feels.
Yeah, I would suggest there's two issues there, and one is as Randall just described, that there's the cognitive story and then there's the IIT story, and it's not quite clear how they connect. And that may be just there needs to be more integration between IIT and, for example, predictive coding would be great to sort of sync up with IIT. I believe Adam Safran is kind of trying to push in that direction. There's another issue there in that IIT makes a very bold claim that it can generate something that perfectly encapsulates all of your conscious experience. But it only makes one subclaim in terms of how to interpret this, what this means. And that's, well, the magnitude, the size of the object is how much consciousness there is. But as Ken brings up, all of it should be included in that object somehow. That, okay, if there's the phenomenology of a red apple, then we should be able to point to this that IIT generates and say, okay, for the red apple, that's this part of the shape corresponds to apple. IIT is not doing that, and I frankly think that it's a big problem and potentially a very solvable problem. That this is something that in theory we should be able to, pull the string, so to speak, and get results. That's, I don't know, kind of what we're focusing on at QRI, how to interpret these formalisms.
So is there, I mean, if you take that aspect, that's like saying, IIT sells the idea that it's going to solve consciousness or explain consciousness, what consciousness is, by making this connection between these abstract geometrical shapes and what it feels like to experience. It doesn't make any connection like that. And that's a big hole in the theory. Well, that's the whole theory. So, and if the size of it boils down to how much parallelism the system is, then the entire system evaporates up. And I'm kind of wondering why I had to read a couple of books and go to one of his seminars to finally get an answer that says, oh, well, we have we haven't even scratched the surface of actually fleshing out the theory enough to say this is what red is. So okay, that's fine. Tononi and Christof are not here to defend that aspect. Let me ask you, what is the, give me a hope that there's a path forward to actually making that connection.
Yeah, I am hopeful. I am optimistic about IIT in that I think actually IIT is two things. And one is a specific mathematical method, a causal analysis of a system that is intended to generate this mathematical object that represents what that system feels like. And that's the obvious thing. And the non-obvious thing that IIT also is that's the proper goal of a theory of consciousness. And that's something that I can get behind without saying that, okay, the mathematical details of IIT are correct, or all the 5 assumptions it makes are correct, and so on. And I think the path forward there is trying to figure out these. You split the problem into two parts. And the first part of the problem then, the part of the process is, okay, how do you take a system like the brain and generate this mathematical representation of its phenomenology, what it feels like? And then the second part of that task is to interpret it, to say, okay, now we supposedly have this formalism. What does it mean? And both parts of the problem are very difficult, but you can also work on them that you don't have to have a final version of IIT to start work on the interpretation. And likewise, you don't have to have a good, clear interpretation of what this object means in order to iterate on how to generate it. But of course, these two things feed into each other, that the better a theory like IIT can show itself to be in how accurate or how plausible, we can say, a mathematical representation it can generate, the better that is, the easier it will be to try to work on the interpretation problem. And likewise with QRI, it's very clear that the better we can explore the hypothesis space in interpreting this formalism, the better we can feed that back into IIT and suggest improvements.
Well, I mean, it seems to me like this is adding something that is only causing problems. The standard neuroscience, cognitive science approach that maybe Michael Graziano was kind of expressing in his interview. Which essentially says, well, look, we're systems that were evolved, and part of that system that evolved was a self-modeling aspect that would make a representation, an internal representation that would model what it was like to be that thing. Okay, so it seems to me like no matter if IIT is correct or not, no matter if there's some quantum consciousness, no matter what, at some level in the brain, in the level of neurons, there will be a self-model that has representations, that keeps track of at least what it was like to be in the past. As Randall was pointing out, it could be like a few seconds in the past, but how do you know? It'll keep track of what it was like to be me in the past. Okay, so all of that is kind of standard neuroscience. No IIT, no discussion of this is kind of the Chalmers Hard problem starts there. It says, okay, you've got all of that, and still there's a missing gap between why all of that machinery that not only is intelligent, but has internal representations that keep track of it feeling like something inside. Whether those internal representations are lying or illusions or something, that's separate, okay? But it's got all of that machinery, and now there's this IIT level, or whatever you want to call it. And the question becomes, well, first of all, why do you need to add this other level? Because you've already got all of these representations. You could essentially say these representations just are, okay? But if you add this other level, now you bring in this clear problem of how this level of IIT syncs up with this level of the self model and the functional model, that so that I never say I see red, but I'm actually, smelling grapes, and I can't express it, right? And so, I understand what you're saying. You're saying, look, this is early days. It's early days. It's early days, and I completely agree. Neuroscience does not have an explanation for this as well, but this seems like a utter stretch to bring in this other level when it is not accomplishing anything additional, and it is only bringing up really landmines, I would argue, that of additional layers of problems.
Right. So I had evidently my connection dropped just then, but yeah, no, I get the objection, and I think it's this question of, okay, if IIT is right, then what are Qualia reports? And this is a hard question for IIT, and it's taking something that it seems pretty intuitive, that okay, I see a red apple, I say there's a red apple, and the challenge for IIT is, okay, if Qualia are not causing that in some form or fashion, why do we say that? And can we explain it in a way that's more elegant than functionalism, more elegant than eliminativism? So I speak about this in an appendix in Principia Qualia, and I'll just I tried to upload this to the chat, but couldn't seem to, so I'll just read it. That our qualia and our behavior and reports about our qualia are not directly causally connected. Instead, they are connected more loosely through indirect systematic correlations. This implies that self-reports are not the gold standard ground truth about qualia. And so I have a 3-layer model that our brain's physical microstates are perfectly correlated with our qualia. And then the logic states self-model are systematically correlated with our brain's physical microstates and gain their correlation with our qualia from that. And then our reports about our qualia are systematically correlated with our brain's model of its internal states. So there's a sort of an inheritance model of why, I mean, first of all, our reports about our qualia are not ground truth, but there's an inheritance model as to why there might be substantial accuracy under most scenarios.
I just wanted to add at this point to the discussion and talk a little bit about this idea that consciousness is an illusion. So I think it's easy to think that if we say, oh, consciousness is an illusion, we just look back and we remember, oh, what I've been perceiving was this, and maybe consciousness is an illusion. That would solve the problem of consciousness. But I don't think this is the case. Let's say consciousness is an illusion, and all we perceive, all the feelings, all the qualia is just an illusion. Let's study this type of illusion. So all I wanted to say was that saying that consciousness is an illusion doesn't solve the problem of consciousness.
Yeah. Thank you.
It just changes the form. Yeah.
Yes. This is Abolfazl Alipour joining in the conversation, and he actually has expressed many ideas and opinions about consciousness before, so I'm glad that you're joining in the conversation right now. This point you make is good, and I hope everyone understood that, because that was certainly not what I meant by saying illusion. As I've said several times, when I use the word illusion, I use it in the Sue Blackmoor sense, in the sense of it isn't quite the way that we think it is, which is similar to when Mike Johnson just said our self-report of what consciousness is like is a bit suspect. So just because we say this feels like this doesn't mean it really is like that. That's not to say that there's nothing there. So by illusion, we're not trying to say, oh, forget about talking about this, it's irrelevant. No, it's just saying, just like, when we look at visual system and vision isn't quite what we think it is, or how we experience it, there's illusions there. And the same way as, when you start investigating a lot of things in physics. You get into the world of the very small, of particles and quantum mechanics and all of that, and then your intuitions fail you, right? You have all sorts of sort of gut instinct about how things should be, and it's sometimes not quite like that. And similarly, we have to be very careful about the assumptions that we make, and that's why one of the points that I often bring up is, IIT and many other theories that seem to posit that you can't simulate consciousness. They will assume that it's because consciousness is an in-the-moment integration of a huge number of parallel things, whereas if you listen to Michael Graziano with his attention schema theory, for instance, and he points out how this is all about a system of having a self-model of your own attention. And if you realize that when you're thinking, what was I just aware of? I maybe it's just me. Maybe other people don't feel it this way, but I think I might not be conscious because I certainly am not aware of all things integrated. When I think about what I was just aware of or what I am aware of, I can think right now about, oh, this is the sound I'm hearing in the background. Oh, this is my toes are cold. Oh, and it's one thing after another. It's just like with the visual experience. It's, you're zooming in on one bit of the scene, another bit of the scene, another bit of the scene, and each time it feels like I'm querying the output of a system. I'm asking a part of my brain system to tell me, hey, what did you feel in my feet? Oh, yeah, it's cold. Oh, what did I just see over there? Oh, yeah, that's what I saw. So it's not, I don't feel that it's that integrative, and maybe it's just me. Maybe I am actually a philosophical zombie and the rest of you are really conscious. But this is what I feel. So that's why when I say illusion, that's the sort of thing I'm alluding to. I'm saying we talk about it as if it's this unifying experience, and that's why it has to be something like a shape in this IIT space of all of the things in the brain at the same time, or the way that Mike Johnson is saying, all of the micro components, or whatever you want to call it, the micro physical pieces of the brain there together are our conscious experience, or that state, or whatever. To me, it doesn't feel that way. When I experience consciousness, it feels really like this zipping around, asking questions, querying my database of what my consciousness was like. So maybe I'm actually simulated, and the rest of you are real.
Bill,
but
so in
that's
this
my
case,
feeling.
Yeah, in this case, you're referring to your own intuition to talk about this. But let's look at
no, but that's,
for example,
but
yeah.
You see, I'm using my intuition here as a counter to their intuition, just to
Okay,
make a point.
Let's just refer to experiments. For example, Stanisław Dehaene was doing this experiment where you have boards with certain amount of noise. And I'm just simplifying this experiment. You have boards that are invisible, and then you add noise or you reduce noise, and they become visible. As soon as people were able to see the stimuli, you can see this propagation of activity all across the brain. So it's not just one small part of the brain being aware of something or some piece of information. It's just widespread activity all over the brain. And speaking of attention and that attention schema, I just wanted to go back to the interview that we had and talk about the attention. So there are experiments showing that you can attend to something and not be consciously aware of it. So there is this paper in PNAS published a while ago using continuous flash suppression that I don't think we have time to go over. But the bottom line of the study was that you could attend to visual stimuli, and there's a specific definition for what attention means in there, but not being conscious of it.
Okay, yeah, so just to address both those points, for the second one, I'd like to point out that what I was saying is that my conscious experience seems to me like a database query where I am asking what the system has computed. So even if a system is able to attend to something, but I'm not consciously aware of it, all it means is that I didn't consciously request that output of the database, basically, for me, from this very simplistic analogy that I'm giving you here. That's all you would have to say about that, and that would explain away that problem. The other point that you made about how the whole brain is involved in the computation, that's fine. I don't care. The point is that my conscious experience of it seems very post hoc. So to me, from the conscious experience, it wouldn't matter one iota. If all of those computations that you saw that were launched as soon as the noise level became high enough, if they were all computed on a system in parallel, or if they were all computed on a von Neumann computer sequentially, as long as the output ended up where I was asking, how do my feet feel? And then it told me cold.
Okay, so I think one thing to consider is that it's not the case that we always ask our brain, oh, what I've been feeling, and then we just consciously become aware of something. Imagine that something hits you suddenly right now, the ball or something very cold, and you immediately become conscious of it without having to ask your brain, oh, what I've been thinking.
If you get a blast of cold air, you'll probably find that your body, being controlled by your brain, is reacting to it before you become consciously aware of it, first of all. And then when you do become consciously aware of it, then it's like you're putting that reaction and that feeling into a context of your body, just like knowing that, oh, if I'm pinching my fingers, it's in my fingers and not in my brain where I'm pinching, even though, of course, the signals are being processed in the brain. So I'm still not sure why you feel like there is somehow something there that you're aware of in the moment or in parallel. It still isn't clear to me where that evidence is, but maybe we're getting off on a sidetrack. I don't want to hammer this home, especially if there are other big questions.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on this. And one other thing about the simulation that we talked in the first section of our panel. And I think one idea about the simulation is that we say, okay, water in the simulation is not wet, but if you have water in the simulation and you throw it on the wall, it makes the wall wet. But I think here's what we have to really pay attention to, and that's that there's no such a thing as a simulated universe or a simulated board. There are just voltages on transistors inside a CPU.
Isn't there, though? I mean, think of the finger pinching. But think of the finger pinch.
Mm-hmm.
So it feels like I'm pinching my fingers.
Right.
But it's not. I'm not really experiencing that over at my fingers. This is a signal being interpreted inside my brain. It's information processing of the signal that's been brought to me by my fingers. That's how I see it anyway. So sure, there is an outside reality, but there is a transfer. There is a sort of information transfer from the outside universe to that little simulated universe in my head that has a self model that says I have fingers.
Oh yeah, so
I'm
we
feeling
want
this
to
in
talk
my
about
fingers.
the reality of the simulated universe and if it's real or. I don't think we should combine it with anything related to the brain because we don't know anything about the brain.
Well, but we do have to talk about systems within systems and about those connection points, the I/O between, say, the simulated system and the real world. Because the point I'm trying to make is the simulated wall that's getting wet inside the system by the simulated water is the representation of a wall in that system. Just like my fingers
I don't think it's a representation of the wall.
Of the system in the simulation of my mind. That's where I see the similarity. So I'm saying a brain is a simulator, just like a computer is a simulator. And that's where when Keith was saying, that he was trying to make this point very clear, but I was kept on harping that you have to somewhere make this transition where you do assume that a brain is an information processor. Otherwise, you're always going to be stuck, and people are going to say, but, it doesn't apply to the outside because you're just talking about what's inside. This whole thing, of course, what we're saying about simulated water is wet only works if, in the case of the brain at least, and that's where it does matter that we're talking about the brain, if we are in fact assuming that what the brain does is information processing, right? So because you can transfer information from one universe to another, you can transfer it from the real universe to a simulated universe and back again. Yeah. So there's that I/O spot there, right?
Yeah, I tend to avoid talking about the brain because we don't know if there's a universe in there and how that works. But if we talk about, for example, the simulation, let's imagine we have a simulated wall inside my laptop, for example. And what are we calling the simulated board? It's a bunch of pixels on my monitor they are related to voltages on my graphics card, and I'm calling this a universe or a board or a simulated board. But in reality, what is happening is just voltages and wavelengths and brightness on my laptop. So without knowing what's going on in the brain, we cannot use the brain itself as an example to talk about this issue. But I understand the point, and I also appreciate that this other viewpoint exists. Yeah, I just wanted to mention it that there might be this other perspective that simulated universe may not even exist. It's just the label that we put on different voltages inside a computer, and we call it, there's a universe there. Maybe there's not. And using the brain analogy to say that there's a simulated universe, I think it might be a fallacy because we don't know about the brain. We don't know what's on in the brain. what's going on in the graph.
It's true. Clearly, we're all making some assumptions. Like I'm making an assumption about the brain processing information, and other people are making other assumptions. That's clear, and ultimately it's predictive tests and that sort of thing that will have to determine which approach is more useful and is better, like Mike Johnson says.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's the sort of thing that we care about. What I often wonder about when people are coming at this from the other side, like for example, in your case, let me see if I'm putting words in your mouth that aren't correct, but you would, for example, agree with Tononi to some extent, and you would say, well, if you want to do a whole brain emulation, you really are going to have to do this on a parallel neuromorphic system of some kind. And not that that's not really a major problem for whole brain emulation. It's not like this is a thing we worry about. But from a philosophical point of view, or at least from a wanting to understand what consciousness really is point of view, it does kind of matter. So I'm curious, from the perspective that you're coming at it, at what point is it good enough? That's what I'm trying to understand. Because when you think about what IIT is saying and about these shapes and about what Mike Johnson is saying about the very micro structure of the brain and somewhere down there in the physics, so how deep do you have to go in making your neuromorphic simulator? Does it have to have like an exact replica of every neuron in silicon, all the dendrites the same length and the connections at the same distances and stuff like that? Does it even have to be built out of carbon, because that starts to matter? And why? And why should these sorts of things make you somehow believe that the resulting system will have an experience that you can comfortably say, yes, that is a correct conscious experience? So if we're trying to let's forget about whole brain emulation for the moment. Let's just talk about making an artificial intelligence that is conscious. Mm-hmm. How deep would you have to go, and why to that level? So do we have to make carbon neurons in order to have a conscious AGI? Do we have to make silicon neurons that look exactly like neurons and behave exactly like neurons? Or can we make do with just a typical neuromorphic architecture that just has nodes in it? And if so, why can't we just make do with a von Neumann computer? So I'm just curious about why certain levels of copying what we see in the biology make someone comfortable that that's going to produce consciousness in an artificial system, and others don't. And it sometimes feels to me like people pick arbitrarily what feels enough to them.
Mm-hmm. I just wanted to have a quick answer to that, and then let other guests in the panel answer this. So I think in reality we don't know. We don't know what is that scale separation. And integrated information theory, I think it claims that it's the causal relationship between the units, between the nodes inside the system that matters, and it doesn't really matter if you're using carbon or silicon or any type of other material, but the causal interaction between the nodes matter. But we don't know if integrated information theory is correct. So I think it depends. When we want to decide how we can create an AGI with consciousness, I think it depends on the theory of consciousness, and we don't have one yet. We don't have one that has been tested and proven to be useful with predictive power. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm open to, first of all, of course, we're open to any other questions, and especially if there are questions from the wider audience out there. But I'm also super interested in anyone else's response to, if you wanted to make a conscious artificial general intelligence, let's forget about whole brain emulation for now, because thinking about that tends to confuse the issue further, adding extra complexity. But if you just wanted to make a conscious artificial system, what would you need and why?
Randall, I may offer a frame that even the framing may sort of assume functionalism or computationalism. That
okay.
The question is, if you were to make an artificial intelligence conscious, how would you do it? And if we look at how a physicalist might approach that, that okay, well, this abstraction we call an artificial intelligence, and actually spread out among multiple geographically distinct data centers, and is sort of, we can't point at a physical place and say, there is the AI, there is the artificial intelligence. And I think, I mean, the frame from the physicalist would be to point at a computer and say, okay, if we want to know how that feels, we should figure out what the arrangements of the atoms and such are in that sort of chunk of space-time, and then how that physical arrangement maps to phenomenology. And if sort of we reframe the question in those terms, then I think we could talk about how a physicalist would create an artificial intelligence, or a physical system that exhibited sort of functional artificial intelligence in those terms. I'm not sure. Is that clear?
Yeah, it sounds to me like what you're saying is that it's one thing to come up with an artificial system that behaves in a conscious way because it's got the cognitive functions that are necessary to perform that way, but that it's a different matter to create consciousness in the sense that it feels a certain way. But then from that perspective, shouldn't it be almost arbitrary what it feels like? Because why would we care whether the artificial intelligence system, which behaves perfectly consciously, feels humanly conscious or apely conscious or batly conscious or computerly conscious? All of those things become completely irrelevant at that point, don't they?
Yeah, so two things. One, just that like the physicalist would, or like talking about AI generally speaking, brings in the frame of computations and paying attention to what the bits are doing. Say, actually, we could also pay attention to what the atoms are doing for the ground truth of Qualia. But I think in terms of would it matter, that's a very great question and a very a deep one. And it just depends on what we want to do, what we want to accomplish, why we're creating the system. That if we are creating a system that is in terrible agony, then yeah, like I would personally like to know and not create that system. So then at that point, the phenomenology of the artificial system that we create can have ethical implications.
This is so strange to me, the notion that a system could be in terrible agony, but that does not directly correspond to its cognitive systems expressing some kind of something that you could recognize as terrible agony. That there could be a complete separation between those two. It's just, that's, I guess, where the orthogonality for me doesn't work. And I'm still trying to understand why anyone should believe that.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and one that we still have to work on for sure. But I actually think that you can find this to a degree in human beings, that sometimes you can ask someone, how are you doing? And they will just sort of, maybe from a cash response, oh, I'm doing well. But actually they're in a lot of chronic pain that has sort of snuck up on them, or they're actually in a bad mood. But so in that sense, there might be some of that in human beings already.
But you know that what you gave as an example isn't quite right? Because the person has reasons for choosing not to say that they're in agony, but they are aware of the fact that they're in agony, and they could express it if they wanted to. They have the cognitive capability to do so. It's not like those two are just completely orthogonal.
I would agree that they're not completely orthogonal, but sometimes I think we can have pain or suffering that is not sort of integrated into our reports about how we're actually doing. But no, I mean, your larger point, absolutely right. That that's a tall assumption and needs a lot of support. just want to say, yeah, I agree.
Okay. Did we have any further questions?
Let's see, we do have some more comments from the chat. Starting with Dan Elton. These were posted earlier, so it's possible that some of these points were talked on, but I will go through them. As a side note, is there anyone who actually thinks consciousness, or who links consciousness with intelligence? Also, the feeling of sitting in a Cartesian theater is an illusion, for instance, as Dennet discusses. Another comment, the feeling we have of integration or unity that Siri discusses must be an illusion. I think people who meditate or have greater skills of introspection might be able to develop a different intuition. And that is all from Dan, so I will leave that open.
Okay. There was one thing that he asked was a question rather than a statement. The question of, does anyone actually believe that consciousness and intelligence are not orthogonal? It's a good point, and I think we need to be careful there about the terms we've been using, because intelligence, as in how intelligent can you measure that a system is in terms of IQ or something like that, maybe that is completely orthogonal to the consciousness of a system. It's just that I tend, from my background, not to feel that consciousness is completely orthogonal from cognitive functions as such. So when I'm thinking intelligence, or the development and increase of intelligence, the way that Christof showed that on his graph, I'm thinking about the improvement or increase in capability of these cognitive functions, of, say, the ability to problem solve and that sort of thing. And it doesn't seem to me that the evidence is there that that is completely separate from our conscious experience, because I think that how it feels to be, say, Mike Johnson, and in this moment, and the way Mike Johnson experiences things, to me, it seems like those are all very closely linked to cognitive functions and to other things that are really brain-related, like memory, and the way that all of his experiences are being filtered through patterns that have been set up. So, and those same patterns are involved in generating cognitive behavior. So it feels, for me, because I'm coming at it, of course, from a functionalist approach, very difficult to imagine that they are really orthogonally separated like that. But Mike also pointed out that that is indeed a tall order to say that they're really orthogonal.
And I think maybe it's important to note that there are a lot of shades here that we can say, okay, maybe they're completely orthogonal. And on the other side, we can say they're completely identical. But there's a lot of room in the middle, that different sorts of ways that they can be coupled, but not identical.
All right, so if there aren't any other points that anyone wants to discuss at this point, then I think, Michael, we have a choice between either continuing by just streaming Mike Cerullo's interview, or we could say this has been enough for this time and let's call it a day, and then stream that separately as a video that people can watch as we then prepare another forum for further discussion of consciousness. From those in the panel right now, do we have a kind of a sense of what you would prefer? Would you prefer to see his right now, or would you prefer to have some time to think and see more later? Anyone's opinions are welcome here. Seeing as we've reached, 1:30 p.m. Pacific time.
I'll say I'm very open to either. It feels like it's been a very productive, so we can, either one.
Okay, well, Michael Ulrich, if you're still up to it, I guess you could just go ahead and stream Michael Cerullo's talk.
Okay, will do. Okay, and once again, of course, I want to say thank you very much to the panelists for that great discussion, and of course for all of the comments from the YouTube chat. And so then, before we wrap up the workshop, we have one final interview from Michael Cerullo, which I will begin now.
A Conversation on Consciousness with Michael Cerullo. Dr. Michael Cerullo is a practicing psychiatrist affiliated with the University of Cincinnati Medical Center and the Cincinnati Institute for Cognitive Science. Dr. Cerullo specializes in the scientific study of consciousness and the problem of personal identity, and is a scientific advisor to the Brain Preservation Foundation. In recent work, Dr. Cerullo has examined the philosophical implications of whole brain emulation and mind uploading, as in his Minds and Machines paper, Uploading and Branching Identity. Applying the concept of branching identity, Dr. Cerullo addresses questions that arise when considering a successful mind uploading procedure and further copying following whole brain emulation.
Thank you very much for joining us, Mike. This is Michael Cerullo. I'm not going to do the full introduction right now because I will come up with a proper introduction and paste that in front of this video.
Okay.
So thank you very much for joining us.
I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to dive right in. As you know, I've had some conversations with various people about consciousness at this point, and our main interest is not just to understand consciousness from the philosopher's point of view, but from the point of view of someone who's interested in whole brain emulation. So in the concept that you can take the basics of how your brain is constructed and how it creates you, and then reinstantiate it in some other form, whether it's a computer of some kind or some other machine, and then exist again or continue to exist. That's the most important thing, really. We want to continue to exist in that case. And so we're interested in consciousness from a very practical point of view. And if you don't mind, I'm going to throw the hard ball at you right away. Could you define consciousness for us, please?
Well, that's a good place to start. And I kind of have the similar background. I mean, I have a background in science, but I've just become, always very interested in the philosophical aspect and sort of their interaction. So I think we have to define consciousness in two ways. The first way is third-person consciousness, so that if I was an alien or a Martian and I was looking at humans, how would I define consciousness? And I could use the data to come up with, these organisms talk about themselves. They talk about having something called consciousness. And then I get into what does it do biologically? It allows them to have global access to information, all its sort of high-level executive behavior that it allows. And so you have that third-person perspective. And then, from my other side, sort of the philosophical perspective, I think you have the first-person consciousness, and that's where people get into, qualia, what it's like, and almost things that really are almost impossible to explain unless you have them yourself. So I think that's where you have to start. You have to break it into first and third-person consciousness.
Mm-hmm. Is there such a thing as second-person consciousness?
I have not thought of that, no.
Fine. We can move on from there. Yeah, so first-person and third-person consciousness. And I think typically people will, well, maybe not everyone. I'm not sure how Deepak Chopra feels about this, but most people will feel that third-person consciousness is not a very complicated thing in terms of how we define it and how we approach it, especially if you're thinking of something like, can we give a machine consciousness, or can we achieve whole brain emulation and upload people? From a third-person consciousness, is often not the one that people will argue about, but it's the first-person consciousness, right?
Well, yeah, and David Chalmers sort of broke this up into the easy problem, which is sort of third-person consciousness. I want to maybe talk about that a little bit. And then the hard problem, which is the first-person consciousness. Although I think the deeper you dig into this area, the more these sort of get closer and closer. You know, the third person and the first person kind of getting closer and closer together.
Okay, well, if you'd like to dig into, if you want to give us a little bit of a background on third-person consciousness so that we understand.
Yeah, so third-person consciousness is, and I think this is key too, is this is what you're going to get through the scientific study of consciousness. So, and third-person consciousness does not exclude, like, you don't say, oh, it's third person, you don't therefore talk about feeling and emotion and inner life. I think that's actually not true. From a third person perspective, you would say there's this, you know, organism called Randall, and he's, you know, got this inner life from my, you know, from my perspective. And he has thoughts, and he has, and you could call him Qualia. I mean, you could say he's got Qualia. And when I ask him, you know, you're looking at this red painting, what do you see? What do you describe? And I think most, you know, 99% of people in this debate would agree that, you know, that third person consciousness can explain all of our behavior. There's no, you know, causal function of this mysterious qualia. You know, we're not looking at any kind of substance property. We're saying that, you know, the mind supervenes on the brain. You know, it's everything's neurological. And for everything that you tell me that you experience or that you feel, there's going to be a neural correlate or some kind of physical correlate, you know, to that behavior.
So you would count all of these sort of report of awareness and attention, things like what have I just heard, what have I seen, what have I been thinking about, what are my plans, all of this would fall into third-person consciousness in the sense that all of what describes the way that is, the way that those things happen, the behavioral part of it, that all falls into third-person consciousness?
Yes, there's you know, biological and neurological explanation for all of that. Now the trick is, so you say, well, what's, you know, what are you talking about first-person consciousness? Well, that is where, you know, I'm no longer talking about you. I'm talking about myself and my own experience. And of course, I assume that you and everyone else has this similar experience, but that's a different kind of knowledge. You know, unfortunately, the only person that I'm absolutely sure that has first-person consciousness is myself. I mean, that's, and it's kind of tricky because, you know, we're not talking about solipsism. I mean, you know, I don't want to say that no one else has consciousness, but it's more of, you know, maybe it's epistemology. It's just, how can I know for sure? You know, first-person consciousness is something that, you know, I experienced for myself. And of course, everything I know is filtered through this conscious lens. And so that's, you know, that's the kind of tricky part, because, you know, you've got that. And yet, you know, even for myself, I mean, I'm not saying that, you know, I'm sure that from your perspective, you could explain everything I'm doing neurologically. You know, I'm not saying there's any special causality that I have that this first person consciousness has. So then you get into a trick, you know, then you say, well, what's the point? Is it just epiphenomenon? And, you know, it's kind of what I'm saying, but then that, you know, that runs into real problems where it just seems to be a big causal coincidence in the universe that my first person experience just happens to coincide perfectly with all of this third person consciousness. And, you know, that doesn't seem right.
Right. Yeah.
You know, they seem more closely connected. And I think that, you know, I don't have an answer for that. I think that's sort of the cutting edge of where, you know, thought and philosophy and neuroscience is going. And then can I throw out some about the meta problem of consciousness as well?
Do. I was about to start asking you about things like, I was going to say, so, you know, from Chalmers' point of view, when he talks about P-zombies, philosophical zombies, would you be able to say that those are creatures that experience only third-person?
Exactly, and that's the big question: is everyone in the universe, or uploads, or computers, are they all going to be, you know, P-zombies that just have third-person consciousness? And how do you tell the difference?
So how do we know that we don't just have? How do we know that we're not P-zombies?
Well, see, that's an interesting question. I think this gets into a little bit of Keith Frankish and his paper on illusionism, and Daniel Dennet, I guess, has been kind of discussing this for a long time. But Frankish coins the term illusionism, where consciousness is actually all an illusion. So that he wants to say that our first-person consciousness is exactly what you say. It is an illusion. There's nothing but third-person consciousness.
Yeah.
And I think that's an interesting idea, and I think it's certainly possible, but I think that's moving beyond the data that we have. I think that's taking a metaphysical position and not a scientific position.
Sure. Now, I personally find that I understand why it's problematic, because you don't want to claim that what we're experiencing isn't real in some sense, but I find it an attractive thought, or at least an attractive way to approach the problem, because our senses and what we think is going on, and our intuitions, they often mislead us, in the sense that the data that's being provided to us is data that our brain has put together in a certain way for us to interpret in a certain way, and is already labeled in a certain way. So, and this ties in a bit with my conversation with Michael Graziano the other day. It wouldn't be too strange to claim that perhaps we are all p-zombies, in the sense that the machine that is testing itself, that is asking the question, am I conscious? Is that me being aware right now? Is giving itself that answer. So it doesn't have another judge there to tell it whether that answer is right or wrong. So if it puts the label, yes, I'm conscious, this is me feeling this, I am a conscious being somewhere, then of course it believes that, because that's what it gets, right?
Exactly. And I think they're actually maybe winning a little bit of the argument, Dennet and Graziano. And then let me come back to the meta problem. So the meta problem is the problem of, why do we, as human beings, always talk about or obsess about these qualia, these first-person experiences. And what Graziano is trying to do is, look, you need like a self-model, you need some kind of model of the organism, which will explain, because that's what I totally 100% agree with. There is a physical explanation of why we obsess over these experiences. And I think that's where illusionism is actually very, very strong argument. As again, looking at this third person, you sort of look at, well, what do we need for this? What do we even need with the first person consciousness? And it's hard, and I definitely feel like sometimes I'm in, kind of in the corner here trying to defend this. And so all I can go back to is say, well, step back to the first person experience. And again, not talking about you or anybody else, just my own experience. Then I can get back to talking about, qualia and this subjective experience. And, and I think that is the sort of the big struggle that we're having, is that I'm not ready to give that up, even though I completely agree with the meta problem and the supervenience of consciousness. And it's tricky. Often I don't know how to defend that. And then it goes back to the arguments about vitalism, in the 19th century, where people thought life was some kind of vital force, and this is a good analogy for consciousness. And those are all great arguments, but I think there's something different about experience. And again, I can't provide scientific arguments. I think we're stepping back into a metaphysical argument. But then the trick is, this is not just some airy philosophy. This is crucial questions where you get into uploading and computers, and are they conscious or not? And I think you also step back into issues like ethics. All of our ethics depend on not everyone would say this, but I think a lot of philosophers and ethicists would say that all of our ethics depends on consciousness, depends on the reality of suffering. And if we're not talking about third person suffering, and the similar, you step back to all their aspects of human experience, literature, art, all these things, we're not talking about third person art, we're talking about first person. And what I like about Frankish, he talks about, I can't remember, there was like pseudo qualia or some term that he talks about to mean third-person qualia. So, you could step back and say that, I mean, on one hand, physicalism seems to explain the whole universe. I mean, that's, it's hard to defend against that. It's all just one big, wave function. But again, you step back to this first-person experience, and, you've got, not only qualia, but you've got, ethical thoughts, you've got art, you've got meaning. And, a lot of people bite the bullet and just say, well, forget it. It's all just, physicalism. It's not just supervenience. That's what it is. But I just find that a bit hard to, I mean, maybe we'll turn out to understand, maybe that will be true. It'll make more sense in the future. And that's what, Kenneth Hayworth we were having a conversation, and he was saying that, maybe in the future, what we need to do is somehow have further understanding where this all makes sense. And I can understand that, that would be one thing. But, to me, I just don't think we're there. I mean, I think there's still that gap, which is a problem, because then for, people like us who are interested in uploading, artificial intelligence, all these questions, how can we really be sure?
Yeah.
And I don't think that, I mean, I'm not saying that we can't be sure. I think we just have to, to our theories of consciousness, our scientific theories, we just have to attach, take a position in the philosophy or the fundamental foundational issues, which some people would call metaphysics. And I've done this a little bit in my writing, where that, like you have to look at functionalism. You just have to say that for some reason, this first person experience goes along with the third person experience. We don't quite know why, but that seems to be the way it is. So we can generalize that to computers, to uploading. That's kind of my thought. I mean, I guess I worry about, people like Daniel Dennet or Keith Frankish, where I think they're making good arguments, but I think they're not often acknowledging that they're making metaphysical arguments where, they're going beyond the data. I mean, you have to take a stance, and they've good analogies and good, basically metaphysical reasoning, and I think that's fair. But you're pushing the data.
Yeah. Now it's clear that there's a lot of data missing, so it's too early to I think, to draw any final conclusions. Although we all have some sense of which camp we kind of feel we belong in, and which approach we think is going to make more inroads. So, because I had a conversation with Mike Johnson about what he calls physicalist approach to qualia and other things, I'm going to ask you something about that in a moment, because you won't have a chance to talk to him in person during our event. But before I do, since we're sort of on the topic, I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about what you think makes for a good theory of consciousness. What does say if you think about theories that you've read about, which ones you would consider good and which ones you consider bad, and why? What are the different ways that they go about setting about their making a theory?
Well, yeah, I think, well, for starters, and I guess I could illustrate this with two examples. Talk a little bit about integrated information theory, and maybe a little bit about Michael Graziano or Thomas Mettinger and their self models, or Bernie Barr's global workspace. So what I like about, and then Graziano, I guess it's ASC, I forget what exactly his model stands for, and Barr's global workspace, schematic theory, maybe. Those are good scientific theories, and I say that because they actually look at and explain third-person consciousness. Because whatever else consciousness is, clearly it's part of the brain, part of the organism, part of the natural world. It evolved for very specific purposes. It had very specific functions. And I don't think we totally understand all of that. I mean, part of the science is understanding what consciousness is from a third-person perspective. We can't just use phenomenology and figure this all out. I mean, like you said, all these fascinating studies in perception and all these illusions, and it's very complicated. You can't just figure this out from the armchair. And there's very specific questions. So those theories look at third-person consciousness. They're good scientific theories. They can make predictions. And you can also, and just because you believe in one of those theories doesn't mean you have to not talk about the hard problem, about these other issues. You can take like this self-model and say, well, this explains the meta problem of consciousness. We can explain why we talk about having these experiences that can't be explained by science. I mean, that has a scientific explanation. And then you can go further, and as part of those theories, you can get into the foundational issues, or, to use the dirty word metaphysics, which, scientists absolutely hate that, but, you can call it foundational issues, but then you can sort of talk about these other issues of the hard problem in first-person consciousness and say that, well, we don't, I admit there's a problem there, but clearly the data is showing us that, the brain, that, consciousness is this or this function, so that if you did this in an upload or a computer, then there's no reason to think you would not have that first-person experience, whether it exists or not. You can attach that to it. Now, let me go to some other theories. I mean, you've got Stuart Hameroff and Roger Penrose, the quantum consciousness, and then I would put IIT, Integrated Information Theory, in this same boat too. Well, they want to start with first-person consciousness. They want to start with the mysterious, the unknowable, the qualia, all these kind of things, and sort of attach it to science peripherally. And the problem with those theories is they tell us absolutely nothing about third-person consciousness. It's all ad hoc. And so, they're doomed to fail because that's not what science does. I mean, you can't start at the first person, create some kind of theory, because that's not where science is. We don't have that kind of information understanding. So, I think from the start, you're going nowhere with that kind of approach. And I mean, there's some subtleties. I mean, I know Christof would sort of argue that, oh no, we're taking, data and this and that. But I think fundamentally, that's where they're wrong, is they're starting with first person consciousness, which that's not scientific. I mean, you don't have the understanding or the data or information to start from there and then get into, work backwards into science.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So that's that would then be not the right approach to getting to a good theory of consciousness. All right. So I guess I'll just say a few words about what I heard from Mike Johnson. Their approach is to think that really you can, when you go about a new area of science, sometimes you end up with something complicated, something where you need to describe what's going on in terms of a mechanism that utilizes fundamental things that we understand about physics that are more fundamental, but utilizes them in a complex way, like a machine, where things are put together and they're a complex whole. And sometimes you can discover that things that you had measured, phenomena you had observed, ultimately point to something that can be described by a formalism that can be much more universally applicable and simple to perhaps describe in some sense. So his example was, take, for instance, the sort of machine was on one side, but on the other side, various phenomena of electricity and light and magnetic force, and then electromagnetism came out of that, right? That's the formalism that then gives you the sort of description, the fundamental description in physics terms about what's going on here, and then you can apply that to everything else, and then you can use it to create new things. And so it's funny, he was talking about, he was actually giving examples about, say, the élan vital. Of course, that's an example where that sort of thinking went wrong, right? Thinking was there is something very fundamental there that is at the bottom of what life is, whereas in reality, you've got this complex machine, and if something breaks, then it doesn't work anymore, and that's where life ends. So élan vital turned out to be wrong, but he's betting that that consciousness and other mental phenomena are different in a sense, that there is something fundamental there that we're going to discover is somehow describable in a very formalist way, rather than the life example, that it's more like the electromagnetism example. Now, personally, I'm not in that camp. I'm a functionalist, and therefore I really think that many of these issues that we're having right now have more to do with the fact that we simply haven't collected enough information yet, enough data yet. We haven't put all the bits and pieces together, and so if we feel like, oh, this direction, this way of doing reductionist science to come up with the results isn't working, then it's because we're too impatient, because it's a very complicated thing we have here, the brain. It doesn't mean we have to discover a new physics to explain it. We just have to doggedly keep on going until we can point out how the machine works. That's my approach to it. And so, you know, I don't necessarily agree with them, but this is the approach that the QRI are taking. There is some sort of basic physics there that we haven't yet understood, but that can be described through some formalism. So that's
okay.
it.
So not too far from maybe what Penrose or Hammeroff. I mean, looking at some.
Yeah, there's a
looking for
similarity
something.
there. He likes to mention Max Tegmark because Max Tegmark seems.
Yeah, he's done a little bit of that kind of speculation. He actually takes integrated information theory and tries to generalize it to all of physics, which I think is kind of interesting.
Right.
Like, look, take it back to the fundamental level, and you kind of get into panpsychism and those are interesting questions. I guess my concern is you with those speculations you get farther and farther away from neuroscience and third person consciousness. But as far as the analogies, the vitalism, just the history of science, everything we thought is something fundamental or different, turns out to be no, it's just the chemistry. Life is just a chemical reaction. And again, I don't think there's any question that we're going to find out that consciousness completely supervenes on the brain. There's no microtubules or some kind of magical causal power of quantum mechanics that gets beyond computability and all that kind of stuff. So I don't have any doubt that neuroscience will get us there, but there's still these lagging questions. And I think maybe another analogy too is to say that start with physics. They have the same issues because you get into these foundational sciences and fundamental physics, you've got quantum mechanics, and you've got where the data will get you. And people, often physicists just would say, like Niels Bohr said, okay, that's it. There's nothing behind the data, the Copenhagen interpretation. You're just getting calculations, and that's what it is. But that wasn't satisfying. A lot of people were not happy with that, and through the decades after the quantum mechanics was first formulated, people started to realize that these are interesting questions, and actually lead to further testing, and you can actually do some more experiments. You can actually move this along. So, I think that might be a better analogy of where we are with consciousness is that, one approach, the physicalism or, illusionism is that there is no qualia, don't ask those questions. And, maybe that's true, but I think, and my own opinion is that we need to keep asking these questions and what is behind reality. And a lot of these, that gets us into, realism versus anti-realism, which again is, the dirty word philosophy, but, you have to take these positions. I mean, you have to, and what's interesting even about illusionism is that, it's parallel to free will. I mean, even if you believe in illusionism, you don't have to be an anti-realist about, consciousness or the self. You just have to redefine what that means. That's just extremely complicated self models that there's no illusion there. I mean, it really is an organism that has this data that is some form of self, that doesn't have to be an illusion. I think that it's part of is the way you look at it. And, maybe that's a little bit of human psychology. We all sort of have our own perspective. But I think it parallels the free will debate. I mean, even if you don't deny the reality of the causal closure of physics, you don't have to believe in determinism. I mean, it's a lot more complicated than that.
Right. Yeah. So one of the things that I would hope for is, for instance, if you can explain how the brain builds a self model, and you can explain, say, if I ask myself the question, what am I aware of right now? That if I can explain the functions that are producing the response, that are giving me the result, and why they create a certain, they stimulate areas that would normally be associated with other senses that I'm having, but they're sort of reactivating them so that I can experience what I was just aware of, or something like that. If I have a very detailed understanding of what's happening in that moment as I ask myself, what am I aware of right now? And, here I am, or something like that. That if I get that description, and if I can carry out a transformation of coordinates where I put myself in the position of the first person, that would give me an explanation that is so coherent and clear that then you can understand that, the only difference between the third person and first person approach is that transformation of coordinates, the fact that you are the you are the process that asked that question and received that response. I'm still not sure if this would be satisfying for everyone, but it feels to me like that's the kind of thing I'd be hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've heard people are sort of say similar, kind of similar things, and and I've kind of been pushed closer and closer with articles like Keith Frankish and Chalmers talking about the meta problem. I mean, being pushed closer and closer to, I mean, the third person, the first person are getting closer and closer, and maybe there will be, like you said, some kind of transformation that will make it all clear. And I think Kenneth Hayworth used this example of like evolution. Before Darwin, I mean, you couldn't really even conceive how that was possible. And he was saying that maybe they'll be similar, because I think that's where we are. I mean, it's hard to conceive of where first person and third person kind of come together, but maybe we just need the next Charles Darwin of the mind to put that together. We'll be like, oh, that makes perfect sense. The trick is, we're not there yet. I think you have to take a stand on one of these positions. Now, the good news for uploading and computer AI and everything like that is that, personally, I think you can get pretty good explanations, and you could get pretty good justifications or generalizations of what's going to be third person and first person consciousness. Now, Christof Koch would, of course, disagree with me because of, the IIT makes all these predictions about, feed forward networks and this and that aren't conscious. And I think, to me, again, that's the wrong approach. You can't even go down that road, because you're ignoring third person consciousness. So if your theory can't even explain that, then, you're off to the wrong start. So I don't buy into, your predictions. And so, if you want to start with, self-model theories, I think then you can generalize and you can make really good arguments that whatever your theories, whatever your, worries are, that, if you make like an uploader, you make a similar system that has third person consciousness, then everything we know about our universe is going to say that first person consciousness is going to follow. I mean, you still have those questions of, well, what is first person consciousness and all those metaphysical questions. But for, pragmatics and for engineering, I think you can still make what matters most is you can make those predictions that, this has whatever we have. And again, this goes back to the, I can only talk about myself. I mean, I have these first person experiences, and, whatever I have, I can use these theories to generalize that, well, it's fair to assume that these other people, as well as these other computers or uploads, would have the same thing too, if it, and you could even step back further and say, if it exists, and you can even take that level of skepticism about your own, experience.
Yep. So to kind of bring it all back to mind uploading as we're finishing up, I guess I'd like to ask, so let's talk specifically about the issue of surviving mind uploading.
Mm-hmm.
What does it take to survive mind uploading? I mean, does it make any difference whether you are doing the so-called scan and copy, where you record something and then you produce the recreated brain, or you do some other approach?
Well, now we're getting into a whole other topic, because not only, I think the two most difficult questions are consciousness and then personal identity. And so, that is a whole nother question. So I think you could make good arguments that uploads or computers would be conscious. And then you throw in personal identity, and that's a whole nother set of questions. Again, I think you could make arguments of...
dive too deep into that, but it would be good to understand
the difference, maybe?
Yes, how you define the difference between consciousness and personal identity.
That's a very good...
Consciousness and...
Yeah, that's a very good question. So, I mean, I think consciousness, you would define as maybe, in the moment. I mean, it's one period of time where you can say you're conscious. And then identity, you're starting to get into diachronic issues where over time, how am I the same consciousness over time? That, I think, is what identity is all about.
When you say consciousness is in the moment, how do we know that it is an in the moment experience where we are, say, suddenly conscious of what we're hearing and seeing, etc., and that it's not really a process where what we're seeing and hearing has been put together into a self-model and then deposited in a working memory buffer, and we're just querying that?
Well,
But
I think I definitely would say that that's true. So I think we could talk about the as William James talked about the specious present, the 3 seconds or whatever period of time where you seem to be able to hold things in working memory and you be able to hold a moment of time. And then you get into, beyond that, you get into skeptical questions of, well, is your whole existence just a false implanted memory and, you've just been created in the last, 3 seconds. And then that is the same kind of question about personal identity. And I think that's, consciousness not only, is hard enough, but then personal identity, I think, is one step maybe above that, where, then you're not only talking about consciousness, but you're adding other variables in there. And so it gets really tricky.
Yeah, that is definitely tricky. And I'm trying to pin it down a bit because I know that these two topics are often used almost interchangeably, I suppose, because many people will just inherently assume that personal identity has something to do with a continuous stream of consciousness or a continuation of their subjective first-person consciousness, something of that nature. And so I think it's inevitable that we have to raise this question at some point about what is the difference between, or how do they relate to each other, or what is the additional parameter or additional variable that you're talking about when you talk about personal identity. And I know it's difficult, but we'll start to chip away at it, and maybe you have one little bit you'd like to chip away at right now.
Well, yeah. I guess I would say that I actually use the same approach. I actually wrote an article about this very question about first identity. I actually go back and say, well, you need to look at first person personal identity and third person personal identity, because they're separate questions and you're never going to be able to, or at least at this stage, we don't have the scientific understanding to talk about first person identity. I know that the lingo gets really complicated here. So I actually take the very similar approach to consciousness and just say, what can we say about third person identity, which we can say a lot. I mean, you get into some of the classic writings on identity and the psychological theory and all these kind of things, which seem to be the right answer. I mean, the psychological theory. And then you have to speculate a little bit. You have to push the boundaries of foundation, or, again, the dirty word metaphysics, and make some other arguments about, okay, what is the connection between third and first person identity? And can we make predictions? And I think that's where you need to go to start making predictions about, uploading. But then you get a little bit trickier, because then you get into things like branching and things that we have no intuitive experience with. And, then it can become even more tricky. So you have to speculate a little bit further. And I mean, I guess there's always, dangers of when you're looking at metaphysical arguments of things that are, so far beyond your own experience, then you're really stretching things too. But certainly a lot of fun for, the identity argument. So, but that's a whole nother, interview or topic.
Yeah. And I think we're going to go down that road. I have a feeling that we're beginning to tackle these questions one at a time, and we'll get into personal identity specifically as well. So you personally, do you feel that something like a mind uploading procedure would preserve or allow you to survive in a personal identity framework? Something like, I know you've written about branching identity.
Yeah.
It's in there.
Well, I mean, I think it can, then you get into the question of, destructive versus non-destructive uploading, and what are the differences. And I guess to be a little more humble or honest, I mean, I guess it's hard to answer those questions when you're talking about branching, when you're talking about, survival and continuation. I think it's a harder question, but I do think, I mean, I think you can make good arguments that absolutely, you do get survival. And I guess what I would say the most conservative, which approach is like gradual uploading. I mean, I think that would be a very conservative approach where you could make the best arguments. The problem is, of course, that's not possible. You need to do, right now, the best we could do is maybe brain preservation and, serial scanning, which is destructive uploading. And, is that going to fit with the branching identity? And I mean, I guess I would say that I give it a 50-50, with the philosophical, that would be, maybe that means I know absolutely nothing, or it mean, what does the 50-50 mean? But I can see both ways, I guess that's what I'm saying. I mean, it certainly could. And I don't think you could give it a 0. I think that would be totally incorrect. But I also think it'd be totally incorrect to say there's 100% certainty that destructive uploading would, satisfy all those criteria of the first person personal identity. So it's somewhere between 0 and 100%. How's that?
Okay, there you go. That's you've really left yourself a lot of room, but that's fine.
And I put about 50, but
okay.
I change every day. Some days I go down, some days I go up.
I mean, strictly speaking, this last question wasn't even really a consciousness-related question, so it's going beyond where we're going with the talk right now. Yeah. So thank you very much. Is there anything that you feel that I haven't asked about that listeners should know that maybe you wanted to mention?
I think we covered what's the key, for people like us who are interested in, uploading and questions of artificial intelligence. But there's such a great literature, and I would definitely encourage scientists just to not, metaphysics is not a dirty word. Philosophy of mind is not, go and review that, because I think, again, that science and certainly modern analytical philosophy, I mean, there's a lot of merging there, and it's similar discussions. And, I think that all those classical questions, we maybe haven't talked about, identity theory versus this kind of theory, and dualisms, property dualism. I think the more you know about those things, the more it'll help you with these kind of debates.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, thank you very much. It's been wonderful having you on.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Many thanks to Michael Cerullo for that great interview. We are now nearing the end of our fall 2019 workshop event. Dr. Kuna, would you like to give any closing remarks?
Yeah, sure. Not too many, though. I'm hearing an echo. If someone else there isn't muted, then please mute yourself. I'm still hearing it. I don't know who's on, but it's a pretty strong echo this time, unfortunately. Let me see. Is it myself? Am I doing this? Am I here twice? No, not me. Okay, it's better now. Well, it's still there. It's better. Okay. So I think we've had a long time to listen and to debate certain questions now, and if there's anything that I've learned over this entire period, it's that there are many problems to discuss, or many questions, and maybe a lot fewer answers than questions. That's not unusual in science, of course. So I think we don't have to be afraid of that at all. But it does mean that we should carefully tease out the separate questions and probably deal with them in some way that is more appropriate for that specific question. So I think this is a repeat of what I said during the last panel, namely there should be a follow-up to this where we can deal with these things more categorically. That said, though, I think that it is worthwhile to just ask if there is anyone here who would like to say some last words, or who would like to ask another question, something that you'd urgently like to mention or have addressed before we say goodbye. Okay, it kind of sounds like everyone has had enough for today. That's understandable. So then I'd like to thank you all again for joining us and for watching and for supporting us, especially those of you out there who've taken the trouble to donate to us so that we can fund more of this work and also the updating of the roadmap itself. And thank you very much, Michael, for doing all of the administrative work here, the getting this whole thing to work technically.
And thanks for everyone else who was involved in this production. And of course, the people who were so kind as to have me interview them and to allow me to put those interviews into this live stream. And Mike Johnson for showing up in person. And some of the people who unfortunately have already left our call because they had other things they needed to do, such as Ken Hayworth, but thank you to him as well. Keith Wiley, thank you. Abolfazl, thank you very much. Yeah, it's been delightful, as usual.
Thank you, Randall. With that, we've reached the conclusion of our 2019 Fall Workshop event. I'd like to thank all of our speakers, panel experts, and our audience, our volunteer staff, patrons, and donors. Thank you all very much for making this workshop possible. Once again, we are a 501c3 nonprofit organization with the sole mission of advancing research in whole brain emulation. We appreciate the many contributions that have allowed us to organize events such as these. If you'd like to become a monthly donor or make a one-time donation, you can visit carboncopies.org/donate and donate by PayPal, credit card, bank transfer, or cryptocurrency. You can also contribute by volunteering. We are always looking for those who have a technical background to help with our technical review, and anyone who has experience in the nonprofit world, such as recruiting, event coordination, fundraising, marketing, and so on. You can go to carboncopies.org/openings to apply. You can also sign up to our newsletter or follow us on social media at the Carbon Copies Facebook group, www.facebook.com/group/carboncopies, at the Carbon Copies Reddit page, www.reddit.com/r/carboncopies, and at the Carbon Copies Twitter account, Twitter handle @carboncopies.org. All audience members are invited to take our survey. The survey link is in the video description. Thank you all very much, and hopefully we'll see you all again at our next event. Thank you.